Hello, hello. It's your old pal, Peace Love Music, and we have a special edition of DeOrganized with Bitcoin Live coming to you on election night. We will be here all night long running election coverage until a winner is declared, and maybe, if the party starts happening after, we might go a little longer, and/or if there's, information coming. As it goes, we're here until about 1 a.m. and we might have feeds going in and out. We might stop the stream and restart a new stream. We got tons of guests coming on. I'm here with my good friend Nick Dalmutter from Bitcoin Live and Maddie Ryan Case from the Proof of Work show and a bunch of other stuff that he does. Awesome dude, a great friend of Bitcoin Live space, and
it's great to be
we have
here,
tons
man.
of guests.
I'm excited.
It's a pleasure. I think you're the first one who ever called my last name. So that's kind of
well. I wasn't sure if I was doxing you or not, but I figured, you know what, people know what you look like. It's not that hard to find you. But we have a bunch of the quantum economics crew coming on. All the Bitcoin Live show people are coming on. We got a bunch of our Stacks community coming on. I got a bunch of people waiting in the background. We're super excited. We're going to be chatting around all different perspectives. Everyone's perspective is welcome. We're open in the space. Obviously, there's a lot of people leaning a particular way in the Bitcoin and crypto communities, but not everyone. And we're respectful of all opinions. And that's what makes decentralization great. Everyone gets to have their own opinion, and we can share ideas that way. So that's what we're here for tonight. Maddie, why don't you give us a little introduction to tell people about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in blockchain since 2017. Oh, you got to open it up.
Oh, go.
Okay. I got a little lag here. There we go. Okay. I've been in blockchain since 2017. I've got a background in broadcast media as well. I've been doing that for well over 20 years, but working with quantum expeditions, quantum economics as well, mining, family, and just kind of
you're a little bit laggy.
One podcast, one stream at a time.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, you are we're getting a little bit of lag from you.
Nick,
I'm not sure what the founder of Bitcoin, co-founder of Bitcoin Live.
Otherwise, you can jump back in. Sometimes that helps.
Okay.
But
yeah.
So, Nick, I know you're a European fella, so it's not going to directly impact your situation. But how are you feeling about the election? What's the perspective from Europe?
Well, I love that question. Thank you for asking that, because I am European, but I've been very much involved with these elections, at least from a distance, and I care very much about what you are gonna vote over there. I heard if I go on vacation there that I can actually vote too. So I should have gone to.
You have to know. To be honest with you, when I went to vote today, I actually had to show an ID,
Okay, cool.
Which is cool. I mean, it makes sense, and I can appreciate the argument about not wanting to establish a poll tax, not wanting to make it impossible for a poor person that can't afford an ID to vote. I don't think that that's the majority of cases, but the easy solution to that is just to provide free voter IDs for every voter. And then that solves that problem, that potentiality. And then, then at that point, it's fair to ask for the voter ID for people that are voting. I think that makes sense until we get it on chain and on chain ID. And then we don't have to worry about it as much because, everyone has a digital ID that's, once we have, account abstraction and we can have privacy in it.
On one condition, it should be a decentralized blockchain and it should be encrypted, right? So those two, conditions.
Right. We really maybe don't want this on Solana per se, No.
Bitcoin.
Right. Bitcoin or a very decentralized layer 2 that adds that the smart contract functionality. I wonder which one might.
Well, this is my nice bridge to the Stacks.
Maybe Cardano.
because there's like
how about Cardano? As long as we're throwing out coins here. There you go.
I'm gonna admit it now. It's embarrassing, but I do have a declining in size, although it's the same number of tokens, Cardano bag. And I'm not sure what to do with it because it just keeps going lower and lower every time I don't sell it and put it into something else.
Well, Gonzo in the comments says DigiByte, like they actually have a DigiID. It's a really cool blockchain, by the way. But yeah, we got a lot of guests from Stacks coming on. Stacks is a really cool layer too. We got some people from DigiByte coming on. We got Quantum Economics and Quantum Expeditions representing themselves. So we got a whole crew waiting in the waiting room by now.
Yeah, we're not even sure. Some of them might not even have checked their audio yet. So Nick, you want to jump? Wait a minute. My name says Matt Case and your name says Peace Love Music. I gotta fix mine. Zenitron and Squidfin both like my time, by the way. Thank you, gentlemen. This is I was saying earlier, I went to preparatory high school. I've actually had this tie. We had to wear ties in high school, so I've had this tie since high school. It's a pretty old tie.
I'm gonna. Oh, man. You want me to edit your name? Right.
I can do it.
Okay.
I'm multi-talented.
Okay, but I'll answer your question really quick. So why am I interested in the U.S. elections while I'm in Europe? Right. I think it will be like momentous occasion who you vote in, like Harris or Trump. I'm personally I wish it was RFK. It's my personal favorite, but he, threw in the towel.
I think he made the decision he had to make, to be honest. And I was actually a big fan. I volunteered a little bit on his campaign. Didn't have enough time to really do much, but I volunteered locally a little bit on his campaign. I donated some money, not a ton of money, but I donated some money to his campaign as well. So yeah, we're on the same wavelength. I think Bobby Kennedy would have been the best choice.
Yeah, definitely.
But the fact that he also saw the writing on the wall, they railroaded him. They didn't play fair. They didn't let him participate in the primary. And really, as an independent candidate, it's just not possible in the current state of how the electoral process works in the United States for that to happen on the presidential level. It's very, very unlikely with the rules in place. And
I think basically the Democrats could have easily won this time if they put him on the ballot, right? Then they would have won like a slam.
Hands down. He would have absolutely crushed Trump. The numbers suggest he would have crushed Donald Trump because he would have been actually something different than the Democratic Party establishment, but also appeals to, it would have been interesting. Let's say that. But I believe that the polls that he had early in his campaign showed that Joe Biden was actually the spoiler between the three of them. Yep. Joe Biden was a spoiler for Bobby Kennedy, and Joe Biden had no chance of beating Trump without Bobby Kennedy in the race.
But to come back to your question, and then we'll start adding guests into the show, I think. I think Harris is globalist. She's expansionist. I think it will be disastrous for Europe if she wins because, I think tensions with Russia will reach higher levels and things might go very wrong. And also inflation-wise and censorship-wise, I think on all accounts it will be a disaster if she wins. And Trump, Trump is his own man. He makes mistakes. He's not perfect, but he's nationalist and isolationist and pro-Bitcoin and pro-freedom of speech. And all those things are, good in my book. So I hope he wins. And that would be a good thing for humanity and also for Europe, because it would force Europe to solve its own shit instead of, waiting for America to help them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I do think, I think, and it's a moot point in my locality in Rhode Island. My state, we haven't voted for a Republican presidential candidate in decades upon decades. I think maybe Reagan in the second term was the only time. we even voted for Michael Dukakis against George Bush when Massachusetts, who he was the governor of, and just our neighboring state to the north, didn't vote for him. So we're like just heavily entrenched Democrat. So my vote, even though I did vote for Donald Trump because I wanted to, at least just cast that vote that way. I know that that's not going to matter.
No, I think you're right, and I'm not sure. That is either go reconnect or he just. So let's wait till he gets back.
I'm not sure if he was trying to talk and we couldn't hear him or what.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, do you want to jump out to the green room and see who wants to come in or see what Maddie's up to?
Let's do it.
Yeah, you do that, and I'll actually just going to look at the election coverage real quick on. Share my. Cool. I'll do a screen share.
Cool. Okay, here we go.
So I'm looking at right now, there is not a whole lot of election results in, but Kentucky and Indiana, with a very small amount reporting, are currently leaning red, which I believe that both Indiana and Kentucky were both likely Trump states as well. So that's not too surprising there. Let me see who joined us. And Matt is back. Are you how's your mic now, man?
Let's see. There we go.
I can hear you, but it's there you go. And we got
trying to reconnect there. Hopefully.
We got Pep Toshi in the house. Killer Mark. What's up, man?
How's it going, my friends? Going well. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Got the MAGA hat. And I don't know if you caught it. We did actually just get a little bit of live election results.
I didn't. I was in the green room chilling with Jack.
The first, there's right now Kentucky and Indiana, not surprising, are leaning a little bit Trump's way with the first exit poll numbers or the first poll numbers in. Reese tells me I'm looking snazzy in the private chat. Also, Hero Gamer says hello. And man, I gotta, you know what? Maybe I need to wear a tie doing the morning show. We got a ton of people here. Hold on, Jack's in the house.
There we go.
Oh yeah, we got a full crowd.
Me and Nick are working against each other. Oh man, we got the whole crew's in here now.
Wait,
what's up, guys?
You look like my civics teacher, bro.
I see Jack's message. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Well, listen, Jack, your civics, knowing you and what you know about it, your civics teacher did an awesome job.
He was a beast.
So I'll take the comparison. What's up, Sid? What's up, Reese? What's up, Mark? I
hey guys.
Really say hello. Why don't we go around the room? Mark, tell us a little bit about yourself. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. My name is Mark. I am the dev at Bitcoin Pepe. I am also an entrepreneur, run a dating app. I've had some experience in politics. I interned at the White House for Trump, and I was in DC for a little while. I love this stuff, so I'm just happy to be here and pleasure. So thank you for having me.
Looks like, yeah, man. Oh, so what's the dating app? Tell us a little bit about that.
All right, so it's basically like an AI that sucks in everything it can about you, so you can connect your Facebook, your Instagram, your TikTok. It learns, tries to figure out basically like who your perfect partner would be, finds you that person, plans a date for you, and then once you're in a relationship, tries to help you out. So it can be like, here's a date that I think she'd like to go on. No, it's been a little while since you took her out. Maybe go here. She just pinned this necklace on Pinterest. I'm sure she'd love it if you surprised her with that. So it's meant to just kind of be your like wingman that helps you out and helps you, find the right people, connect, and yeah, ultimately just kind of like fix the mess that is the current global dating market, and hopefully repopulate the earth is really the goal there.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Sid's in the house. What's up, Sid? How you doing, man?
I am good. How are you guys? So
Great.
excited to see the Pennsylvania result. I think that's the only state I am actually looking at right now. That is going to decide. So let's see how it goes.
You might be right. I mean, it does seem like that could be the swing state. You know,
Yeah.
how Pennsylvania goes might be the election. So we might know in a few hours.
Yeah,
Uh,
but there is a news coming out that there is massive cases of rigging out there. So let's see how it goes.
yeah, I think no matter what happens with this, uh, one issue that we all should agree on, everybody, is that our elections should be honest and above board and auditable, and there shouldn't be any question. There shouldn't be any. At some point, Landy's actually running a poll, is a poll worker, and in his state, and he's going to be jumping in. He's going to be jumping in periodically from the ground, letting us know what's going on in his state. But he said that yesterday, he told us that there were machines at his precinct that hadn't received the update, that there was the critical update they needed. And they were being told that they were likely going to have to connect them online to download these updates, which these machines are not supposed to. That's a violation of the rules. They're not supposed to go online. So yeah, there's at least a door being opened to question whether everything was secure or not. And so if we had a way, let's say there was some kind of technology where there was this immutable record that you could audit of everybody's vote.
Wouldn't that be something?
That'd be amazing. It would be amazing. It would really solve the problem there. Let me finish going around the room before we get into the discussion. I'm not used to talking to this many people at once. Jack, my brother, what's up, man? I'm so glad you made it out tonight.
Excited.
And Johnny Law in the house. What's up, man?
Evening, gentlemen.
And Reese, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can finally hear you guys. I'm with you.
Awesome.
This is quite an operation we got going here. Shall I jump into the waiting room again to see if somebody's waiting there?
You know what? I'm going to leave and let you guys chat for a minute, so I'm not dominating. I'm going to drop out, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go check on the green room.
Nice. Okay, go.
So, looks like in Pennsylvania, the exit polls are favoring Trump right now, but it's 47 to 46.
Oh, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think? Does Harris actually have a chance of winning? Of how do you see it?
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
I think that that Trump has to win so soundly and so profoundly that they would have to be like, no, seriously, 90 million people voted for Harris. Like, she wins. They would have to just make so many votes. Like, because they did that with Biden, right? Like, I was old enough to pay attention to politics when Biden ran both times. And I didn't vote. I knew Biden would be a disaster, and I wouldn't vote for McCain or Romney. I wanted Ron Paul. Like, this is when I learned about Ron Paul back in that time. And so I sat those out. But dude, like Barack Obama, when he was running, I had never seen a campaign energy like that before, ever. Like, everywhere you went, it was Obama this and hope and change and posters and this and that and the other. And we were led to believe in 2020 that Joe Biden got more votes than Barack Obama. So I think for Kamala to win, you're just talking about just such a massive amount of votes that have to just come out of thin air that make it look ridiculous. Other than that, then you just have a long time before Inauguration Day to see what happens, right? But overall, I'm very hopeful because it looks like you're going to have enough votes to make anyone but Trump winning seem impossible. So that's the hope going into it right now, at least for me.
Well, with an official recommendation from Joe Rogan, that goes a long way, right?
Yeah, that was last minute. That's good strategy. Everyone was kind of thinking that Rogan was going to kind of be a coward about it, not say anything, but turns out they just very last minute threw that on there. No time to marinate in the news cycle, just bam. I think that was pretty smart.
And Elon doing giveaways.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, was there anybody in the waiting room?
No, and just so I'm not sure exactly I'm not sure how this happened, but when I went in there, and I think it's because he was
I
been
don't
in there
see
and was turned on in there.
I'm not seeing it here at the top of my head. Take a look.
Jack was I could actually see Jack's live feed in the green room.
Oh, neat.
Because he was turned on in both. So I don't know if that's actually I don't know if that's going to work functionally for how we're trying to do it. Maybe
I'm really interested to oh my gosh.
Go.
There we
I
go.
can hear you.
Can you hear me? Because I keep getting issues here with the audio.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Go. You're good. Maybe.
Yeah,
He might be frozen now.
We can hear you, Matt, but you can't hear us, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's frozen. I think he's got an issue with his feed, with his probably his internet. So I think Nick, I think what we'll have to do is maybe just share out the
official link.
Yeah, as we get more people that are interested. I'm gonna drop it in the X Live.
We'll just do our best. See how
lose
it goes.
connection.
Like, because officially
I'm like plugged in
probably you're plugged. The matrix keeps pushing you out, Matty.
To the router.
Never mind.
I don't know. So what am I supposed, Matt? If Matt doesn't get his stuff sorted out, I'm going to be by myself once Nick goes to bed. That's all right.
No, Jack is also admin, right? So,
Jack. Well, actually, we did discover that I think we can leave the room and then come back. But I think if we just don't use I don't think the green room's going to work the way we thought it was.
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
Thank you guys all for actually, helping us test this stuff out too. This is a government experiment here.
No worries. Jack and I just did like a little one-on-one podcast before you got on, so we were chilling.
Yeah, I was like, we're just not sure how it goes. But if we don't try new things and do things that are a little uncomfortable, we can't grow, right? And I think this is a cool experience. And thank you guys for joining and participating, because it's
and this is useful for like any next thing that we're around as well, because now we know.
Right, exactly. Like tomorrow morning when Rubes has Munib coming on to chat at 9 a.m., maybe I might do a live stream of that Spaces event. And if people want to come on and chat with me during that, we can do that. Although that doesn't get much chat. It's usually just a bunch of us sitting around listening to Munib talk on Spaces, but live. But we can do it now. So, I'm not sure. I don't feel very confident, to be honest with you. I feel like it's probably, maybe it's just I'm used to being kind of shafted in things. The races don't usually go the way I want them to, because the establishment prevails typically, by design.
9 times out of 10.
So, I'm prepared for anything to happen, and whatever happens, we're still going to wake up tomorrow and the Bitcoin we hold is still the same amount of Bitcoin we hold. So it's not like a dire situation, but you guys may have missed it earlier because I was chatting with Nick specifically, and Nick's from Europe. And there is a vested, he made a good point about the potential escalation for war the potential for Russia to kind of expand their operations into Europe if they don't have to deal with Trump and the threat that he puts out against them.
I actually believe it's the other way around. I believe if Kamala wins, there will be an expansion of NATO into Russia, and I think that's kind of dangerous for Europe, right? Because
that would foment the war into Europe. I mean, there's no way Putin's not going to allow the expansion of NATO.
And that's I think why America put all their bombers in European cities, so that Putin has something to target if he wants to. But yeah, I really hope that Trump wins because he's more isolationist, which is fine in my opinion, and he just wants countries to sort out their own stuff, which is great, and then Europe has to take responsibility for their own mess. And then they might have to listen to their populations for a change. So
imagine that.
Yeah.
Yep, I think we're pretty screwed if Trump doesn't win on the war front. I wonder, honestly, how much leeway he'll give Israel on the Gaza front and Lebanon. My family's from Lebanon. They actually came over during the Civil War, so they've still got family out there. We've got an apartment that might be bombed to shit. We have no idea. But it is interesting. I heard Jared Kushner is actually Netanyahu's godson. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Wow.
Really? Netanyahu used to go and literally sleep in Jared Kushner's bed when he would visit New York to go to meetings. That's how close they were. So I don't know. Who knows where that one goes, but I think for the rest of them, I think Trump will do a pretty good job of calming him down.
But on Israel, both are the same. Doesn't matter if Kamala and Trump. So we should look on the other things where he can benefit. In that scenario, I don't give a fuck because both of them are the same. Either we get a third party candidate who can make a change in their policy. Otherwise, just look for the Bitcoin. That's the other main issue.
Yeah. But that being said, I think Netanyahu fired his Secretary of Defense today. So that might
Gallant.
be some kind of canary in the coal mine. And he, I think, had to create a coalition government with him because he was kind of pressed and he was more of a radical. So that might be some sign of the times as well. It might be something.
Well, Netanyahu needs, once they're not at war, he's going to jail.
Yeah.
He's going to jail.
Yeah. But to be honest, many elites have that problem, right? If they don't, they'll probably be all going to jail.
That's it.
They do. They do. But Netanyahu is more definite. It's more definite.
I don't know, Netanyahu or the celebrities going to Diddy parties. Which one is
Netanyahu?
No,
Man.
you know who's
All the theater
cracks are the COVID people. You've got, once you get RFK in there at the government level, you get Elon Musk, you get Ron Paul, you get all these people going to have bureaucrats shit in their pants. But the real thing, I think, is people still, we haven't talked about COVID and the vaccines and the pandemic and all of these things because a lot of politicians who are responsible for it are still in office comfortably. But that dam has to break at some point. And it will. And so when you talk about the Diddy stuff, the Epstein stuff, the COVID stuff, you talk about war crimes, you talk about the way that the taxpayer just gets fleeced on defense spending, you talk about all of these different things. You got a lot of people with a lot of reason to be nervous. It's like a bad kid. You don't want to come clean with the lie, right? If you do one little thing. But imagine being a bad kid who's been somehow a kid for the past 50, 60 years and it's just been a rotten little son of a bitch. And then all of those misdeeds come into light. That's pretty massive. And that's probably what the best case scenario looks like, where people can be like, wait, why is everything that the government does completely classified? Why is everything I do has no expectation of privacy whatsoever? Why? How did we get in this situation and how do we fix it? Well, the first way you do it is by just tearing off a really old Band-Aid and let's get that show started. Really, if we see anything less than that, it's going to be pretty disappointing. I'll still be excited for crypto to get the boot off its neck and Bitcoin to get the boot off its neck and see some good discussions. Maybe we cut down the size of government by a lot. These are all good things, but some damn transparency would be really nice about right now. You know?
Yeah, but as far as like Band-Aid rip-off Dream Team, I mean Ron Paul, Elon Musk, not a bad combo. Getting Ron Paul, I was so psyched when I saw Ron Paul getting in it. I was like, wow, this is really
Yeah, Ron-
full circle.
Ron's the one that does it for me because Ron understands how central money is to the problem and actually speaks about it intelligently as being kind of the root of the moral slide that we've been on.
Yep, and he connects it so well to war. He's like, this is how you fuel the war machine. And so he does such a good job of connecting that loop and showing that that's how you enable so much of the chaos that's in the world to begin with.
That works better, Matt.
Yeah, I had to like disconnect from my studio and actually come out into the living room and use the Wi-Fi. I had it hooked up to an Ethernet, for crying out loud,
Man.
to the modem, and I was lagging and having issues. So I'm like, I'll disconnect, pull out my laptop, and sit out here in the living room by the fire. And now I'm here. So thank you. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties.
Yeah, well, glad to have you. But yeah, I think war is something that's on my mind. I really hope Trump wins. To me, the biggest thing, and I think for Bitcoin it would be a boost, especially if he creates the reserve, the strategic reserve of the U.S. That would be awesome. I have to see it to believe it, and free Zurich, so that would also be nice.
Yeah,
he had
that would
some
be awesome.
ideas.
By the way,
sorry,
go ahead.
I was going to say real quick, I was telling Jack, I interned at the White House for Trump, and when I was leaving, I wrote him a letter, and I was like, you should create a strategic reserve for the U.S. with Bitcoin. That's the only way I see out of the debt. I was like, if you buy it at this price, I forget what it was, like $8,000 or something. It was back in 2017. I was like, theoretically, in 10 years, we could actually create this competition, get everyone to outbid each other in the global market. And at the time, I was like, I sound schizo. Like, no one's going to take me seriously. This is the craziest thing ever. And then, like, fast forward now, I don't know if you fucking read it. Probably didn't. But, like, the fact that that's in the actual, like, I don't know,
Historical
the ether
record.
out there. Yeah. And, like, people are thinking about
That's
it.
cool.
Just the fact that people are taking that seriously at all is crazy to me because I didn't think at that time. I thought we were more than 10 years out. So I think we're ahead of schedule in that sense, which is something.
100%. 100%, man. Like, yeah, the Bitcoin question's a big question, and it can solve a lot of our issues in and of itself. Even now, you're starting to see more pension funds buying into Bitcoin, because the writing been on the wall for pension funds for a while anyway.
It will help the transition. You think about all of the money that's been printed and where that capital flows. So having an actual reserve asset that it can flow into and actually handle the volume makes a whole lot of sense. And that transparency that we're looking for can start to come into play from institutions. So I'm excited for that possibility,
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Me too.
Has anybody had any early numbers in from Georgia or North Carolina? I'm kind of wanting to see where they might be. I'm trying to Google it up right now myself.
So right now on NBC, they have results for Indiana, Kentucky, and New Hampshire. So Trump is leading in Indiana and Kentucky, and 50-50 on New Hampshire.
Even that's pretty surprising, 50-50 in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
That's your neck of the woods piece. Like, isn't that pretty reliably blue?
New Hampshire can go either way. There's a lot of down southern part of New Hampshire is a little bit more Democrat, closer to Massachusetts. Further north, where it's more rural, they're a lot more conservative, definitely more Republican leaning. But I think the only results right now from New Hampshire is the whatchamacallit. They have like the first thing. It happens at like midnight. There's a local poll, like a local town. And it's only 6 people that voted. and it's 3 versus 3.
Wow.
So it's three people voted for Trump and 3 people voted for Kamala. So I don't think that's actually it's probably not a really like any kind of reasonable. And to be honest with you, the other numbers that are in right now, Indiana and Kentucky, what I'm looking at on Google, Kentucky's only 3% of the vote reporting, and Indiana is only 9% of the vote reporting. So it's still very early. One thing I did hear though, and I saw Jack was commenting about it earlier too, about exit polls, and do I see Good Kitty in the house?
That's BFB too.
I think that's actually I think that's Matt Case, and he has her avatar by accident. Somehow her avatar gets set. It's on for mine too. Hold on, I can I can't fix that right now.
It's one of the best avatars. Sorry, yeah, I just went with
it. Is one of the best avatars. No, but what I was going to say is the exit polls are showing that people are very dissatisfied with the economy, and very dissatisfied. Well, but the importance of that is that it's it means that those people are likely to vote for Trump. So if there's a huge percentage of the people are saying that they're dissatisfied, those people are likely Trump voters.
True. I agree.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of independents in the polling too. You're seeing independents outnumber Democrats, which makes me think that they're coming out to vote for Trump more than they are for Democrats.
I mean, RFK, let's go.
Right.
Well, and that's the thing. I think there's more people motivated this time on the Trump side versus on the
well, yeah, we had Pence before. I mean, come on, you can get excited about that guy. Great. Like, you send Don into the swamp, and Don doesn't understand what lives beneath the surface and gets dragged into it pretty quickly because he didn't have a team of people to keep him afloat. You know what I mean? So now he's like hovering over it in a helicopter, right? He's got like an army of men with rifles going over the swamp. I mean, that's kind of what I'm envisioning here that we get if this thing goes.
Yeah, I will say I've seen way less excitement. Like, I'm out in California. Every girl I know from high school, I still follow them on Instagram. Like, they all vote left. I was one of like 10 guys in my high school that wasn't voting that way. And usually this time of year, I would just be Instagram story after Instagram story. This is why this is the most important thing ever. You know, you're going to give up. Yeah, whatever it is. I've seen maybe 2 or 3 of those. Like, people are just, and I've seen way more go the other way. Whereas last election, no one would have like dared to come out and be like proud of what they were doing on that side. So
yeah,
I think the tide is turning. People are getting, and even at when I was voting today, the people when I looked around that room, they did not seem like they were voting for Kamala, frankly. And I mean, it's a very liberal city in LA that I was at, so it was surprising. I think the people who are voting for Kamala are they're staying home. I think they early voted if they did vote. I think if they haven't voted by now, they probably are not going out to go do it.
I was also in a space with Landy a little bit earlier, and he was talking about the Californian votes, and he made a note that there's definitely more Republicans coming out to vote over there as well, and that's a surprising state for that as well, since it is blue. So holding thumbs.
The people that are left in California, a lot of them are really not happy with the way the policies have gone there
look how it looks,
decades, really.
Right?
Yeah. No, it's been so dangerous. Like, crime in my area is through the roof. It's never been this bad before. Like, people are having a hard time. The economy is terrible. Their jobs are just, being seeped away. There's barely any opportunity. And I think, usually I think people would be coming together and really getting each other psyched, and that's how the system works, is you all kind of, get into your cult and you go for it. But I have not seen that. There's not been the motivation to do that. And I think on the other side, like, I'm seeing old ladies walking around my neighborhood in MAGA hats, which like is crazy to me. That would never happen a few years ago. So,
but I also
people
heard
with flags too. Yeah,
the Amish actually went out to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's
In
crazy.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but they never vote, right?
Wow, that's crazy. I had no idea that happened. That is crazy.
Yes.
Truly
Scott
historical.
Pressler has been
Wow.
working out there for the last couple of, I mean, since the last election, Scott Pressler's been working out in Pennsylvania to get these folks
That's smart,
engaged.
too. I
That's
mean,
brilliant. That's
you
so
look
smart.
at how the government has come down on the Amish in these
100%.
past 4 years. Like,
Yeah, you
I mean,
can't
that's
sell raw
smart.
milk. Have a nice day.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. Dude, where I live, we had a 4th generation dairy got sued for selling it wasn't even fully raw milk. It was just milk that had not been homogenized, but it was pasteurized. And they fined this 4th generation dairy, 4th generation, like $56,000. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, the government shouldn't be that big. Like that's your sign that your government is way too big, that you should have to worry about something like that. Like, if I want to drink raw milk, I should be able to drink raw milk. Like, period. Like,
well, and I want to shout
Your
out.
body, your choice. Your body, your
Ace-
choice.
Ace says hello.
Right, network? I don't know.
Absolute Cost of Everything says hello. Vidal Unbanned says he agrees with us. Miss Gecko says, let's go, fam. What's up, Miss Gecko? And then Hero says squirrels might be mobilized to vote this time, too.
Hey, I'm all for
They don't
squirrels
even like-
voting over dead people. I'm just saying.
right. Ain't that the truth?
That squirrel vote.
I'll talk about
R.I.P.
government overreach, right?
Well, and it's crazy, right? And personally, I actually see this as a distraction, almost.
Sure.
But the point that Jack makes, the same thing about coming after someone who's selling pasteurized but non-homogenized milk. It's the same thing. They're using extensive resources to come storm this guy's house under, armed and under threat of violence, force, and take his pet and murder it. It's where are we? What is going on? This is not what I was told America was about when I was a kid. You're supposed to be able to do whatever the hell you want in your house. As long as you're not hurting.
Imagine telling the founders that you can't have a pet squirrel.
One thing I found out about the guy and his gal, with the father and mother of Peanut, I guess, I had no idea, but they have a very successful OnlyFans channel where they made like almost like $80,000 or $800. I think it was $80,000 last month. Did you know that?
Yep.
I did see someone saying that, like, maybe the squirrel was in the videos, and I was like, okay, I could see maybe someone calling on that one, I guess.
Yeah, no, they were definitely like, hey, we're not hiding it. This is like our entire livelihood. This is what we do, right? This is how we raise money for the shelter that they're running, right? Outside of their home. They're like, Peanut
I'm not saying
funds.
that's wrong. I'm just saying that was a piece that I didn't know, and I'm like, oh my gosh, wow, that's interesting.
They kind of look like an OnlyFans couple when you just look at them.
Once I found out, I'm like, oh, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Let me Google them up now.
Like, that is a nice house you guys got there. I don't know if this whole animal charity is paying for that.
But like, if you just go back to the pandemic, when it was a sizable portion of the Democrat Party who, when the people that responded to the polls were like, yeah, if people don't take the shot, yeah, they should even get their kids taken from them. And it's like, dude, like, as someone who lives in the state of Mississippi, I should not be concerned with who is like a senator in Pennsylvania, because the government should not have that much power that I have to worry about. You get one too many wingnuts in the system, and all of a sudden you have to worry about whether or not you're going to be on the government's radar for anything.
Well, yeah.
It's just too much. It's too damn much. Like, the government's too big. It's been too big. And now it's to the point where it's actually just retarding progress in a significantly retarded way.
I've got a question, and I was kind of kicking this around on a conversation with Gerald Vata, and I think that a lot of folks here, especially on this call, you guys could probably add a lot of value to it. And the idea was maybe kind of reverting back to what our forefathers and founding fathers were talking about, and that is the decentralized states of America. Decentralization, obviously, I think is the answer for so many problems. What would a decentralized states of America look like?
Oh, that'd be a beautiful thing. Like that's what it was all about. It's supposed to be every state is its own like little lab where you get to try out all these ideas. They should all be very different. You shouldn't have a federal government trying to homogenize them. They should be competing against each other to find the best system, doing things in completely different ways. And like if you did have a loose federal government, they could be doing that. You could have one state where every drug is legal, and all of a sudden you get Silicon Valley, maybe. And then they're like, okay, maybe we have one state where people get crazy, but there are a lot of homeless people because a lot of people maybe took the drugs too far. So we don't do that with every, like, I don't know.
The short answer is there would be less waste, more efficiency, and more innovation if we had a truly decentralized
accountability,
less corruption.
Right. Less corruption means less waste.
Accountability at a local
level gets us to spend money on bullshit that we don't need. So
but wouldn't corruption still exist?
Assholes that are corrupting the system.
Of course it would, man.
But wouldn't corruption still exist? Maybe more on a local level.
It would.
Sure,
and accountability.
They would have to be.
Yeah. Well,
they'd have to be competitive with each other too, though. So you'd have to be efficient in order to remain competitive. And so at some level, the more corrupt states just wouldn't become competitive. The money would leave, and it would flow to the more efficient, less corrupt ones, I think.
I mean, yeah. If you're on a gold standard, that's how we started out, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying to do away with the complete federal government. I think there should be like some overarching kind of, standards that we should have. Each
like
state
the Constitution
says. But we don't need this bloated,
it's outdated.
Well, nothing that we currently have as the federal government has anything to do with our original Constitution. Like there's so much overreach, so much of it is not, defined, and there's no balance of powers left at the moment. Like it's complete arbitrary regulation at every turn, and it's not by use. It's not even by use of force anymore. It's by power of the purse, which is why Bitcoin Live exists.
Yeah. Right.
And I think it's power of the pen too. That's why they're so scared of Trump, is because so many of these bureaucratic
the pen has no power if there's no purse.
The checks and balances are now just barriers to entry. That's all they are. They're there to keep us from actually having any power.
But I guess like executive order, like written by the pen, can be removed by the pen is the thing. So like as soon as you get someone in there who just wants to undo all of these undo laws that have never been formalized by Congress after they were made into executive orders, of which there are an insane amount. And that's a lot of power you could just kind of start to whip around. And maybe they reinforced it over the last 4 years. I don't know, but probably not that much.
Like what we've seen in my perspective is like we had the New Deal, right? Which was the largest use of executive orders in American history. And we're seeing it again right now, right here, happening in front of us. And what did the New Deal accomplish for the United States?
Nothing.
Depends on a lot of welfare.
A lot of welfare, right? And that's what it's pushing is. So I mean, I think you think of it on that sort of time scale, and that's kind of where we're at. We're seeing that next slide into socialism just continue to just push us that way. And I think that's kind of what's on the ballot today.
But I think that's also why the elites are so freaked out about Trump, right? Because they know that he could reverse this trend, or at least
has already
create chaos.
So once.
Yeah.
The other part, and I'm looking at Bitcoin right now, by the way, because why not? It's it's election night. Let's see what's happening, right? It looks, we're going to teeter around 70 here, but the perpetual market is 8.5 times the spot market right now. So that's pretty much controlled territory. So it could go up, it could go down. You don't know. They're not crushing it though. 10-1 would be crushing it, and it would be dropping, but it ain't. If you look at hash, they hit an all-time high today. So hash rate hit an all-time high. That's pretty important because we follow the hash. The security of the network is the value of the network. That's usually the best indicator of how things are going to go.
Yeah.
So
nation states are hashing like never before. There are countries all around the world who are getting into it, and they want clean Bitcoin that's never been touched, that they can store away, that no one knows about. And so, I mean, I think there's going to be a premium on that Bitcoin at some point too, probably. That's just fresh Bitcoin.
Net Bitcoin that's in the free market is already has a premium, to your point, versus the market price of something in a custodial account. So as they continue to lock coin into custodial accounts at the institutional level, I think we're going to see those two markets truly start to separate themselves in terms of valuation of what you can buy. The other piece I would point to is when we look at active coins in the marketplace, right now we're at the same level as December 2014 in terms of a 3-year window of active coins. We're at the same level as we were in 2014, almost 10 years ago. And well, of course, a lot of coins have been mined since then. So those coins have all been locked up over that time frame. So the whales play their games, man. The price has nothing to do with reality right now. So that's my 2 cents.
You know, one thing I always keep in mind, though, when that hash rate goes up, that's probably going to be a good indication that the difficulty is going to go up. And then as a miner, from the miner standpoint, that makes it tough on us as miners. You know, so
yeah, but when fiat is funding it, what does it matter?
Well, it matters to me a little bit because I come from I got a vested interest in a small miner company, so I'm like, I want to make sure that we're still able to, you know. Unfortunately, I think this is
earnings
I don't want to
report.
get off topic, but this is why you know, a good power purchase agreement, make sure that you aren't saddled with a lot of debt, allows you to succeed through these adjustments. So
sure, yeah, I got that. That makes sense. Ultimately, I don't want nation states to control Bitcoin mining. Really? Obviously, you know, for a lot of reasons. Absolutely. OFAC being one of them. Censorship is a real problem if we get too deep into it. So,
yep, I agree. We need to get at-home mining. We need to make it popular again. We got to get everyone to, you know. I remember when they were turning it into, they were using for jacuzzis and the heat homes, and like I think we need a new wave of
my pool, baby.
There you go.
Yeah.
Like, make it easy. Let's make more of those home kits. Let's get people, you know, make it an app. Like, I actually tried to do that. Like, just make it like a simple, like a nice, clean consumer interface, like any other consumer product. No one's making it. No one wants a fucking ant miner that they have to, like, you know, together. You just gotta make it cool. Just make it trendy, and people do it.
They're calling in bomb threats at polling places in Georgia right now.
Yeah.
So
see, I'm concerned Georgia and North Carolina, aside from Michigan, but I think the first two that we'll get probably before Michigan will be Georgia and North Carolina, and that's kind of what I'm kind of wanting to keep my eye on here in the early hours.
Yeah. Did you see that they were running some nuclear missile tests after polls closed tonight? I'm not even joking. Did you see that?
No. Where was this in Georgia?
Yeah.
No, it's
the U.S. It's testing a new hypersonic nuclear-capable missile right after the.
Oh, I did hear something about that. Yes, hypersonic. Yeah.
Right into Iran. Yeah.
Like, oh, you want a new president, huh? Watch.
Yeah.
Can't do it right now. Sorry, we accidentally blew up Iran.
Yeah.
Okay, big update. Thomas Massey wins Kentucky in his Senate race.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. That man's amazing.
Yeah,
I love
him. Yeah, but he won. So
I'm also interested to see how John Deaton does tonight against Liz Warren. We haven't even talked about John Deaton yet.
Yeah, that's a tough race for him in Massachusetts. Obviously, I think we all. Is there anyone that supports Liz Warren that's actually a legitimate person? I don't think so.
Jamie Dimon and his wife.
Yeah, the only two that matter.
They're probably like Deaton. I don't like. She's like one of the worst people because she's just so obviously dishonest and doesn't skip a beat with it either. You know, she's a swamp creature through and through.
I'd say second worst is my district, which is Adam Schiff, which I've always wanted to someday.
Oh, he might actually be worse.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Bless you for staying. I can't imagine.
Yeah. Oh man, it's brutal. Man.
Oh, we can't leave Nancy Pelosi out of this conversation. You talk about the OG swamp creature, my goodness.
Best stock trader in the game.
Yeah.
Really? I want to see her charts, man. I want to see those charts. She and Paul.
I mean, you can follow her and trade exactly. They got bots for that.
It's she's such a great soul. sacrificing all of the money she could make
I know.
by managing other people's stock picks
Yeah.
to be a senator for us.
So humble of her. We had this conversation last night. I'd just maybe throw it out to you, and we can kick it around before we get more results in. And it's kind of a contrarian viewpoint, but imagine what a Kamala Harris campaign turned into a presidency. How could that potentially be good for Bitcoin? Is there any way that it could be good for Bitcoin and digital assets?
I mean, it speeds us along to understand why Bitcoin was invented.
That's actually a good point. Like it forces
Johnny.
us to be more vigilant with our processes, and maybe we really can't use Coinbase, and maybe we really do. Yeah. So there's that point of it. You know, it needs to get. It needs to get. It forces us to become more functional independently, and you know, and also puts us at more risk though. So. You know, I think that's not I don't like that outcome, to be honest. I really don't.
Yeah, well,
I don't like
think
that
most
outcome
of
either.
us on this panel don't. I mean, we all. I think somebody said this the other day. If you've been in Bitcoin or digital assets and you work in this industry and you have skin in the game, you know who you're going to vote for and why.
Unless you're XRP holder.
Well,
Yeah.
I love my friends in the XRP community. I'm going to continue to pray for you. And
there you go. Yes, you know? I'll pray for you as well. Absolutely.
There's a crypto Twitter account called like Crypto Confessions or whatever. Yeah. And some guy was like, I had $60,000 worth of Bitcoin in 2017. And he said, I put it all in XRP, and now I've had a 4.5% return since then, and my Bitcoin would now be worth like $1.4 million or whatever it was. It's like, damn.
That's trusting Brad Garlinghouse with anything. I don't.
Yeah.
They're giving all your XRP to Kamala, man. They're trying to get her in the office so that she's getting dumped on you.
Yeah, exactly. She's gonna dump it on you.
I literally went to go visit. I saw their like main head office in New York, and it was right next to the BlackRock office. And I remember thinking, just like, wow, you guys. And this was the nicest fucking office I've ever seen. I was going to meet an investor on like a floor above who had like a whole floor, but like they literally, it was like the nicest office I've ever seen. And then I was like, I get the game they're playing. You like rub shoulders with all these people every single day, like, you know, the inside. And honestly, they've done a good job of playing that game. I'll give them that.
They want to keep a close eye on their adversary. That's
yeah. They're doing it.
They were the biggest company in the world for like 4 days in 2017. Y'all remember that? Like,
oh yeah. I mean, they had skills like nothing I'd ever seen, man. I will say that they got their skills going like nothing else. It was a real army.
I think still they have an opportunity, though. I've said this for a long time, and I've never been a big XRP fan, but I still think that Ripple as a company will do an IPO once all of this token security stuff gets put to bed. Yeah, there's too much there that they don't IPO.
Yeah. And there's no.
I mean, it works. It's basically like the OG Solana. It's just super fucking centralized, but I mean, it works.
Yeah, no.
I've never heard of it like that. I like that.
That's part of it, right? Like, it's totally fine, 100%. It'll work on guardrails, and that'll work for some industry and institution. I'm totally fine with it. No big deal. It's not going to be me, but whatever, right?
So I'm just reading here in the election results NBC page, and interesting because it connects with what was said earlier about how the majority in the exit polls think as like a bad vibe against the economy. Most voters think US democracy is under threat, and I think it's the same type of reasoning, that it's probably not the Dems saying, probably the Republicans coming out and actually, you know, speaking up about this. So probably also a lot of votes over there.
Couple of numbers in on Google. We got Indiana and Kentucky going to Trump, which is not a surprise. It looks like they're giving him Florida too, which I think is also not a surprise. And Vermont being called for Harris with 0% reporting, but that's also not.
No, but Florida, Kamala Harris is leading in Florida right now.
No.
If you go on NBC page, in the statewide, it's 51% Florida for Kamala.
Yeah, no.
What? How many?
Yeah, no.
That won't last.
Yeah.
I hope, yeah. But it's only
No.
0.9% result. Yeah.
They can fake a lot of things, but they're not going to fake Florida.
They're not going to fake Florida. Literally everyone moved to Florida. Over
I mean,
COVID.
the reporting coming out over the weekend from Iowa and the poll that we saw, I think had a lot of folks kind of scratching their head. And the one thing that I would submit to everybody on this panel and folks that are watching is that, sure, she was a trusted veteran pollster from the old school guard and mentality. That's fine. But to me, I think the betting markets are a better indicator because those folks have actual skin in the game. And, whether it's Robinhood or any of the other betting markets where you're seeing action and liquidity happen, those people, I think that's a better, and I've always been a big fan of fundamental analysis. And to me, that's a strong piece of fundamental analysis because those people have skin in the game, which leads me to my next question to everybody here on the panel. Has anybody ever been polled? When you hear like, oh, we just did a poll, we did a major poll. I don't know anybody. I've never been polled. Jack, have you? Nick? I mean, Steve? I don't know anybody who's ever been polled in their entire life.
Never been polled.
I used to run a survey company, so I actually know this industry. I talked to all the polling people. I talked to surveyors. It was all fucking bullshit. Everyone was faking results. It was all click farms. Half of it was people in other countries. Like, it was actually unbelievable how bad it was. Just like the fraud, and they were getting paid per response. We almost sold our company to YouGov, but our technology was honestly so good at verification. My hunch is like they were like, oh,
nobody wanted it.
Like, yeah, like that was what we were doing. We were like, we really know who the fuck these people are, and they're like, well, but like, I wouldn't trust anything these people do or say. It's honestly, these people are, you literally walk into their office and you feel like you're in the 70s. Like people are on these like old phones that haven't been changed. They're going out with pens and paper. Like it's yeah. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so
our monetary system makes that type of action not matter because there's always going to be more money when you're at the top like that. They just borrow it into existence. So it's like at one time in my life I merchandised magazines, right? And we had the airport account, the local airport account. This was actually before 9/11. I actually had like just me, some jack off 22-year-old kid, had like access to go out to the runway. I was walking in and out of security without being checked. I had box cutters in my pockets all the time. Irrelevant to the story. We were distributing magazines and books. And the overwhelming majority of the magazines that we got never left our warehouse. So their distribution numbers with which they used to sell their advertising on, because they didn't care whether they sold them or not, by the way. They just cared about distribution numbers because that's where they make their advertising. So they're telling their advertisers, you're getting all this placement in the stores, so people are more likely to see your ads. It's like maybe like 10% was actually even getting put up in a store. Most of it was into my warehouse and then going back out of the warehouse.
And then they did the exact same thing with online news media where, like, remember you'd have those, you would click through like 10 images and it would be like the 10 things, and they would count those each as like an article view. And they would they were just fun. And then they would sell those views to each other so they could package them like a fucking subprime mortgage tranche or something and then like literally ship them to each other. And so it'd be like, oh yeah, BuzzFeed got 100 million views, but it was really just like the 10 things you should look out if your boyfriend is cheating on you from some like other site.
Right. It's a lot of it's illusion and a mirage,
propaganda. Yeah,
they're calling in bomb threats to Arizona now too.
Yeah,
they
had the Secretary of State on there talking about
Georgia. Result
they blamed the Russians on that.
Georgia.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I heard that too. When I heard that story earlier, they were blaming the Russians on calling bomb threats.
The Secretary of
How do
State
they know it was
actually stated
Russia?
that on live television.
I had an accent, sounded like
his
Xenotron.
sources. Yeah, his sources told him that he couldn't reveal. That's what the Secretary of State of Arizona said. Like I watched him live tell it. It was interesting.
Guys, I gotta sleep.
Okay,
Nick. Oh man.
All right, Nick.
Sorry, we'll take care of things.
Cheers, Nick.
I'm still
Make sure
to wreck the car, Dad.
Make sure that Trump wins. Trump must win.
Yeah.
We'll manifest it for you.
If he doesn't, it's because you went to sleep early.
That's
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
We'll blame you.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick. Way to look out.
Looks like Georgia, some early numbers coming
Take care,
in as well.
Nick. Thank you, man. We'll see you in the
looking
morning.
kind of pink here too.
Say that
Look
again.
at Georgia.
Yeah,
Georgia.
I'm seeing some numbers from Georgia. You might want to take a look at those.
Yeah, and they're calling it for Trump in South Carolina.
Arizona's stating that Joe Biden has won.
Georgia looks like, so I only see 1% reporting for Georgia.
Yeah,
but
only one. Yeah, it's not.
But it
It's not
does
been
look
called,
like
but
it's leaning Trump.
Yeah, it is leaning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's early. Do you guys see that thing on Google search terms where it was like, "Is Joe Biden still in the race?" and it shot up today? I was like, man, those are the voters.
Could you imagine?
That's exactly
if
what
Trump
we're
actually
dealing with.
pulls off a
100%.
landslide? I think a Trump landslide would make my
Phenomenal.
I think all of us.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah.
historic. I mean, if we got a map like what Reagan had back in the '80s, that would be huge, and I think that would really squelch any debate.
We might get that tonight, but tomorrow might be different.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
you'll know based on the price of Bitcoin. That'll be the indicator.
They did change a lot of the well, I don't know if every state's doing this, but I heard some talking about like the mail-in ballots have to be in by 6 p.m. Like there's no mail-in ballots after that.
Every state has got their own rules here in terms of
every state. I think here in Washington we have to be like 8 p.m. It has to be postmarked by today, by today's mail. But
also delivered to the polls. It's got to be delivered to the polls by a certain time in some states. I don't know. I don't even know what my state is, but I heard I heard something on the news, so it must be
every
true.
state, like in Oregon, they don't have any in-person voting at all. The whole state is all mail-in Oregon. So again,
really,
yeah. So depending on where you're at in this wonderful patchwork of states that we have here.
Yeah, and
The
in
whole
terms
state
of how they
Oregon is
report,
they only have mail-in ballots in Oregon.
It's
That's
funny. In
bizarre.
2016, I'm like, there's no way they're gonna let this man win. Like I just knew, like, even though
that's exactly how I felt. I did not think so.
I knew he had real support. I'm like, there's no way they're gonna let this man win.
Oh, 2016? You're talking about?
Yeah.
I thought Hillary had it in the bag. Did it? I mean, who didn't think she had it?
Yeah.
Up
Yeah, we all did, right?
Yeah.
In 2020, I'm like, okay, there's no way that my countrymen are going to vote for this demented, senile old fool. Like, there's no way. And then, so I was super confident. And so I'm watching the election all night in 2020. And I started seeing it at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, whatever it was, when they started getting all of these for Biden. I'm like, oh shit, okay, here it goes. And now today, I find myself feeling more like 2016, where because 2020, I just knew I knew he had it because look, I don't give a shit. I've been saying it for the whole time, dude. 2020 was stolen. Big time. Joe Biden did not get the most votes out of anyone who's ever run for president in history.
Joe Biden got more votes than Obama.
Yeah.
No
my
way.
ass got more votes than Obama. I mean,
hiding in his basement. Never got out. Couldn't get out of ran for a president a million fucking times and never got. Come on.
I mean, he was installed the same way Kamala was installed, right?
Yeah.
So no votes necessary.
Right. That's really true. They fixed the primary for him. You remember the Iowa caucus with Pete Buttigieg walking out? Spooky Pete Buttigieg, old CIA operative. Buttigieg comes walking out of the Iowa straw poll with that grin. He's just, do you guys remember that? He's walking, walks past the reporters. They're all trying to talk to him. He won't talk to them because he was like, there's no way I won this. How did I win this? Don't talk.
2016, right? Bernie Sanders gets basically stepped outside the doors and say, okay, Hillary's going to be our nominee. Bernie,
don't even get me started on Seth Rich, man. Don't even.
I'm telling you.
Let's not go Seth Rich because I don't want to unpack that. Hey, it's Monty Greenspan, CEO and founder, Quantum Economics and Quantum Expeditions.
And Crypto Landy's in the house too.
Yeah.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Right.
What's going on,
What's
guys?
going on, gentlemen?
Cheers, boys.
How's it going, everybody? Oh, sorry. My voice is a little hoarse. Been talking all day and just got off of another Spaces event.
Oh, you went somewhere else first?
I actually got, I I was told to come back home for a little while, and because we had a machine, one of the tabulators went down, and one of the scantrons went down. So we are in a little bit of a holding pattern. There's some people on site, and I get to go back later because that's how things work here.
Lovely.
Smooth.
Wait a minute. So your polling place is down right now?
No, there's still, there's still people voting, and it's that the counting has stopped because one of the tabulators went down, but more importantly, the Scantron went down. So that's how we're linking back to your actual vote. You get a little, after you sign in, you get a little QR code with that has all your voter information and stuff on it. You go and you now this year you can either go use the computer system, touchscreen stuff, Dominion voting systems, or you can request a paper ballot. And either way, you will go over to basically you get scanned and you input your vote, and then it scans it and it links it saying that you voted. Didn't work.
Nice.
So
Landy, I love that you came in here, but Mark's off screen, but I don't think he realizes
he's supporting the Green Party right now.
I literally just realized that. I went silent. I was like, oh, fuck.
It's the Green Party over
That's
there.
right. It makes me jealous. Just makes me jealous. I haven't had bong rips in so long. I need to start my band back up. Jam sessions is where bong rips happen.
Wait, I can't see Mark. What the hell's going on? Why can't I see Mark?
He went off screen, but he didn't go off mic.
Exactly. He went off screen, but not off mic.
It sounded very bubbly in here for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm all for
Things
that.
were percolating up in here.
Gotta get yourself a good vaporizer.
I mean, I don't know who that actually came from. It could have been any one of us here.
No, it's Mark. It's clearly
Mark's
Mark.
like,
We don't know. We don't know. I don't know.
Bed here.
We have all the evidence we need now.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
That was a
So,
sunglass.
how is everybody here? Everybody's having a good day so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, the early results, it's very early, but it's not completely railroading him right now. So that's good, right?
Bad news on Georgia. Now Kamala Harris is leading.
No.
Where do you
With
see
3%
early
On
results?
Google.
But Vancouver CB going great as well. For now, at least.
Vancouver.
Say
Or
Vancouver.
VA. No, sorry. I don't
Virginia.
know.
Virginia.
Virginia.
I love my Canadian brethren.
Vancouver doesn't report yet.
Would that be great if they held their own vote today? We're reporting.
If Vancouver is voting
Oh,
in
it
this
was bad.
election,
Yeah.
we got problems. But
They
I
got
wouldn't
in
put it
California,
past.
right?
I wonder, Sid, if
What's up,
that
Greedy?
shift in Georgia is indicative of more of the voting coming in from Atlanta and more of the suburban areas versus the rural areas that we're seeing in Georgia right now.
It says
Yeah.
3% of the vote.
It's only
3%.
3%.
You got to look at the counties. You got to look at if they're
Right.
battlegrounds. You really just literally we're paying attention to like 10 counties. I think like
But here's the
Allegheny,
thing, though, like-
Pennsylvania, like a few others.
Anytime there's good news for Kamala, they're gonna report it like as
Yeah.
fast as possible and as wide as possible.
I
right?
see
This
Douglas is in the room. Hey, Douglas. Zombid.
What's
Unmute
up?
yourself, brother.
Heyo.
Hey, yo.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, they're showing exit polls out of Georgia on independents going 54% Trump, 43% Harris. That's got to be devastating.
Yeah, and you guys know about you know that Kamala's early voting is down massively in all the swing states versus 2020. Democrats have lost a lot of ground in early voting, and Republicans have been making up that ground. Interestingly enough, here in California, we're seeing the same pattern. Democrat early voters didn't turn out this time, and Republicans did in early voting. And so far today, it has been overwhelmingly Republican. Now, granted, I'm in a fairly conservative area of California, but
Sure.
it's kind of nuts because we're hearing the same thing coming out of from our colleagues coming out of the battleground states, that Kamala's numbers for early voting and early voter turnout for Democrats was far lower, and actually has them kind of shitting their pants right now. So, and Trump is, I think it's estimated to have a 15-point lead on election day in terms of voter turnout. And that is further scaring the ever-loving shit out of them. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Well, I know here in Washington, we have not seen the turnout that we had in 2020. We are like substantial. I think the number I heard this morning was about 30,000 to 40,000 off the pace of where we were as far as votes that were, again, early voting, mail-in voting, whatever. So I think that's probably maybe indicative, maybe across the country. I don't know. I haven't seen enough, but I think that there's enough there to maybe make a correlation.
There might be. I think that in battleground states, what we're seeing is the aggregate number of early voters is down, but it's up for Republicans, down for Democrats. And that is, if you're a Democrat, that should be concerning. We're seeing it even in places like California, where it's specifically we were up in early voting for Republicans, down for Democrats. We are seeing a lot more independents, and we have a lot more independent voters here in California than we've ever had before. So that might be something to consider as well, as independents did show up in force for early voting this time, which is fairly unique. We haven't. Independents typically are kind of split between early voting in the electorate and election day voting. So it's definitely interesting. I can tell you a little bit of alpha. I can't say too much. There's certain things I can't say right now until there's like official stuff out there, but I'd give you a little bit. So I have some Democrat colleagues. I'm an independent, but I'm working with the Trump campaign, and recently got internal metrics. And the internal metrics, I can tell you from my Democrat colleague, they are not good for them, at least right now, from what they're seeing. And on the Republican side of the tickets, they are very, very encouraging. I'll put that lightly. It does not look good for some of even our local races, like here in California.
Oh, wow.
It's interesting. There's Democrats losing ground in strongholds here in California, which is very, very surprising. Even in conservative areas, most people are still fairly liberal. They might vote for the Trump side of the ticket, but down ballot, even on some of our measures that we have and proposals that we have on the ballot here, we're seeing that we're seeing those who are voting for like gay marriage and voting to stop prison labor and stuff like that, which is typically the Republicans are like, no, say no to this. And Democrats are like, say yes to this, that kind of thing. We're getting on exit polling and interviews. We're seeing people at just our local location that are voting Trump, but voting yes for gay marriage and voting no to prison labor and like stuff like that. So we're getting like a really interesting mix. And it's something that we didn't see even as recently as 2022. So things have definitely shifted in the electorate.
Do you think that the Republican Party has maybe grown or adjusted from 2016 to where we are now as far as their campaign, their strategy, and the way that they embrace technology, social media, and some of these cultural issues as well?
Yeah. So in my personal, I can only really speak, well, I can speak to some metrics, but I'll speak anecdotally on this. Most of the Republicans, let me say here in California that I know, are former Democrats, almost all of them. And many of them here in California, just down to like the local races, have embraced social media in a big way and actually streamlined a lot of their campaigns via social media, taking cues from the Democrats and leading on the tech side of things, and actually streamlined their campaign finance stuff, which is what I used to do, and really got like lean and mean, and their ground game got a lot better. And this is probably the best ground game that I've ever seen Republicans have. And that's likely an effect of all of the different Democrats that have come over to the Republican side in advisory roles, from top to bottom. And it's been pretty interesting. I think that if you were to look at this from a national perspective and you look at how Kamala and the Democrats have still utilized and the way in which they've utilized mainstream media, versus the way that the Republicans and Trump have utilized social media, there's definitely a clear winner there. And I'm sorry if you're a Democrat, but Trump won that game. He dunked on Kamala when it came to online stuff, and that was kind of their bread and butter for a long time, was keeping control of media and having the tech side of things. And then, of course, now you saw Trump blanket all of the different podcasts, all of the major influencers, and Kamala went for the corporatized side of things and the star power side of things.
It's all Barron. Barron's got it down. He's whispering.
I would agree.
In Trump's ear.
You know what? I think there's a lot to that. Barron is actually, you made a good point. And I'm not trying to diss on Kamala because she doesn't have kids, but I think that Barron, being in that generation of that mindset, he gets digital assets, he gets Bitcoin. So I think there's a lot there, because we saw earlier, 2012, Obama, that whole campaign, they ran a great social media campaign. They were active, they were there. And I think the Republicans got their lunch handed to them. They had to wake up and go, oh my goodness, we need to pivot. And so I'm just curious, some of these Democrats that have come over on that Republican side, what do you think led them to pivot? That's kind of an interesting.
It's Elon Musk. It's X. That's your big different factor today than you had in 2020. You now don't have the monopoly on social media that you had before. So I think like the Rogan stuff, all of this stuff wouldn't have even gone on as well, because YouTube just could have censored the hell out of all of that. You just would have had to see whatever you were going to see on Rumble. Meanwhile, now you have X that can not just advertise that these things have occurred, but then you can also have Elon Musk call out Google for, censoring them after the fact and then them fixing it. So I think that had a lot to do with it for sure.
I gotta say this real quick. I'm gonna be short on time because I'm gonna have to jump here and get back down there to basically start my quote unquote shift again. But to your point, Jack, one of the big things that Elon definitely played a big role in this, but as to what actually changed with Republicans after 2020, the structure inside of the party changed pretty dramatically. Now I switched. I used to be a liberal Democrat out of New York, moved to California, was a Democrat, still changed over to independent, hopped over to the Republican side so I could participate in the primaries. I stayed independent, but I consult and work with the Republican side or the conservative side over here. One of the big things is many of the many members of the old Republican guard have kind of been pushed out of those leadership roles in the party. Now, yes, in terms of like the House and Senate leaders, you're still seeing, some of the same kind of mechanics at play, but behind the scenes, they had a total revamp. And one of the big things that they started to do post 2020 is they started to hire people who could advise them on things like crypto. And I was one of those people. So this is something that they knew that they needed to adjust. And if they were going to get left in the dust. And that was really where there's a whole big conversation I could have surrounding this and like the FTX stuff. And it gets kind of crazy, but they realized that they were behind the eight ball on social media. They needed to not be censored anymore. They needed somebody to go in and take care of one of these platforms that was at least friendly to them or friendly to the First Amendment, if nothing else. And they needed a better view on the digital world in terms of digital assets as well, because they understood that this is where things were going to go. So they started to farm talent, and they they crossed the aisle, and many who were dissatisfied with some of the things that happened behind the scenes in 2020 also started to come over. 2022 is really when it started to get rolling, though. Especially here in California, post Gavin Newsom recall in California, for instance, we saw a ton of Democrats leave the party and come over to either be independent or Republicans. And even if they were on the independent side of things, you don't have too many independents out here that are winning elections. So what do? They typically work with the Republicans in this case out here and kind of form a coalition. And many of them came from the tech side of things. And it was really interesting because they came from San Francisco and LA because the cities got so bad. They started to come out into the suburban areas and then down south into San Diego and started really getting involved. And that changed things in California. And that actually started to work its way into the red states. So when you're looking at like behind the scenes kind of stuff, the party internally has begun to change, and you can thank Trump for that if you're a Republican who hates both Democrats and Republicans, because they started to shift the goals of the party and start to take it away from this very, very right-leaning to more of a centrist party, and even in some cases now having some liberal values on many things. And I think, from the early goings here, it seems what they were doing is working.
I will say I voted against the prison labor. I was like, not sure if I'm into that one.
I did as well.
You guys had a prison labor.
Yeah.
What do you think, Kamala? Yeah. Okay, Peace. Did you know this? Here's something interesting because I know Kamala very well, and she actually kept people incarcerated for the prison labor.
So from back in your Montel Williams days when you were hanging out with Montel.
No, this is after that, but pretty. That's a good pull, though. No, when she was the attorney general, and even when she was a prosecutor, she basically lobbied to keep people incarcerated for really petty shit, because her argument was that the prison labor force would fall, and prison labor force was being used to help maintain forests and brush areas to prevent forest wildfires. So they were part of what was preventing wildfires. Now, when she left, you notice what happened here in California? The whole damn place burned, and they let it burn. You know why? Because they took them off the prison labor force for a little while because there was a lot of backlash against that stuff.
Well, so we can't fight forest fires without prisoners? That doesn't compute for me.
Yeah, well, welcome. Hey, come on out here and I'll welcome you to California, because that's the way it is. Nothing computes out here.
Yeah, we might have the money for it if so much of it wasn't being like paid off. So as
I got a question here. California apparently outlawed voter ID. Were you in the polling station? Did you experience that? What was that like?
Okay,
so I can just say I didn't have a California ID. I had nothing. All I had was the registration for my car, because I'm still registered in Texas, but I just didn't want to vote in Texas because I'm registered at my old ex-girlfriend's house, and I was like, I am not gonna go get my ballot for her. So I came, just gave her my registration, and they let me vote same day. Hadn't registered to vote, hadn't done anything. So that was my experience.
I want to welcome Hamish Jones to the show. What's up, Hamish? How are you doing, man?
I'm good. Coming here from Melbourne, Australia, because it's what else would you be doing in the middle of the day, Melbourne time, than watching the results of the US election?
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have. How's your thing going? Is any word on that yet or not yet?
No, so I won't know. So for those that don't know, I am running for local government here in Melbourne. We've just had local government elections, but they're very slow with the vote count. So the vote closed 2 weeks ago, but I won't know the results until Friday because it's a completely postal ballot, and our postal system is pretty crappy. So they have to wait for the post to actually deliver some of these ballots before they'll finalize counting them. So I won't know till Friday. So hopefully we find out the results of your presidential election before I find out the results of my own election.
Oh man, could you? If it lasts until Friday, it's going to be brutal.
Are they delivering it via kangaroo or something? Why is it taking so long? What the hell's happening?
Are you talking smack about the kangaroos, bro?
No, I love roos, but
I mean, if you train them well, they can deliver mail.
Okay.
You know, they've got the pouch, they've got everything they need. You just have to get that temper under control so they don't
That's what
try
I was
to
wondering.
stop and kill
It would
everyone
probably be an
else and
improvement, to be
whatnot.
honest. Yes.
So I was just wondering, are there like factions of kangaroos? Like, is there like a, is there the equivalent of like a Democrat and Republican kangaroo faction? Maybe some kangaroos are trying to deliver the mail and they just happen to dump it out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, kangaroos involved in voter fraud. Absolutely. You just wait for the news articles. Yep.
Oh my God! Somebody freaking typed kangaroos are yummy. You're ban them.
I don't know. It is a delicacy here in Australia.
Oh,
I will
no.
admit that I have eaten kangaroo
close
meat
your ears.
before, as
No,
have
it's
others.
not. Come on.
Kangaroo in some areas, kangaroos are considered. It might be sad to hear, given how important roos
What do-
are to
I'm
the
curious to know
community.
what-
Kangaroos are considered vermin in some areas, and
What do you think?
they are culled, and the meat is sold in most supermarkets. Yes.
What do you reckon
I'm-
it tastes like? Because I've heard. I'm curious as to what you would describe the taste like.
I mean, it's a red meat, so it's similar to beef in some ways. It's just a lot more tender and a lot more juicy.
Does it taste anything like human meat?
Don't answer that.
That I can't answer. Because,
Don't answer it.
Excellent question, though, sir.
I
That's
can't,
the question of the night.
judge. I'm from Louisiana. We'll just like cook a pot of rice and eat anything. Like that's just how we do in this part of the world.
I had some reindeer in Alaska, and I felt like shit. I was like, "Fuck!" I just like ate one of Sandier's
Oh,
little reindeer,
no.
but it was honestly amazing. It was really good. So that's all I can say.
This has gone horribly sideways. Back to your question piece. You were asking about the fact that checking ID is illegal. Here's an interesting fact. Here in California, if you're a first-time voter, you have to show your voter ID. You have to show an ID or your social security, like last four at least. You gotta prove you are who you are when you're a first-time voter. But it's illegal for us to check ID now. So that means that if you're a first-time voter, we're not checking your ID and we're not verifying where you're from or if you're even in the county. That means that you can just show up and vote.
Going in and voting 30 times. I'm trying to understand this.
Oh, nothing. What?
Literally nothing. I could have made up the last four of my social and just kept like going in basically.
And here's the thing. So once you voted, it's in. The only way you're getting it out, even if they're like, oh, that was a fraudulent vote and they lied and they are not really who they said they were, or they didn't have ID, or they were illegal, or yada yada yada. But guess what?
Silly question.
That vote will
What's the
still be
punishment for
counted.
voter fraud?
Huh?
What's the punishment for voter fraud?
I mean, there's prison time.
It's nasty. Yeah, don't
jail
get to.
time, prison
Well,
time.
how
Federal
much prison
elections.
time are we talking about? Because I mean, I've seen some of the Trump people over in California. Some of them pretty crazy, by the way. So I'm betting that at least California or New York is going to get flipped. I mean, yeah. Well, check out the Reagan map. The Reagan map was all red. That was 40 years ago.
Well,
and
That's what I said earlier, Mr. G. I mean, could we be looking at something like that?
I think so. I've been tweeting about that. I'm pretty all in on that. At this point, if it's not a very like a landslide victory, I'm gonna have to delete my Twitter account or something.
Here's
I
the
think
thing.
I think New York over California, if I had to guess.
I'm going to tell you this. Being involved here in the process in California, it's not going to flip red, and here's why. They have put this measure in place so that it wouldn't flip red, so that they can get these new previously unregistered voters registered and not have to show ID. And we've seen a lot of that, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. Now, this is a bit of a firewall as well here in California is all of the different mail-in ballots that they send out. Did you know here in California that if you were a registered Republican, you probably only got one mail-in ballot? But if you were a Democrat, you probably got more than one. Isn't that interesting? And oh yeah, I'm an independent. I have 6 ballots that got mailed to my house from 2 adults. Right. So
I will say I heard multiple people at my polling place say we were supposed to get mail-in ballots and we did not, which I thought was really interesting.
Interestingly, we have had that same issue, and they were Republicans. I have not heard that issue being expressed by anyone that was a Democrat, and it's pretty crappy. Now, this is a state where the mail-in ballot. There are some states, by the way, where it's labeled like Republican or Democrat on your ballot. It's not here, but obviously you're registered as a Republican or a Democrat or an independent here, and the interesting thing about California is it's actually because of Reagan that it's blue now, and it's because of the amnesty stuff, and the Hispanic community here wants to kind of hold on to what they have. Their electorate has changed dramatically, and I could foresee if there was some sort of a overhaul to the voting system where it was paper ballots and there was voter ID and there was only paper ballots and voter ID and same day elections, then sure, you could see California actually pretty easily flipping red at this point. One could argue that it's been red before, but you wouldn't have known it because of some extenuating circumstances. But I have to be careful with how much I say there.
We've got polls closing in 16 states here in about 20 minutes, so we should get a deluge of numbers and data coming across the screens, laptops, or cell phones.
Yeah, Google's updated Ohio now leaning red. I don't know where they get off saying North Carolina's leaning blue. I'm really confused about that one. As far
Depends
as
on which counties are reporting right now.
It's only 2% reported. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the lead is big. She is leading by 68% in North Carolina. So
that doesn't mean anything if there's
Yeah,
only
2%
2% of the voting.
It means that they've only counted the Democratic politicians.
Yeah, probably like Raleigh in those urban areas or the college towns. Yeah.
Yep. And you got to also understand that they're running a massive their same day votes are going to be counted right now, right? And then anything that was dropped off is going to be counted later. And Republicans had the lead there, and Democrats were cratering in terms of turnout in early voting. So a lot of the early votes aren't counted yet. So you have to understand that the numbers that you're seeing are today's election data. These are what they are counting right now. All of that other stuff will be counted later. And she was running massively behind in all of the swing states in terms of Democrat voter turnout. It was down by I think what was the last number I heard? It was down by 1.3 million across. So she's lagging from where Joe Biden was in terms of voter turnout and early voting, down by 1.3 million and then down by 1.2 million with women, which is insane. That is freaking out Democrats here. And like I said, my Democrat colleagues have been talking about this all day. They're actually scared. This is now becoming real to them.
Well, 70% of Americans. Oh yeah, go ahead.
The media narrative propped her up, right? And they had to because they were already losing with Biden. So, they gave this veneer that it was a close race, and they just kind of kept pushing that. And to be honest with you, I don't trust that. If that narrative was incorrect, that the outcome wouldn't still reflect that narrative because they have the capacity to maybe do that. But it looks like the numbers are going to be, as of right now, it seems like the numbers are going to be so strong in Trump's favor that they're not going to be able to.
Well, here's a good example. Georgia right now, 6 minutes ago, Trump 58%, Harris 40%, but it's only 7% reporting in, right? So this is really going to matter county to county as you get these different Republican strongholds and Democrat strongholds reporting in. Ohio is at 54-45 with 3% reporting in. So, you've got some states are easier to call because you just understand the electorate better. But for these swing states, it's going to be a long night, I believe. 3% reporting in for New Hampshire. And of course, Harris is up 53-45. We've got Georgia was tighter before at 3%, and now it's widening at 7%. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to hop around for a little bit as these counties report in. West Virginia obviously just got called for Trump because that's a fairly easy call, even with the low reporting numbers. And so, like, early going here,
0% reporting. I'm like, okay.
Wait, really? It was that 0% reporting on that?
Yeah. Going right now called for Trump, 0% reporting. There's no data in there.
I've got 3.17% reported for West Virginia on my screens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, AAP does show the reporting numbers.
Yeah, I thought AP was going to show like county by county numbers, but it actually doesn't, which is really annoying. So sorry, I thought that.
You got to pay for that.
Well, it has the little. You can hover over the squares, I think, and get the.
Yeah, but it's showing the same for the whole state.
Yeah,
which is super.
Oh, they're not actually different counties.
No.
Yeah,
Guys,
no.
Bitcoin likes.
Maybe as the information comes in, they'll have more. I don't know.
Jax, you got
These
a Bitcoin price
there's way more
action moving?
counties than this, actually. So.
Yeah, man, we're back above 70K.
Yep.
Yeah.
70 to 72 is the
71?
resistance.
70. I've got 72 right here on my crypto.com app right now.
That's a big candle.
Really?
71,000 right
71,000.
now.
See, I'd say that's the best indicator.
We
I'd
get
say
an
prediction markets aren't that
all-time high
good.
tonight.
I'm
It's low
going to open
liquidity,
long
but-
right now.
Well, you got a
71
technical analyst up here if you want me to go through it real quick before I go.
Yeah, man.
Do it.
This 4-hour candle looks awesome.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at, Jack.
So on the daily, I don't know if anybody here watches any of my videos, but I had mentioned yesterday that above 69,400, we would see a daily low set for Bitcoin, and this would be another higher low. We have a daily uptrend, and if it sets a daily low, the next big area that I was looking for is between 70 and 72,000. Above 72,000, I'm looking for the most recent highs and the all-time high area to get ran. As a zone around 73 to 75. Above there, we're looking 75 to 78 in the shorter term timeframes, and then 78 to 80, mid to low 80s from there. To the downside, now that we do have a daily low set, the last higher low on a swing is right there at 66,800. And if we do see price break down below there, that would be a trend break. So we don't want to see any lower highs. The last high that we have on the daily here is around 72,725 on a close. And we had a wick coming in, or a swing coming in at around 73,625. So we don't want to see a lower high that could possibly break down below the most recent low at that 66,000. What was it? 66,800 basically. So we need to see price closing above 66,800. You want to see $72,000 taken out. Bitcoin's right in the middle of support of resistance at 70 to 72. Above there, we're looking for the all-time high zone and higher, somewhere around 73 to 75 initially, and then 75, 78. Looks, it was a nice close yesterday for the election day candle. We're now living post-election day for Bitcoin as it is the new daily candle, and it just literally struck one of my resistance lines at 71,432 here on spot. So looks good in the early goings here. We'll see if that lasts. I had also mentioned in my video that you're looking for volatility today and probably in through tomorrow and Thursday into Friday, because it's not just election time. It's FOMC time. The Fed's going to come out with rate decisions on Thursday. So understand that the market expects a rate cut, and we'll see. We shall see. Thursday is when their rate decision is. Forecast is a cut. Many are overwhelmingly expecting 0.25 basis points or 25 basis points. There are some that are expecting a bigger cut at around 50. I think that's a little less likely, but we shall find out.
Do you think it's already priced in?
No.
No.
Okay. I mean, it's been priced. Okay. Let me put it this way. We've been in a pretty high interest rate environment for a while. The market has not cared. And I don't think outside of lower term volatility, they're pricing in like lower term volatility. So, if there's no rate cut, for instance, you're likely to, if price is moving up, it's likely to head back down or get some sort of volatility before it gets bid again. But in terms of like overall structure, I don't think any of it's been priced in. I think the market is just kind of doing its own thing, and it's waiting.
Waiting and see. It's a wait and see mode.
Yeah, and right now, no matter who gets elected, by the way, the market's going to go on a run. It's just a matter of how high and how long.
Right.
Yeah,
and how much of it you get to keep.
Yeah, well, in one case, it's going to go high, and it's not going to be very long, and whatever you can keep is going to get taken from you. and then on the other side, maybe we get and this is a distinct possibility, and I don't know how many of you pay attention to some of my analysis, but if you do, I've mentioned that beware if it is a Kamala administration between $85,000. If it fails there, or if it fails at $100,000, which is a good pump, by the way, that's a nice run. But that would actually kick off a longer form consolidation, and likely people would call it a bear market. But if Trump were to win, we're more likely to see $100,000 get broken, and above $100,000, we can start looking at very deep targets. I detail this in my videos based on volatility. There's levels that are just lining up and confluent with each other. It's very, very clear what to expect should we see price start to trade up that way. But to the downside, watch 66,800 in the short term on the daily. Don't want to see any closes below there. Green candles are preferable.
Always.
Great analysis and insight. Appreciate that so much, man.
No worries.
Oh yeah, Landy does this. Landy does this almost daily for the Stacks community and the Ordinals community in Twitter Spaces and X Spaces. And starting next Tuesday, I think next Tuesday, he's going to actually come do a live show with us on Tuesday morning.
Thursday.
Late Tuesday morning. Thursday?
Yeah, it was Thursday we were talking about. Let me look. Let me just make sure, Peace. It was Thursday.
Well, we were talking about Tuesday, but if Thursday works for you, man, whatever.
I think.
But I have a lineup of shows on Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday? I thought
it
was
is.
Thursday.
But if that doesn't work.
We could do two. What is it? Is it Tuesday? The 12th. Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I'm incorrect. Yeah. So
Florida
Tuesday. That would be Tuesday.
6%. So Florida, I think we can safely mark her red.
Yeah, Polymarket's giving Trump 68% right now. Chance of winning.
There you go.
A lot of this is based on those early voter turnout numbers, by the way. Like they really, I can tell you that I said it before, but my Democrat colleagues here in California, very, very distraught over some of the turnout in the swing states. And yeah, their internal polling metrics have already, by the way, I have a little bit of insight into this. Of course, it has to be anecdotal, but on the Trump side of things, internal polling metrics show a red wave, a pretty strong victory. And on the Democrat side of things, their internal polling metrics have shown this for quite a while, that Trump was just going to outrun them, and they only have a few firewall plans, and those firewall plans took a big tumble today when it was the early voting kind of metrics came out for the
what were they hoping? More the Rust Belt, or what was that firewall? Could you give us any indication?
That firewall was in their firewall was in all of the swing states that are well known. Michigan, Pennsylvania, yeah, all the battleground states,
Wisconsin, right?
But the firewall was their early voting metrics and voter turnout, and they fell so far short. They fell like 2.5 million short of their goal. That's just so you understand. The last election was supposedly won by Biden, and I do strongly emphasize supposedly won by Biden, and with a margin of like 80,000 votes. So when you're falling short in early voting versus your prior metrics, and you see Republicans actually increased while you're falling, you're shedding while they're increasing, that's insane. That was a big issue. That's one of the reasons why I took some bets on that when Polymarket flipped on Trump and was saying Kamala was going to. I was like, no, I'm bidding this shit. I bid the hell out of it, and it rocketed up. because it's a lot of gamesmanship right now in the media and just trying to cover. You know who would be just as shocked as all of us who might be already thinking that Trump's got this pretty well wrapped up once things really start getting reported in? Well, the Democrats would be even more shocked if they won this, because they are not confident at all at this particular point. Now, anything is possible. I do have to hedge because we never know what kind of surprises might come up. We've already seen quite a few here locally.
Is Ohio leaning pink now? Is that what we're
Hero,
looking at?
real quick, I just want to get a question in for Hero Gamer, because he's asking, and I have an opinion, but I'd like to hear what others' opinion is. He's asking how many hours approximately will we have to wait to see who won, because he wants to know if he should go to sleep now and catch a couple hours of sleep, which probably he should. I think.
Yeah, you should do that.
Basically, take full sleep, like 8 hours sleep, because we are not
Wait another 20 minutes. Another 20 minutes. Other polls to close, and then go to sleep.
Yeah.
Wait, here you go, guys. This is from an account called DC Police Traffic. Alert: due to First Amendment activity, the following road closures are in place until further notice. So it has two different roads. Now, I don't know DC. H Street between 17th and 15th, and 16th Street between K and H.
Well,
so
of course, there's Google Maps.
I'm guessing they're rioting. I'm guessing they're starting to riot.
Jack, so did you
supporters.
see this yet? You might find this interesting, Jack. So this is how confident Democrats are. They were instructing people in DC and all these businesses to board up yesterday. So they were already all boarded up.
They were doing that here in Seattle too.
Yeah. So that's how confident they are in their ability to win right now. Because trust me, it's not the conservatives that are going to be out there rioting.
I wish they would have told their voters something, man. Like, you're going to have people legitimately crack over this.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You're going to have some motherfuckers go
Yeah,
nuts.
I saw somebody say I saw two different situations, actually. One saying he's going to castrate himself on air if Trump wins, and another one saying,
can we get a picture of that?
That's the most Kamala voter thing I've
On
ever heard.
McAfee style. Oh my gosh.
Get a picture of that one if you can.
Like, do it. Like, I'll like send you a knife, bro. Like, I'll keep the postage. Like, you're gonna keep the knife. Do it. What the shit do I care?
God rest John McAfee.
So I actually can answer Hero's question pretty succinctly here. If Trump's running away with it, it's probably going to be called today. If it's anywhere close, expect this to drag on and on and on and on. But if it's very clear that he is running away with it, well, it's probably going to be called tonight, barring any kind of crazy surprises. There is a lot of confidence right now on the Republican side. There's a lot of distraught right now on the Democrat side, but it's a very highly emotional environment right now too. And there's a lot of unknowns. So I can only say that it's probably advisable that you get some sleep, and you're going to find out either way anyway.
On that note, it is 3 a.m. here in South Africa. I'm going to go to sleep now.
Thank you, Reese.
Later, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Reese.
Thanks, Reese.
Thank you, brother. And again, man, thank you for that honor. That you
Hey, look, if any white dudes for Harris want to castrate themselves, like, we can make this happen. But I think
we got a live stream. We'll do it for you.
I think I think the only bad part of that is going to be
it on the chain.
I will go on location to catch that one.
More hysterical liberal white women. Like, that's going to be the only downside of that. So we just have to we have to watch how we sponsor the white dudes for Harris, free castration promo event.
Maybe their wives and their wives' boyfriends can bring them on air for us.
Well, we're 3 minutes away from getting some serious numbers, guys, gals.
Okay,
people,
I need to wait for
however
that.
You self-identify, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I identify as a Pepe down here. and I'm puking a rainbow. So if that tells you
I was
anything,
born a male and I identify a male, but according to Stouffer's Lean Cuisine and this pizza over here, I should self-identify as a family of 4. So I don't know, man.
You're on welfare. You could. So
if Trump loses, I'm gonna identify as 20 illegal aliens, and I'm gonna get some assistance.
If Trump loses, I'm crossing the border, ditching my IDs, and coming back over.
Hey, you know who actually is
speaking
leaving
Spanish.
the country? Who wants to leave the country? Garth Brooks. They're trying to sell their house because he's involved in this rape thing, whatever. I don't know, but they're trying to leave the country. A lot of these celebrities are.
Oh yeah, well, everybody that went to a Diddy party is rightfully scared right now. That's why they were all at the Kamala Harris rallies lately. Every single one of them.
That is a fact.
His ex was literally on stage with her, like looking as if
make it go away.
Yeah, please.
You can't deny that is fundamental analysis. Everyone who's on a Diddy party list is also endorsing Kamala, and I'm willing to bet the Venn diagram would show that they're also on the Epstein list.
I would almost guarantee it. Yeah, there's definitely crossover there.
Ohio is now leaning blue with 14% counted.
It's part of that Rust Belt, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Were we really expecting that one to go?
Trump was in Ohio.
Yeah, you would think we'd carry Ohio because of Vance, at least.
Yeah.
Well, you think you would, but you got Chicago, you got the Obamas, you got
early numbers. I don't put a lot of stock in.
AP has 22% counted. 52% lead for Kamala in Ohio.
Is the Republican Senate candidate leading over Trump? That's interesting if they're reporting that.
Expect fireworks in Ohio as it flips back to red, by the way, in terms of the counties. It's good. Because Ohio, you got Columbus reporting in some early numbers. I forget which county it is by where Toledo is, but that's fairly blue.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, Google. That's a great resource right there. Let's go there.
Yeah, that's a good map.
Well, I wouldn't trust the actual numbers.
Well, exactly,
but it is what it is. Yeah, it's all about county reporting, and when you get these larger cities that report in, you're going to see the numbers skew. It's really going to come down to when it's, we'll see how close it is at 80% in. That's really where the rubber starts hitting the road. Early numbers below, even 40% is not really that informative. You will get people hand-wringing over which counties are going which way, but we need to make sure that they're all reported in. So,
is it weird that Columbus has, or is it that it's just what they have reported, but they don't have enough in to be leaning one way or another for Senate or House race?
It's all just what their early reporting numbers are. Because the counties will start reporting. It's not going to be very clear until they're fully reported in what's really happening.
Yeah, right. Texas just showed up blue, like leaning blue.
What? Texas?
That won't last.
Yeah,
not at all.
It's like they just Austin decided to report in early. Just
there you go, Austin.
Out of everybody.
They're keeping it weird.
Well, they're all from California, so this is definitely going to keep it weird there.
Isn't it 54 electoral votes in California, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, I believe something like 52 or 54.
That's gonna really push her out in front. I mean, obviously, that won't be till later on, but I mean, that's a lot right there. 54.
Florida is confirmed red as well. Tennessee.
Carol wants to remind everybody that we need to vote for SIP 28, the SBT signer criteria. Go to stx.eco now and get your vote in. If you want to have SBTC go live by the end of the year on Stacks, which we all do. And he also says, never forget Peanut.
Hell yeah.
Trump I hope everybody voted for Peanut.
They all voted for Peanut, man.
As they should.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't know about things about like Ruby Ridge and things like that, but they can relate to Peanut because a squirrel is a squirrel. A pet squirrel
A
is
pet is a pet, Jack.
And like, so you can't even like other person like in Ruby Ridge, like, oh, well, maybe those people were just weird. So it's okay that the FBI murdered them. Right now, like people, they don't relate the same way to like a squirrel. Right. So hopefully people will start paying attention because that's really not how we're supposed to live. You're not supposed to live in a country where, you know, you can just have a bunch of armed agents storm your house and take your property under threat of death. And you're just like, oh, cool. This is awesome. Just like the founders intended.
Yeah, no, that's why we have the Second Amendment. Loudoun County mirrors statewide swing. So Virginia, Loudoun County, Virginia, is going to be very close. There's an 8-point swing to Trump from 2020 to 2024 with 95% reporting in. So he picked up 8 points in Loudoun County, which is pretty darn big. That's a big deal. That means Virginia is very much in play for Trump, and that's a little bit. I mean, there was some speculation about Virginia going to Trump. We'll see how it actually turns out. It's definitely going to be close, but that one is one that Kamala definitely needs.
Well, here's the thing: Virginia is for lovers, and they love Trump. So let's just be honest. And when we look at this map now, we've got a lot of red across the eastern seaboard. It looks like.
Pennsylvania is really far in.
He definitely loves Virginia.
So in Pennsylvania, Kamala is leading with 72% right now, which is really bad.
Yeah, but where is that coming in from? Can we dial in and look at that?
Yeah, but it's only 3% reporting.
Right. And where is that? Is that
all
Pittsburgh or Philadelphia?
Okay, Pittsburgh. Okay, that's
all right. Wow.
Yeah, it's literally the bluest part of the state. Like that, it's you're in Pittsburgh. You are literally, and she wasn't. And you got to understand, she's already down in Pittsburgh, so she lost a lot in Pittsburgh. So it's remember, it's the aggregate of the entire state, and she was way underwater in Pittsburgh. Of course, she's going to carry it, but that doesn't mean she's got to carry it by a wider margin to make up for the losses in all of the more rural areas and suburb areas. So, you know, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, you know, they're probably looking at Pittsburgh and Philadelphia as their firewalls for the state. But they also need to understand that to be a good firewall, you can't be underwater from where you were prior cycle, especially with the increase in voter turnout in these other areas. So they need to overperform. And I believe the number for Pennsylvania was she needs to overperform by like 500,000 or something to make up for the gap that she lost in early voting. So, I mean, unless Democrats are really going to be out there all night and really, really came out in force in those areas to vote, I don't know. I don't know. I now have an up close view of Pepitoshi.
There we got Hamish back. You got us?
I mean, I'm here. I'm
all right, good buddy.
I did send you. I think I found a good map. It actually shows the counties and it shows the percentages reporting in each county. But I mean, it's a lot of fucking counties. But if we want to go a little deeper, it'll, I think, show us.
Can I just ask, are you guys allowed to bet live on election results throughout the day? Because I'm checking the Australian betting markets and the updates throughout the day, and money's coming for Trump winning 300 to 329 electoral votes. That seems to be where the market's popular in Australia at the moment.
Yeah, you can live bet it right now.
You're allowed to do it in the US, or is that state by state?
No, well, it is state by state, but you know that's why
people are doing it. Yeah. I mean, Robinhood launched it. So like Robinhood, I have tons of people, tons of my friends using Robinhood right now, like betting 20K clips at it right now.
And so Robinhood is advertising that aggressively as well. Let's be honest about that.
The dude that works like with me, or that works at a liquor store down the street, is betting 5K clips. Like people are going for it.
I love the liquor store guy. FA. That's the best FA you're gonna get. Liquor store guy or hairdresser lady. She's pretty good too.
Yeah, I was just in the barber earlier, so I got both of them literally in one day, and they're both they're both going for it.
No,
So
man.
Polymarket's up to 69.9% for Trump right now to 30% Harris. They have Trump take Polymarket has Trump taken Pennsylvania by a narrow margin. Nevada, they're not even factoring yet because Nevada's kind of a shit show when it comes to voting anyway.
Right. That's the state I'm really interested in as well. I know they close like at 9 o'clock late out west. I still think that could be a very key pivotal, even though they're not a battleground state. I think that's a very pivotal state as well. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And Harris should be absolutely terrified because she underperformed in early voting there as well, just like she did in Arizona. It was kind of atrocious for Nevada, which, they were counting on Nevada being blue. And now that it's kind of a question mark as to whether it's going to be blue or not, it's it's a little dicey,
All right, Elizabeth Warren just won again. That sucks.
No.
Yeah, she won.
Oh,
She
man.
was leading. She was leading in polls by like she was 70
She's
to
the
30%.
best. Absolute best.
R.I.P. Mr. Deaton, our friend.
Yeah, poor John.
You know what? I give it to him for trying. I give it to him for trying. He just didn't. That was a. That was
got more time for
unlikely.
Spaces events now.
You're going against the entrenched establishment oligarchy when you're taking on Banks Warren. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. You're literally going against
the tippy top. Yeah. She's the tip of the spear. Like they weren't gonna let him win.
Tip of the spear is one way to.
They have invested too much money in owning her.
Pocahontas, man. I'm telling you what, identity
You got
politics.
it.
That's
Yeah.
absolute best. Yep.
Okay, Texas is pink now. It was blue before, so
That was for a Senate race. They were talking about Cruz losing.
oh, okay.
They've put a lot of money into Cruz, going against Cruz, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want Cruz back. They want him
that's
go.
okay. He's a Bitcoin miner, so he's got a good exit strategy, I think.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, right. I don't think he's going to lose, but I'd be surprised if he lost. To be quite
He
honest,
might be a great person to add to the board of Quantum Expeditions. He's from Texas. They're mining Bitcoin in Texas. Maybe we should talk to the folks at Quantum Expeditions and maybe get a meeting between their CEO and Senator Ted Cruz. I'm just spitballing.
We had gotten a meeting. Doug, our CEO, Doug Hardwick, shook his hand at a Bitcoin mining event about a month and a half ago. So we're in touch with Ted Cruz's office. We've not offered him the board position just yet.
Well, we'll pray about that later. We'll talk about that offline.
GPS with Ted Cruz for like a whole night when I was in college at UT. He came to our college Republicans and there were 10 dudes. And that was it at UT. There were 10 college Republicans.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. That's Austin for you.
That was Austin. Then that's why Travis County right now, if they're reporting, don't worry about that.
That's California.
I can't hear you, GPSC.
a little bit of an update on Georgia. Trump is. How you doing, GPSC? Georgia, Trump is maintaining a lead, 9.5%, 33% reporting in.
Nice.
That'd be really nice.
I took a 200x long on Doge just now.
There you go.
That's actually a good idea. I'm gonna do that too.
That's
yeah.
a good call.
And it just
bought
so
much Doge on the last dump.
Just seems
Y'all don't want me to share my timestamps on Doge, but I will anyways.
Just to answer Neville's question in the chat, it's my name. I'm very much rugged, so it's at Hamish Jones, all one word, if you want to find me on X.
At Hamish Jones.
I was just going to try to copy it and paste it, but I'm glad you made that unnecessary for me.
All right. I got about maybe 10 more minutes, and then I got to get rolling down to the polling station. So,
what do you got going on down there?
I'm a commissioner.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you for your service.
Yeah, no worries. I'm trying my best out here.
I didn't even know that.
Landy, thank you so much for dropping in and providing such excellent insights and knowledge to this stream. And likely we'll be going later if you're around and you're bored and you're still kicking. Feel free to drop back in.
We'll see. I mean, I was there at like 7 this morning.
I'm not asking you to commit to anything. I'm just saying, I know how you are. You might come home, turn on your, you start looking at X, you see my tie, and you're like, you know what? I am gonna go.
I'm gonna get back.
I do like the tie. I like the tie. Were you out showing houses today on election day, or were you just needed to? You're like, you know what? I gotta dress up. I gotta get a nice shirt and tie on.
This is the red, white, and blue. Flag.
I love it.
I've actually had this. So I went to a Catholic prep high school, so I've had this tie since high school. Because when you have to wear a tie, you kind of go with what it would be this with like some kind of not matching flannel shirt, because it's like, well, it's a tie and collar,
Yep.
Wow. And I was just like, I get the flag tie. I only wear it on 4th of July. I might as well break it out for the election.
Anecdotal evidence from a trusted source. Virginia total Democrat collapse in Loudoun County. Looks really bad. Virginia 100% in play for Trump. This is completely unexpected.
That would be wild.
That would be
the text message I just got from a friend.
Maryland looks like it went confirmed for Kamala.
Yeah, Maryland.
She's got Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Vermont confirmed. And Trump currently has Florida, Alabama. Yeah, so it's mostly none of these are surprises, but
Florida, we're not seeing anything nothing that's shocking.
Unless you make your living from the government, who the hell is voting for that low IQ imbecile? Like, seriously, how stupid do you have to be?
Anyone who thinks that identity is important.
Well, I like Eddie Griffin.
Abortion thing, but mostly her campaign is I'm not Trump. That was one of her major talking points. I'm not Trump, and therefore you should vote for me.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that's what won it for Biden.
I mean, I'm not Trump, and I won very easily, so I'm good to go. I was already my stuff was called in early voting already, so I'll be back. Is like what I said. It's like I'll be back. So yeah, fun little fact here is that in California we have a very strong community of Hispanics that are very, very loud about who you should be supporting. And once you gain their trust in the community, you're in. It's smooth sailing. And I got in, and they know who I'm supporting. So I hope someday, it's not going to happen, but I hope that someday it will, that California can turn back red.
It could be today, man.
We'll hope for it.
But I'm going to tell you,
I did my part.
With all the problems that we just had today and throughout the day, and that I have to go in now late and stay late for, it's the same shit that we saw last time. So, we'll see. We'll see. There's lawyers in the ground here this time, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Are you getting any indications that there might be some quote unquote fuckery at hand, or what?
I literally legally cannot tell you that, but I can tell you that because there is lawyers
tell me
in the ground.
You wouldn't be getting called if everything was A-okay, right?
No. With machines going down repeatedly and ballots not being counted correctly and poll watchers being tried where people are trying to.
Who's the manufacturer of these machines again?
Oh, Dominion Voting System.
Okay, I just want to make sure
you've heard of them, right?
I didn't want to say. I'm just asking.
It's Dominion. It's good old Dominion Voting Systems. The ones that aren't connected to the internet that they say. Yeah, if you ever really want insight into that, maybe once this is wrapped up, I can give a little bit more insight. But listen, here we have, this is different from last election cycle. And even it started to be talked about like this is needed here in California in 2022. But this is the first time that we've had Republican lawyers on the ground here in these areas, like making sure that, like, hey, if you need us, we're here to go to the courthouse. Like that's one of the first times. And we, in some areas, not my polling station, but in some areas they did have to, like, they were trying to turn away for specific races and regions. They were trying to turn away poll watchers again. So they went and went right down to the courthouse, and now they were back in. Now, of course, it's California, so you're never going to hear about it. This has also happened in some other states, in some of those swing states. So I'm glad that some of that stuff got resolved, like in Michigan. So.
John Law, you're pretty quiet over there, buddy. What are you working on, man? I'm curious to know what you're working on over there so diligently, brother.
You know what I do in these moments, right? I'm looking at the block. I'm looking at transactions, exchange, reporting, trying to figure out the moves made behind all of the narrative and news cycle. So it's interesting.
Like sending blockchain transactions?
I love that shit. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
I wish I had 100 emoji to throw up. It's not like a Twitter space where I can throw up emojis, or you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, man. It's like, for me, like, there's so much spin in the space, and that's why I love blockchain, is because it just cuts out the bullshit, right? And once you've identified all of these exchanges, which we've got probably at least 85% of their addresses, we can see what's actually occurring on chain, and know not who's making the moves, but you can certainly see patterns.
You noticing any patterns? I need to know now.
Well, the primary thing that I look at right now is the difference between what is being reported as activity and what is actually occurring on chain, which the reporting is the attack on all this price trend, which you guys have heard me talk about probably a number of times if you follow me at all. But I'm looking into this VOOX exchange, one I'm not necessarily familiar with, which is currently reporting to be the highest volume exchange on planet Earth on Bitcoin USDT. And I've never even heard of them. So that's interesting to me. So I'm trying to hunt down some information.
Yeah, you got to see what the OI increase was there.
Yeah,
I wonder if there's even an API hook to get OI in, open interest.
I'm trying to. Yeah, they're reporting it at only like 359 million, but their total volume on 24 is reporting at 22 billion in perpetual contracts, which is larger than Binance. So that's what they're reporting.
That seems a little suspect.
It is sus, and I'm pretty sure they're reporting on the short side too. So they're trying to hold it underwater here.
Good luck.
And that's what I'm watching. I'm watching that total sort of, if it's 10-1, you know it's on the short side 100% of the time. It's never on the long side 10-1. So
no, not in these ranges. No.
Yeah. So as soon as that number, if the spot volume picks up at all and they don't report some additional shorts in there, she'll take off like a rocket. So back in May, I predicted tomorrow will be at 78.5. And I was basing that on a Trump win. So we'll see if that comes to fruition.
Hey, that tracks with what I was saying in the shorter term. 73 to 70. Well, 70 to 72 is the primary resistance right now, but 73 to 75 is a zone. 75 to 78, and then 78 to 80, mid to low 80s from there. I detail this stuff in my videos, but just kind of, yeah, that's one of the key zones is right around that 75 to 78. There's some key levels in there. And the interesting thing is like, I'd be interested to see what the size of their actual liquidity pool is, because maybe I'll just go create an account and nuke it myself.
Yep.
I'll go nuke their liquidity pool and just take all their freaking liquidity.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what I've done in to come to some conclusions, but yeah, there's been some days like that where it's just too easy.
Oh yeah, I love it. I particularly love coins when they're on really small exchanges with tiny liquidity pools because those are even more fun. Like your CoinXs and your Mexis or your KuCoins that launch these just random
Ridiculous.
garbage coins, and then you just go on and nuke the whole liquidity pool and take all the liquidity out. It's it's fun. I have a lot of fun. Peace has heard me talk about this before. It is a lot of fun, actually.
I have. I love listening to you talk about this kind of stuff. Actually, man.
I didn't know that Johnny and I were so on we were mind melding and we didn't even know each other. So
You guys are
Yep.
so in sync.
yes.
If Bitcoin hits 78.5 tomorrow, my wife's gonna think I'm a genius, like a true to the bone genius. So I don't think I'm gonna get that win. I don't think I'm gonna get that W, guys. So we might have to dial that back just a little.
What was the exchange again? VOO?
VOOX.
Oh, VOOX. So Jack, just take your kangaroo crew and jump on in with me, and we'll all go and nuke that liquidity pool together.
I've never heard of them. Never.
I've never heard of them either.
Yeah, 78.
Just like USD Fed, I've never heard of up until about 4 months ago when they popped on with there's another shit fiat token that popped in there as number 1 volume on spot for Bitcoin there for a minute, which was kind of hilarious.
Here's real quick here, 4 minutes ago, and then I'm gonna have to get rolling here. But 4 minutes ago, Georgia counties show somewhere between 0 to 5%, 5-point shift towards Trump across the board. Baldwin, Stevens, Butts, Green, McDuffie, Banks, Raybon, Brantley, Berrien, Bleckley, Bacon, Candler, Pulaski, Lanier, and Shaley. That's pretty interesting. That's a big swing for these counties in Georgia, and they're 95% reporting in, which is one of the reasons why you're seeing Georgia pink over there in terms of the county breakdown. But yeah, that's any swing in his direction, and the Democrats cannot afford in Georgia. That's how dangerous that was for them already. It's going to be tough for them to make up ground if some of those bigger counties they lag in.
They had the most epic shit show coming out of 2020 with Fannie Willis and everybody. If local citizens couldn't wake up to that and change their mind, I don't know how else we could have advertised. You know what I mean? Like seriously, they had the most epic.
Well, think about what they did in 2020 during the election. The shit show that was going on in Georgia between the rolling out ballots in suitcases from underneath the table to the water main breaks to covering up windows, which occurred in many places, including Pennsylvania. But yeah, just absolute shit show there, which is, why I'm expecting Pennsylvania to catch up and start turning pink here soon.
Do you feel comfortable at all voting on the blockchain? Do you think that solves the issue? On some sort of decentralized. I mean, we're all big fans of decentralization. So, what do you think?
Hamish, what do you think about that? Voting on the blockchain.
It sounds like a setup, man. Go for it, Hamish.
No, Hamish actually has been doing a ton of study on DAOs and on-chain governance. He's the guy to answer this question. Actually,
exactly. So, and I'm a big fan of DAO. So, take it, buddy. Go.
Look, I do think the idea of immutable results on chain is important, but I think you've got to work out a way to make sure, blockchain is not necessarily anonymous, and I think voting should be anonymous unless people want to proudly tell themselves who they're voting for. Like, it's fine if people make that choice. So if we can come up with a way to make it happen in a way that people don't necessarily have to share, like they can share proof of voting without necessarily sharing who they voted for. I think that's absolutely the way to go going forward, because you can verify that things are happening in a way that doesn't involve trusting a computer system that you don't necessarily know what codes going on in the back end, because you can see exactly what's happening on chain.
So you do know that there's companies that have pitched this to the two states here in the United States, and one of the reasons they pitched it originally to some red states. We had some companies working on, and this was brought up earlier today, and when I jumped in one of the spaces, companies working on, I believe it was Cardano, and kind of pitching blockchain voting. And here's one of the major reasons why many rejected it, and it's for those exact reasons.
Cardano. That's
yeah,
why.
I was just
Cardano. That's first off. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, it wasn't just because it was Cardano. It was because you have to KYC. You would have to KYC to do it, and that's and what does that entail, and how do you keep the actual voting?
Yeah.
Because you would have to KYC in some way, just like you have to prove who you are.
But don't we want voter ID in some way? We want to verify, like,
Yes.
hey, this is me. I'm Matt. I'm
Absolutely.
voting. This is what.
But
So
you're
we
never
want that to some extent.
You're never gonna get the current Democrats in on this because they don't want
That's
ID.
correct.
And Republicans in this case, when as soon as you bring up KYC, they go, oh, wait a minute. We know those Bitcoiners over there, they don't like the KYC stuff, right? Well, and here's the legitimate argument for why many actually chose not to even look into it too much further. I'm sure that it's going to come up in the future again when there's better solutions. But if you start doing KYC for voting on blockchain, right? And maybe you do figure out a mechanism that can keep the voting confidential while still maintaining the integrity and proof of who that person is that is actually voting. Even if that's solved, you have now essentially a government mechanism, and that's so close to like, hey, what if we just use this for cryptocurrencies and monetary policy? And now you're right into CBDC territory, which is one of the reasons why it was rejected.
That's what the U.S. Treasury wanted anyways, right? Be able to just bank with our Social Security numbers. I just think there can be parallel institutions, right? There can be public institutions that are decentralized still and transparent, and there can be private networks.
I agree. And I think that it's a hot potato subject, and you'll never get Democratic support because Democrats
I know that.
So
they want no part of that.
In the you want to identify who's voting? What? No, come on.
Yeah, they don't want any light to be shown.
You can get the Democrats to buy into that. You can sell that to the Democrats by telling them that it's also like an EBT card. You know?
Yeah,
that's true.
If you vote, you get your food stamps this week.
That's right.
What about
well, hold on a minute. There are some countries. I just did a report on this and put out an article, Quantum Expeditions and Quantum Economics, that there are countries where you are required to vote. You actually have to. It's part of your.
I think
you face fines. Yeah.
In Australia, it's compulsory to vote at all levels. So local, council, state and federal. Like it is compulsory to vote here. You are required to be on the electoral roll once you turn 18. And if they find out that you haven't registered, you will get a fine for not enrolling. You will also get letters at each election if it's you don't vote. So you don't actually have to show ID when you turn up to vote at a polling place, but you are required to tell people your name and address so you can get ticked off to say that you've turned up. It's like, fundamentally, I believe in the idea of optional voting, and I suppose technically, given it's a secret ballot.
Oh no, we just lost him.
What happened?
We just lost him. He got rugged.
Just in the middle of a sentence.
Oh no, he's getting like right to the good part. Hamish, you got to get you back, bro. But it's compulsory. And there are a lot of other countries, I believe, in Europe, in France as well. When you are born, you're signed up by your social security number to be a registered voter. They put you on the balls. Yeah.
In England, it is necessary not only for the citizens, but also the citizens temporary citizens who are from Commonwealth. So all the territories which were occupied by British, they are forced to vote in England if you are staying there for more than 6 months.
Yeah,
So
I gotta get out of here, guys. So hey, I appreciate you bringing me up. And
Awesome.
yeah, I'll try to
Landy,
jump on
thank
later.
you so much, man, for
Thank you.
coming out.
Hey,
Good
thanks,
luck
John.
Hey, Landy,
tonight.
what's your handle?
Later, man.
It's at Crypto Landy. I think it's in the DB
Have a good one, Landy.
Live stuff. I'm gonna go through.
Thanks,
I'm
man.
gonna, I'm
Appreciate
gonna
it.
go through and follow everybody as well that I'm not already following. And maybe Peace, if you can aggregate whoever's showing up here, like their handles, just so everybody can follow each other back, that'd be awesome when you get a chance.
Yeah, definitely
you,
will
Peace.
do. I'll send a follow up once we're all done and I get some sleep later and in the morning. I'll retweet this out with everyone that dropped in and chatted will be tagged on it. You guys can all follow each other.
Awesome. Hey, thanks everybody. It was great talking to you. Hopefully I'll try to get back here and see how things go. If I'm
Well,
still
get
have
some
the
rest,
internet.
man. Appreciate you coming through, buddy.
Yeah, Landy, listen, I love to have you. Don't feel obligated. But if you're around and you're up and you're not passing out, which I know you don't sleep,
No, I don't
feel
sleep.
free to drop in and chat with us if you're up.
All right, sounds good. Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
Take care.
Night, man.
Take care.
One bad
Here's
news from Florida. Weed bill is lost. So they are not going to legalize weed in Florida.
Oh, that's some bullshit. I'm still around and I just heard that. That's some right out bullshit.
Well,
All right, take
I'm not going to say anyone should do this or not, but the last few times I've gone down to visit my dad in Florida, nobody checked my bags when I flew down.
They have like fucking shittiest Delta 8
Southwest
stuff
is
they try to
really,
sell,
really
though.
lax.
Oh.
Okay, just so you know.
Oh yeah,
Southwest.
they do. They have Delta 8, which is like you go into a store and the kid's like, yeah, it's about the same.
Yeah. Oh man, I was like, what the fuck did you give me, bro?
No, I
Yeah.
actually flew to Aruba last fall with a couple of vape pens.
I used to all the time, wherever I went. It was, I mean, easy. Just make it look like a phone charger, and they'll do it. Put a little cable in it.
They're not worried about us. They're not worried
No,
about a couple of vape cartridges at all.
No,
Not at all. Not at all. So, on that note,
one interesting thing, I was just playing with ChatGPT, trying to use their live search function, and it will not. I was like, can you tell me something interesting about like current election results that are unexpected? And it won't give it to me. It'll say like, I don't have the latest updates. Go to Associated Press or Reuters. It's like a special message.
Where is attract fun when we the AI question comes up? We gotta get Mike here. He was supposed to be coming up.
No,
might
they
have even
literally specifically put a prompt in here just to like try to not get in the middle of this shit, which is super
100%.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ChatGPT is on lock. You know, you only get what you're going to get. You can feed information into it and it'll parse through that for you. But if you're asking it questions that you haven't programmed it on yet, it's giving you garbage.
They just launched search though, so like it should actually in theory just be combing the whole internet and like looking for any information. It was doing that, except for this specific question. They have like hard coded it to make sure it doesn't answer you, which is pretty interesting.
You know,
right. Well, it's not. Go ahead, Jack.
Neville has an interesting question. Is it possible to have a president from one and a vice president from the other party? And I believe if you go back to our nation's founding, that was kind of how they did it at first. I don't know when that broke off, but it was basically like the person who lost was the vice president.
It was at sometime in the 1800s, it became a party ticket. And so you just, whoever you voted for president picked the vice president.
Yep.
But it was
after the first one got assassinated, they were like, "Oh shit, yeah, this doesn't work."
All right, Zero Hedge is reporting that Trump's got the lead in North Carolina.
No
surprise. Oh, yeah, it's pink on the screen too.
Yeah. Oh boy, it's showing pretty neck and neck. I see.
Virginia's gone pink too. You heard it here from Landy first, actually, didn't we?
Virginia is for lovers.
By 0.3.
North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio's
Yeah,
pink
by that.
right now.
Pennsylvania is looking bad.
Tiny margin. Pennsylvania is
bad.
Pennsylvania is looking
is.
bad. But it's only,
8%.
it's only
Pennsylvania's
8%.
not looking good at all.
Yeah, look at those counties, though. Look at the counties.
Yeah, can we zoom in on that? Because I'm showing 71% for Harris, 28 for Trump.
Yeah,
and
so
that's
it's all
9%.
Philadelphia, yeah, and
9%.
Pittsburgh,
Yeah, it's all Philadelphia, Allentown, Pittsburgh, and Erie. So it's all the population centers. None of the middle is in.
The Amish vote is not coming in, is what we're saying.
Yeah, those horse and
Amish
buggies
vote.
can't get there that quick, guys. They're
Exactly.
still rolling
Once
in.
again, the Amish are going to save America.
The Amish. The Amish are going to save
180,000
America.
Amish are voting
Oh
for
my God!
Trump.
I'm actually getting a notification that the room is full. And someone's trying to join. Is it attract funding? Is Michael in here? And he's just
I am gonna leave.
No,
Just
hold
bring
on.
someone.
He was in here. And I just
Attract
didn't turn him
funding,
on,
yeah.
so I don't know.
Attract funding.
Michael, what's up, man? These guys were hating on Chat GPT. I can't hear you.
I wasn't.
Hello. How's that?
There you go. Yeah, silky smooth.
All right. Hey guys.
What's going on?
How you doing, man?
An honor.
Welcome.
What up?
How you feeling on these results? Where are you at? What's your vibe? Give us a little temperature check.
He's voting for Tulsi Gabbard's chest.
You know what? There's nothing wrong with however you vote your conscience.
Yeah. my write-in vote would be Tulsi Gabbard, but I feel
There you
like
go.
we haven't talked enough about the dark horse, which is Cornel West and his running mate.
Who is Cornel West's running mate? I don't even know.
You guys know who Cornel West is?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
a professor. Yeah.
Did you hear the way Jack said that? Yeah.
He deflected it like, yeah, get him out of here.
Like,
No,
There's
he's-
snowball's chance in hell.
He's smart. I believe he actually believes what he says. You know, I truly think he does. But he's
Some of
also like, when someone lives their entire adult life in academia, at what point do they become unrelatable to your average person?
Yeah, I never understood why guys like Cornel West and Noam Chomsky complain about monopolies when they work for the largest monopoly in their industry, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I had no idea who Cornel West's running mate was. But I mean, the Democrats
doesn't know
kinda did
either.
the same thing to him,
Yeah.
right? That they did with
NPC.
Kennedy.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I should have dropped. Ever since I joined, Kamala has jumped by 20 points. Genetically, I'm supposed to vote for Kamala. You know, so I'm kind of torn.
Yeah. Follow your identity.
You have to follow your race, or you're
You
a
don't look
traitor.
Not your race, your identity.
I'm
It's whatever
Kenyan.
you identify as.
Yeah, I'm Kenyan.
Well, I don't
Kenyan,
know
you're-
what. I don't know what ethnicity orange is, but I'm voting for the orange guy.
There you go.
Orange is Bitcoin.
Is ginger?
There you
Yeah.
go.
Is ginger a race?
Irish.
Yeah, Irish.
That definitely a race.
Irish.
Michigan is looking blue right now, so not good.
Yeah, 7% in with Harris in front with 55 to Trump at 42.
I mean, until it gets to like 35%, you don't really.
Yeah. We're
You got
early.
no clue.
It's gonna flip flop.
Yeah, Polymarket's
Georgia,
got
though, just
Trump at
look at Georgia.
72.3.
52%
73
counted.
now? On Polymarket?
72.3 on Polymarket.
That's substantial.
Uh,
I
So do we go over again who here on the call on the panel has got skin in the game in the Polymarket game or the online betting, whether it's Poly or Robinhood? Anybody want to dox themselves again and be on it or no? Maybe not. Because I don't.
No, I'm not interested in. I don't gamble. You know, it's too.
I'm in crypto. I don't have any money to gamble.
Yeah, exactly. I've been in stacks for too long, guys.
Yeah,
Seriously, I would much rather just buy more stacks.
Yep.
or Bitcoin.
No.
I just bet on a bullish outcome for crypto. That's where I put all of my funds. It's just a nice a nice strong
if we win, there's enough downstream to win. It feels like it'll be jinxing it if I put money on it. Honestly, I don't want to do that.
So we got New York, Arizona, Wisconsin, Colorado, Minnesota, Louisiana, New Mexico, New England, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wyoming all closing here at top of the hour within the next 15 minutes.
Cool. You know what, guys? I'm going to actually take a head break. I'm going to go get myself a glass of whiskey, take a leak, and I'll be back.
There you go. That's what we
Doing
need.
the adult beverages, huh?
I think I might join you on that one.
All right. Well, we'll take a little pause for the cause as the election results come in.
Pause for the cause.
Yeah, you guys feel free to hang out. You know, I'm not telling everyone. I'm just going to be off.
We're all going to leave right now.
Well, we've got a great panel here. We've got a great audience joining us as well. Over 800 people right now.
Damn, that's
viewing.
crazy.
So that's really fantastic. So thank you for spending your election eve coverage with us, a bunch of degens here on the blockchain.
That's
that are
correct.
Just, here for a great cause and a great community. And no matter what the results are, we just want peace, happiness, and success for, I think, for all of our families, our friends, our loved ones. That's what we all want, right? So
yeah.
And we all have a certain opinion of who's going to lead us there and give us those best results. And we're just kind of watching it unfold in real time.
I mean, facts and opinions, right?
Amen.
Yeah, well, you can't disagree with the facts. Sometimes a fact is a fact, and you just got to own it. You know, like, I'm a dork. I just got to own it.
Matt, you can disagree with whatever you want to disagree with. So don't tell me what to agree and not agree with. Seriously.
There you go, Matty.
I'll let you have your space. I'll let you be free.
You're a big blocker too, huh, Matt?
I'm a classic OG, I would say. Yeah, I mean, I was raised orange pilled by Max Kaiser at an early age.
There you go.
But I was born with those kind of fundamentals in me. So that's why I've always been a big advocate of be smart, be safe, stack sats, hodl. But I understand that there's other opportunities to make money, and if you can use that as a flywheel and leverage that to then take those gains and put that back into Bitcoin, which we see a lot of Bitcoin mining companies now starting to use that. And I think one of them was that clean. They're taking the Ethereum, they're going to stake their Ethereum and then take those profits and go back and buy Bitcoin and then add the Bitcoin to their balance sheet. But that's a whole other subject, and don't get me started on the Bitcoin mining thing. But I'm I'm not a toxic guy. I'm like a Bitcoin supremacist. It means like I come with cheese and fries on the side, and I'm open to other things like nuggets and whatever. So,
in other words, you're not a Bitcoin Amish, because that's what I call Maximus. Yeah. They're the Bitcoin.
Yeah, no. I do think though at the end of the day that Bitcoin is important for our national security. And I think we all would agree on that. We're all in this space and we understand what Bitcoin means for us as individuals, for our families. And I think everything kind of stems off of Bitcoin. And then you can go off into DPIN and RWAs and all these other different projects, but ultimately it funnels back to Bitcoin at the end of the day. And I don't begrudge anybody that's a bag holder and any other thing other than maybe Cardano, but we like to joke about our Cardano friends and family. I love you guys. God bless you. You want to make money just as I want to make money. So however you make money in it, if that makes money for you, God bless you, high five, because we're all on the same blockchain team, I believe, fundamentally. And that's where I want to break down the barriers. And it's not a partisan issue, and it's not a project issue.
Shouldn't be.
Right.
Yeah, shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be.
No, that's 100%. Like the value proposition for Bitcoin it goes far beyond partisanship of any sort. Like you're talking about basic human rights and the way to best express them. That's when you really, where the rubber meets the road with Bitcoin.
But I would agree. Absolutely. So however that you can provide for your family, that's the best way, that's not illegal, that's, whatever, then I don't begrudge you, awesome. Maybe I should take a page out of your book. I don't know. I'm no expert. So, I've only been doing this since 2017, and all I've known is a few things, and I'm here to learn from smarter people than me, like you folks on this panel. So thank you for letting me be here. So.
Hell yeah. And I'll say I've been here since 2013, and I just do it because I meet the coolest fucking people. I love the people I meet in this community every time. And like this fucking just like this shit, I literally just got this in the mail. This is one of our community members just sent me a package, and she literally, I don't even know. I haven't opened.
You're gonna do an unboxing right now on the
I'm
stream.
gonna do
too.
it. Look at this shit, like. Fucking look at how professional that shit is. Like I just like that's.
We gotta.
I don't
Can
even know.
we zoom in on that? Can we
Yeah,
get
these are fucking Bitcoin Pepe socks she made.
Oh,
like
man.
what? She just sent this shit to me. Like, look at how fucking cool these are. I don't let me see. But it's just like,
is that from that's from nobody?
That's from nobody. Look at those, dude. Look at these fucking socks. God damn.
Oh man,
That's
she's
cool.
Like shit like that. She's so cool. Like that shit just makes it all fucking worth it at the end of the day. Like, goddamn, I'm gonna fucking rock these everywhere I go. But people like you guys, all this, like, I don't know. Connection is protection at the end of the day. I feel like you just gotta find people you jive with.
Find your people.
Find your people.
Get in where you get in, baby.
We live in a network state,
We
right?
got stickers too. Shit.
Yeah, man, that's a great sentiment though too, because it really is kind of why we're all here, right? Because we all kind of jive in. We all bring different perspectives and we all have different skill sets and whatever, but we are each other's people here, right? I mean, I enjoy hanging out with you. This is a fun. I'm having a good time, right? So I
Exactly.
enjoy.
No, literally. That's why I've done my podcast for 8 years. I've never run like an ad. I've never done. Literally, I'm just like I fucking love meeting these people. Like everyone I meet is cool. They want to fix things. They want to change the world. Like that's all it is. And like,
let's do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
I
do
ran
that.
my first sponsored. I ran my first sponsored space this morning. Running a little promo for the Rubrus community. So
you're like, I'm sponsored now.
I'm sponsored.
Good on you.
Well, no, like, look, I think what we're gonna see, especially if you get some regulatory reform in this country, like how far are we really from like a meme coin community creating like a feature film in AI and this becoming a big commercial success? Like you're not that far
at all.
tomorrow.
No, not at all. Like
You're
the
not
AI
far.
tools, fucking any dude in our community could probably do that right now and make something that quality. It just needs the promotion, but the promotion will come pretty soon. People get psyched on it.
Right. Like we're on a verge of an entirely different way to monetize attention, a way to monetize our art and the things we do, and it all ties right back to decentralized blockchains. And you know, that's really to me what tonight is about more than anything else is having the freedom to actually make these things happen and not have to worry about, you know, some politician who is acting on behalf of invested interests like
Warren.
Yeah, and it's no accident. It's coming right on the heels of all this AI shit too. Like the world's about to change so much. Our jobs are going to change. What we do with our time is going to change. Like it's all coming together, and it can either be super dystopian or super utopian. Like it can go either way, and like we're at that
100%.
moment right in this time.
I think part of what you speak to there is just the longshoreman strike that we saw. A big part of that deal was they did not want the AI robots coming in to take away their jobs, and I'm not sure how much of that plays into consideration with the vote with Boeing and their recent strike and the machinists. But that's just a step away as well.
It makes sense. You know, I'm going to go on strike, show them a video of what the ports look like in China, and go, okay.
Oh yeah, right. I'm coming back to work right now. For
See you later.
less, you bet.
Yeah, I think this was The Wire season 2, right? Like we should have saw this coming.
No, it's true, and it is coming, and it's unstoppable, and it's a matter of having pathways that aren't laid out for you. It's having paths that you can discover to navigate this yourself, because no matter what occupation you have, you're at risk of not having it anymore. Even what I did in healthcare, I thought for so long that, okay, this would be a job that would be taken over by AI like dead last. Because if you're a nurse, you basically have two things. You need to understand physiology and the disease process fairly well, when you're taking care of someone. So you kind of know what to look like and look for to see if they're improving or not. And then the physical aspect of it. Well, between AI and humanoid robots, you could have one nurse take care of 6, 7, 8 times more patients than a nurse could take care of, otherwise. So you even have fewer of those, even people with the very high skills, even mid-level healthcare practitioners like physician's assistants, hospitalists, nurse practitioners. All of that's in danger, and that's a pretty pretty technical field, and it's one of the biggest industries in this country.
Yeah.
So everything is at risk, and it's a matter of, oh, here's your UBI. By the way, you can't own anything, or hey, did you make it? Well, you didn't. Okay, well, maybe here's some UBI. So you don't starve.
Is your credit score high enough?
From
We'll see.
a general basic economic standpoint, though, there's always going to be a productive use for surplus labor or for available labor. Somebody's always going to find a use for available labor. So even if the machines are doing X, Y, and Z more efficiently or more effectively, at some point, there's all these people that are just doing whatever that are available. So there's going to be some kind of balance in the market to
I think the question is whether we dig ditches and fill those ditches back in, or whether we go discover the stars and go be explorers, or I think it's just is that labor productively channeled or not?
Right. It shouldn't be make work stuff that doesn't need to be done. It could end up being like value creation in other ways, more artistic expression and stuff like that. But I don't know that it's going to be mass leisure all the time. Utopia.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. But I think people generally want, they want to do something. People want to push themselves creatively. They want to go adventure, explore. What would people do? People wouldn't just sit around all the time, at least not all of them.
Right.
But it is a question of.
But you haven't got the new Call of Duty Black Ops 6 yet, so get back to me.
I mean, wait till the AI is making personalized games for you. I mean, wait till they're taking all my favorite games and pulling them into one game that's the most addictive thing possible. Exactly. And then tying a crypto token to it where I earn
eventually,
you're right, I'm kind of fucked.
Eventually, the AI is going to. Eventually, the AI is all going to employ us. That's who we're going to be employed by.
That's correct.
The AI.
There you go. You got it, Peace.
Yeah.
But maybe it's Star Trek land where we're kind of exploring
results.
the universe. And
we got more results coming up here in 6 minutes. We got more results in 6 minutes as polls close in New York, Arizona, Wisconsin, Colorado, Minnesota, Louisiana, New Mexico, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wyoming here in 6. Now make it 5 minutes.
Yeah. What do you guys think about New York? What's your percentage guess?
I would tend to think it's going to go blue, but you don't. It's. I think
60-40. I'll give it a 60-40. Blue though. Blue. What was it last time? 35, 65 or something? I don't know exactly.
Something like that. But you just don't know. You just don't know.
I think it's going to go blue. I think Pennsylvania. It's still early, only but. Man, it's
actually that
too. So
it's what though there was only 13% in Pennsylvania. She's down to 67 to 31. She was up by 72, 73 at one point. So that gap is actually narrowed.
He's going to have to do a lot of work there in Pennsylvania, man. The Amish are going to have to come through because it's not.
I hope they've been having babies 18 years ago.
That's going to be a big blue block.
It doesn't really matter.
Oddly enough, none of them had autism. Go figure.
So it is the water.
Only 1%.
My wife and I were talking about that the other day, and it's our generation was probably just made kind of retarded by vaccines, and we have a lot of undiagnosed ADD and autism that was missed, right? And it's true though. Like it's completely true.
I mean, I got every vaccine and I'm ADD as fuck, so that's all I can say.
Yeah. Correlation does not.
Look, they gave me Ritalin when I was a kid, so I don't know. I guess I have ADD.
Dude, from the time I was a little kid, I would just hear drum beats in my head all during class and just be playing drums on my desk the whole time, and no one ever like sent me to be analyzed for ADD. And it just so happens that I now have a obsession and penchant for crypto. Like, come on.
Well, I'm glad they never fixed you, Jack.
Yeah, but it's crazy. Like there's again, and it gets back, it is pertinent to this election. Like I think there's a lot of truth that we deserve as a people. And I think that we're kind of like voting for our chance to like get a little bit more truth, because if you look at our perception of the truth as a nation from 2016 to now, it is a lot different. It has changed quite a bit. There's been a lot of, a lot of things that would have been sacred cows that aren't quite so sacred anymore and actually kind of debunked. And so how much more of that is there? Well, there's a lot. And I hope that really this, at the end of the day, this is what we can get to. We can get a little transparency, a little truth, and get on some kind of productive path here.
To your point, 70% of Americans feel that the country has been headed in the wrong direction. Is headed in the wrong direction right now, period. Prior to Trump, this is just what I just got here. So.
70%. Was that on an exit poll? Where'd you get that?
It just came in across the wire. I saw this 70%. Yeah, 70% of folks surveyed in a recent exit poll feel that the country has been headed in the wrong direction.
That's good news for Trump.
That's on the Google. That's on the Google right there.
Yeah, and that's even with all the propaganda they've been fed for the last, call it 12 years.
Well, I think when you go to the grocery store and you see that a box of Wheaties is fucking $10, we're kind of like, hey, what the? Sorry, I didn't mean to swear on the live stream. I got a little caught up in the Kamala.
Okay.
Got
We
caught
don't
up in
care.
the Kamala.
Yeah, man, it is what
Trying
it
to
is.
keep it legit. I haven't even had the whiskey yet. I haven't even had to. Got to catch up to you, piece. See, this is the election coverage you won't see on NBC or CBS, sir.
No, all of the pundits have their whiskey under their desk.
Oh. There you go, Jack. There you go.
Now it's,
You don't get more honest coverage than you get here. That's the truth.
All right, so got a question for this group, right? So if Trump wins, right, Ron Paul's on the advisory board. Are they auditing the Fed or not?
Oh, dude. Like,
I don't think it ever happens.
I don't think he's taking vengeance. Maybe they audit the Fed.
Is that a goose?
But I think it's going
year
to be
three.
I think it's going to be a lot of. I think it's going to be a lot of trying to get along and amend, and I don't think it's going to be all what it's been sold to us as far as this big push to freedom and liberty and shrinking government and stuff. I don't expect that that's actually going to happen.
100%.
I like that centered approach. Yeah, I like that. What do you think?
I think
Are they
that
bringing them back?
is going to find a reason to fight with Elon and RFK within the first 3 months and just go, I'm the president here. Fuck off.
Are they bringing?
Yeah,
Ron
I
Paul
mean,
back?
it depends on what his advisors tell him and who he listens to. If he starts listening to Mike Pompeo, forget it.
No, I think he's turned a new leaf. I think he'll listen to like a guy like Ron Paul. I think he will bring RFK in. He'll have him do some FDA stuff. Like
I hope
I don't
you're
know how
right.
organized it'll be, but like I don't know how much power he'll give them. But I think they'll start to do some stuff, and maybe if they can really, take it upon themselves to get their teeth into it, they could do something. Like I think this is their best shot, and maybe could be ever. So I think I don't know.
I mean, I think you have this. Like, just think what they've tried to do to Donald Trump in the past couple of years. I mean, literally from taking away freedom to seizing assets to trying to have this man killed. Like, I'd be pretty pissed I'd already be pissed going into it. So I think that if you can kind of connect some dots and figure, this establishment literally tried to not just take my life, but ruin it in every conceivable way, that you've got a pretty good Count of Monte Cristo thing going on right there, potentially. So I'm going to remain somewhat optimistic, but overall, I think that, for my taste, with the kind of reform I'd like to see take this country over into
120.
this very, very limited government situation, I think that's still a fever dream.
On the good news, Ohio is red now. Trump is leading.
Ohio's red. Pennsylvania is actually even a closer gap now. She's only at 64. Still
doing some work there. Pennsylvania, you're right.
All right.
I think he's a
Next
little.
question.
I don't know. Georgia looks the same.
I want to know where you guys are at here, right? So, Trump gets elected. Do you think they actually clean up the DOD or not? So, during Barack Obama's 2 terms, he cleared out 197 generals and admirals. And Donald Trump's 1 term, although it was very contentious, obviously, only 6 admirals and generals changed.
I mean, I'd say right at the end. Who was the guy he brought in right at the end to be, what was it, Secretary of Defense? I forget his name. I should know this. But he was the best guy. He was the guy. Everyone told him, this is your guy. You should have this
Mad
guy.
Dog? Was it Mad Dog Maddox?
No.
No, that was early.
No, that was early. It was,
that was his first guy.
I forget who it was. It was his one he put in 2 months before he basically left. And he was great. He was an excellent pick. He was great on Afghanistan. He'd been over there. He knew that we kind of needed to get out, and he would have been the guy to put in day one. I'm hoping whoever has his ear will, this time he will put in that guy, and he will get, and I think he did make some correct moves with what was the name? Who
Milley was still
Flynn
there.
was pretty good. Which Billy? Sorry,
I said Mark Milley was still there.
Oh, Milley, yeah, Mark Milley.
Come on,
Mark Milley.
I mean, and the reason I bring it up is nothing fundamentally changes unless the military-industrial complex is dealt with.
100%.
Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah, but they're not going anywhere.
They can. I mean,
They're
the
not
generals
going
and
anywhere.
admirals.
Come on.
I mean, that's part of what, honestly, kept him from being an effective president in his first term. He had no idea how many snakes were in the grass.
Yeah. I think a lot of people would agree with that perspective there, John. Yeah.
So you got to clean it up. I mean, there's no making moves, right? So if you're not going to clean out the CIA,
and I think this time though, with Elon coming in and with under the auspices of Doge, and that's kind of we get the meme. But under that though, there is a lot that can be cut, and that might give him a little bit. It sells it easier, I think, to the public. Like, hey, we're going to cut it this way, and then you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't go talk to the general public about what we're talking about right now. Like it'd be like it's.
No, we're just live streaming it to over 800 people across the world and around the web.
I'm just saying, like their appetite for complexity is not exactly what we'd hope for at this moment in time.
Yeah. That's the understatement of the year for sure. But it would be
red, blue. Who do I choose?
Right. It would be really cool to see, to finally know what happened to JFK. And I don't think you can know that without then having the CIA question to deal with. Right. Yep. And then so that's a direct tie-in with the DOD and all of these things. So how far can that go? Man.
Then you're starting to get into a whole can of worms, Jack, that should be on a Bitcoin Live show like that Nick's doing. You know what I mean? I think Nick covers that on his program.
I mean, but that's what's on the ballot from my perspective.
Well, I think to a point you're right. Yeah. There's a lot of things on the ballot. Yeah.
In one direction, none gets touched if it goes one way. None of that changes even one iota. In fact, it probably gets worse.
I will say one thing that gave me faith is I had this neighbor. She lived next to me my whole life. She was Ronald Reagan's secretary when he was in office. Fucking great woman, just a killer. And Trump brought her in to run the GSA when he was in, and I think he's going to bring her back to have like a bigger impact. And she was like the exact person you want to just cut through the bullshit, cut through all the people that don't need to be there. That woman slept like 3 hours a night, and she was like, 50 years old and just wanted to fix the country. And so like, I think you'll find more and more of those people now. Hopefully he'll get, fewer of the folks that, really turned him off, I guess.
But we have to do it slowly, right? Because the government and the military employ like 95% of all people employed in the US, right? So that has to be done slowly because people don't have a backup to a government job that has lobotomized their brain.
I think that's right too. I think, yeah. I mean, it worries me a little bit that they're like all my buddies who used to work at Google and Apple.
Well, I mean, I think if you look at the recent jobs numbers that have come out just over in the last, let's go 18 months, right? Most of the jobs that have been added to the U.S. government, or they're part-time, right? So there's a vested interest for those folks who work for the government to be like, yeah, I want to protect and I'm going to vote for bureaucracy because you're not going to bite the hand that feeds. That's just pretty simple, right?
Yep, and I lived in DC for almost a year.
Fired in Argentina, that was friggin' awesome. All those tax collectors going to unemployment. Man,
you know when I knew how unreal government jobs were? My first wife, my ex brother-in-law is a moron. He had never held down like a real job, like doing anything. Like the best he could get was like selling electronics. And in the aftermath of Katrina, he found himself working for FEMA, and then wound up in DC of all places as like someone with some pull at FEMA. I'm like, okay, yeah, if this moron who couldn't accomplish anything in the private sector, clearly they have very low standards in government.
Or it's like the Patsy Olympics,
Yeah. Like it was unreal, like how much waste there is in that alone, And again, as someone who's always worked in the private sector, you really start to hate that. You're like, wait, my health insurance sucks, and I pay $1,000 a month for it. My salary is taxed to no end, so that some bureaucrat that doesn't actually produce anything can have much better health insurance than me, and a comparable salary, if not a better one. It's enough. Like enough's enough. Like we don't need that. We actually need a private sector that is unrestricted to a degree to actually make some things and make some money and improve some lives. And we don't need idiot brother-in-laws pulling in six-figure salaries at FEMA when all they've done up to that point is sell stereos. Like I think we can do better. I think we deserve better.
Yeah, yep. Doug Hardwick's on the chat with me. Just wanted to remind everybody that Trump does have an outside transition team, and they are not lobbyists. So that is the first time that's ever happened. So that's definitely something that's very exciting. One thing that's bugging me right now, though, is that we do not have a better information source than Google. As far as like, all the shenanigans that they've done leading up to this election, we actually like, where else are we this is the first time I'm watching a U.S. election, or any election for that matter, not on the television.
Right.
But
I mean, honestly, people look at the television. Honestly, I'd say Fox News is probably like your best bet. Like they actually seemingly have the I don't know, whatever is decided seems to be decided on TV rather than whatever's on the internet.
Yeah, we got the Fox website up, and that's fine. But still,
we need the API Oracle. Find the API key.
Exactly, like that's what you need. But like AP News and shit, it's all shit, and they're all different for whatever reason. It's like, why is there no main source of information that everyone's plugging into, which is bizarre to me.
Well, there's a decentralized system, which there's a lot that can be said for that.
But why aren't they all? I don't know. Why don't they all have the same data sources they're plugging into? You would think that all these mainstream outlets, like, where are they getting this information? What is the central source? It can't all be pieced together from every single source.
You think they're just making up the numbers by hand? Just changing it in the Excel spreadsheet? Boop, boop. 137?
Honestly,
Fuck it,
man.
why not?
Yeah.
They're all copying each other.
Put another 100K in Robinhood. Let's go. Yeah.
Thought we just had Gerald Vata trying to. Just thought we had Gerald Vata trying to join us here. I wanted to bring him in, our friend from
I turned him on, but he didn't show up. I'm not sure whether he was having issues or not.
Well, with Gerald, always a few issues with Jerry, but that's why we love him, because he keeps it spicy. I mean, my goodness, what he did say, we were going to see Bitcoin pump this morning. He said this last night, and then boy, sure as you look this morning, bam, we were over 70 and we were pumping, and so the crypto oracle knows a thing or two. Just saying.
They don't call him the crypto oracle for nothing.
What's up, Jack? What do you got?
No, I don't have nothing good. I gotta go. The wife's getting home. I might come back on here in a little bit. Got to give her a little attention. But
yep. All right, man.
I'll keep on looking, guys.
All right, buddy. Have a good day, man. Thanks for stopping in, Jack. Always a pleasure, brother. We'll talk to you soon. Man.
All right, man. Talk to y'all soon.
Have a good night, Jack.
Jack's been switched. He does a show on the Bitcoin Live Network.
Jack does a show. It's called Ahead of the Curve.
Yes.
And he is absolutely ahead of the curve. The man is ahead of the curve. I don't know if you're following his RuCoin and the community there, but
the Ruse, yeah.
That's Jack's.
I'm surprised that hasn't taken off in Australia. I mean, come on. Hamish,
well,
what are you guys doing?
Yeah, he's Hamish.
We are doing our best to pop the RuCoin down here, absolutely.
All right. Well, we got some friends that work with us at Quantum Expeditions and Quantum Economics that are from Australia as well. So we'll have to get them plugged in with you in the RuCoin community and be an Aussie thing, and it'll be a big love fest, and it'll be fantastic. And we go search for Lassiter's gold.
And then we can all have Ru on the barbecue as well, just to celebrate at the end of the day.
Because you said it was kind of, again, it tasted like what?
It's a much more tender and slightly sweeter version of beef. It's a nice red meat.
No. I didn't think you were going to end that with beef.
Well, we got a lot of red on the map as well. Yeah. That's a nice transition, Hamish.
Yeah, so Ohio is officially red, and Pennsylvania, Trump is closing in. So
yeah, there is a lot of work happening in Pennsylvania. I was noticing that on the map as well.
Ohio looks good. We need Ohio. That's good.
He's bringing it down. Kamala is losing ground in Pennsylvania. I think that's the narrative right now that we need to focus on, because early reporting, she was up 60, 70%. Trump has brought that down. We're now talking about with 19% in. He's closed that to almost
all those
to 59
gray Amish areas right there. We got.
I told you the Amish they're bringing their buggies. The Amish are coming. The Amish
they're coming. They're rolling into town right now.
Picture me rolling. I'm Amish.
Is it true that the west coast of the U.S. is going to be very heavy Democrat? And so it's always going to be too early, right? Because that's such a big electoral college.
100%.
I'm a Canadian.
54 out there in California.
No, because we already know those, but once he hits 270, it's over.
Yeah. So right. It doesn't matter.
He's less than 100 out right now. He's less than 100 out. He's at
Arizona sometimes will matter.
California, Oregon, and Washington are likely going to go to Kamala Harris.
They're already counted. They're already counted before.
Yeah, that's already baked in. It's already baked in.
Yeah. But look at Utah, Arizona, Nevada. I mean, really not Utah, but Nevada.
Nevada, though. That's the one. Nevada, I got my eye on out west.
Yeah.
New Mexico's already.
Nevada never really matters, though, because like by the time they get to the counting, it's already done.
Usually, yeah. But I mean, so far it does look good. It looks pretty good.
Is these 5 states right here? Just show my screen.
Yeah, I mean, if he can flip North Carolina, Virginia, that's pretty big.
Virginia is very close, so and not enough reporting to really.
I mean, all
Virginia,
DC
North
too.
Carolina, Georgia, South. Boy, that would just woo, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many DC people in Virginia. Like when I was there, like half of people who live in DC like actually live in Virginia, and DC is a huge town. So
Georgia
if
with
he can flip that,
69% in.
that's pretty good too. We need, I mean, definitely need to get Georgia.
Yep, and North Carolina was the other one I'm looking at really close out there. That one's a little bit tighter with 42% in it, 52 to 47 in favor of Trump. So
I mean, that's to be expected though. Like during COVID, tons of people from New York moved to North Carolina, and tons of Californians moved out there that I knew. So I think that's to be expected.
Wisconsin's leaning pink, looking strong with only 2% though. So let's not get our hopes up. Iowa, boy, so much for your poll in Iowa, but only 1%, but
yeah,
53 to 45 in Iowa.
Kansas is surprising, honestly.
Yeah, that is surprising. I spent a little time. I
like
lived in Kansas for a while.
Kansas
is that you know that's probably the college town. That's probably Manhattan or KU.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. Those are where it's reporting.
Kansas is wide right now. They've got 40% counted, and the lead is by 5 points. So
yeah,
it looks like she did flip Kansas.
No, I think
I don't know. Look at the reporting though. Yeah,
look at the counties.
Yeah.
Yep. Look at the counties. That's college towns. That's liberal town. You know,
yeah. There's a lot of ground to cover with 5% though.
Yeah.
The states that matter, there's 5 states that matter. Literally 3 out of 5 is winning. So Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Georgia's already pretty much cooked. It's 69% done.
Yeah.
And
it's strange that their number hasn't changed in a while.
In Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Stacey Abrams is busy at work back there. So
yeah.
I'm kidding.
Exactly.
I'm kidding. I'm totally joking. Or maybe I'm not. I don't know. We'll see. Virginia's tight, though, man. Virginia tight with 52%, 49 to 48. Man, that's going to be like that Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight this weekend, man.
That
or
could
maybe
you
not.
imagine if it actually comes down to like a recount in Virginia or something like that? Like if it's that close, I don't want it to be that close.
Someone was saying worst case scenario is a recount in one of the states where the census was wrong and they admitted it, so then it would go to the Supreme Court because they've technically admitted that their electoral votes were wrong, and so Florida has already said they would sue for voter disenfranchisement, at which point it would go to the Supreme Court, which probably wouldn't take the case, which would make it even worse. So that's probably
wow. Crazy.
That would be it. That we don't want. That would not be good for the country. You know, either I'd rather have Kamala Harris just clearly win than to have it happen. I really would, because I just want it to be. I want us to be able to get past this. The polarization is really the biggest hurdle here.
Again.
What's that?
I gotta agree with you, Peace. What do you got, Mr. Greenspan? What do you got?
72,111.
We're pumping. So as the votes come in, the price goes up.
Yeah, not financial
narrative here.
Bitcoin.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Look at that. The volume's up a lot, man. Look at that. The volume is up almost 40% in the last 24 hours alone.
Wow. Of course, you have to expect that, though. This is
it's a feature, not a bug, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who they are. Maybe folks like economists like Marty Greenspan from Quantum Economics. I don't know. Maybe that's what he says.
I don't see anything right now. It's 4:20 in the morning here.
Well, you know what to do then.
That's the
Take a page out of Peptoshi over there, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Take that Peptoshi page.
Oh, it's that time again.
Dry.
I can't believe y'all are making me drink alone.
Hey,
all
I'm
right, you know what?
drinking with you.
I will stop drinking my iced tea. I was having iced tea, but you know, I will go get myself an adult beverage. I promised I would wait. I'm trying to keep it professional because you know who knows where this is streaming.
You know what? I'm a professional house selling guy. Some people still call that a realtor, but not my oldest daughter when I first got the job.
You're a house guy, Daddy.
I'm a house selling guy. So you're like a house selling guy now? So many times I've gone on a business lunch, and it was definitely business, and there was definitely whiskey involved. So I'm not.
Can't argue with that lot.
We're not professional. You know, it just means we're honest about what we're doing while we're professing.
That's when the best business gets done, really.
Seriously, if you can't work drinking whiskey, well, maybe you're just not that good at your job.
But I just want to just be the devil's advocate. Their piece. What if you choose to be sober though? Like, what if you like chose
there's
hey,
nothing wrong with
maybe
that.
whiskey got me in too much trouble, and I became an asshole and did stupid things, and like I probably need to not.
Then
drink
you
the
shouldn't
whiskey.
drink, and I'm sorry for busting.
Yeah, so it's more about.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to just be the contrarian in the room. That's all.
No, but you know what though? It's a fair point because I have family and friends that have had problems, you know, so I do understand that.
So I love I love bourbon. I love whiskey. I enjoy it probably too much than I should have in the past. So I'm just saying, you know, the world doesn't move to the beat of just one drum, and what might be right for you might not be right for some. Because you know what? It takes different strokes. Peace, my guy. You know this.
Yeah, of course I do. I'm an old guy too.
I dig it. I love you, buddy.
Matt, man, this has been great. It really is. I dig it, and I certainly do apologize if I don't mean to call anybody.
No, I know. No, I wasn't trying to bust your butt. I was just being contrarian, just to driver reactor kind of role thing in the show to keep it spicy. That's all. But man, you know what? I will be back. Hold on a moment. Keep the show going and give us some more election results. I'll be right back.
We'll keep it going. I think we have some. I have been ignoring the chat. I don't know how long ago these comments were. Crypto Oracle Gerald was trying to get in. Oh, he was letting us know about 72K. Maddie scooped him on that. So
where is Gerald? Why isn't he over here with us?
I don't know. Jerry, what's going on, man? He tried to jump in before and I turned him on and he had no audio and no video, so I'm not sure if he's having issues.
Okay.
He's definitely welcome
fix your
on.
shit, man.
Yeah, he brings a lot of great conversation and good perspective. I love chatting with him. I love hearing him when I catch their show too. Always good stuff. So we're still, let me just refresh to see if it's any new. No, same numbers. So we're probably not going to get a whole lot new for the next, well, you never know. Because stuff starts rolling in, I guess, over time. So am I the only one that kind of thinks that I really don't think a whole lot's going to change when Trump wins. I think he's going to win. Right now, these numbers I'm encouraged with the way the race has gone so far. Of course, we see how that goes. But does anyone else do we really think? I agree that his transition team is a lot. He's better prepared for taking the role now, obviously, than he was prior. But I just don't know that he's going to really. I don't know that he's really going to achieve what everyone thinks he's out to achieve. I don't even know if he's really, like we're talking about Bitcoin reserve and all that stuff. I don't think that's coming. I really don't.
I think there's a better chance than any time in my lifetime for sure. That's all I can say. There's a better chance. Maybe it won't be 100% what we want. Maybe it'll be 20%. But anyone else, it would be 0% of what I want, honestly. So you know what? I'll take that. That's fine.
I want to know what you guys think about the idea of a Bitcoin reserve, because I look at it, from Australia in general, and just it's funny given that I am running for local council here, but if too many governments take too much of a stake in Bitcoin and develop all these reserves, is that necessarily a good thing, given that they can then start to manipulate potentially what happens with Bitcoin and just defeat some of the purpose of why we all got behind this sort of technology in the first place?
It's a fair question.
Yeah. I think that's inevitable. I think that was always going to be, if it ever was going to be ultimately as successful as we hope, that is the inevitability of that, what that success looks like. And, maybe we just look to something else. Maybe instead of Bitcoin, it's Bitcoin Pepe, it's Rue, it's whatever else you'll find your
Litecoin
alternative to that. Exactly. There are the other things, but at the very least, it is a step in the right direction for sure. And, we got to take what we can get. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I agree. It's a step in the right direction. I think that most importantly is getting people started talking about it and thinking in this direction. That's what's most important.
Mhm.
Even if it doesn't happen within this term, we're at least thinking of these things and speaking them into existence. So I think it's key just to get the ball rolling.
Good point, G. Good point, man.
Yeah, I'd say 60-40 chance anyway. The NSA probably created Bitcoin, or the CIA or something. Like it's not that far outside of possibility.
Well, SHA 256. So all right, I'm gonna have me. I got me a Coors
There we
Light
go.
piece. Okay, so now I will officially be an adult beverage and not be alone with you. So
Thank you.
there we go.
And Mark's with me, actually. Mark's with us too.
I've been with you for a while, man. I'm 6 in.
Okay.
I'm going.
Well, I'm going to keep it safe though. Just one Coors Light and I'm done. That's it.
That's all. That's all you need.
That's all I need. The mountains are blue, even though the map is red.
Oh, there we go.
I just made that up right now, and I'm not even drunk, dude. The fuck?
Genius.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm California sober, so
California sober.
I live California
That's
sober.
a thing, dude. It's a thing. Gavin Newsom knows. It's a thing. Google it. California sober. It's a thing.
72.5.
All right. That's the best prediction market we will have right now, honestly.
Right. Well,
even like all these other prediction markets, they're really low liquidity. We got to realize, like, there's only a few $1 million on either side. So like, people are fucking with it. Like, if I was the Trump campaign, yeah, I'd put $1 million into convincing the whole country that we're gonna win. Like, that's a no-brainer if you got $1 billion to spend on campaigning. So, I think Bitcoin is it's way harder to move Bitcoin. I would look at that as probably the most reliable indicator.
72,435. Woo! Man,
pumping.
Oh,
feels
damn,
good
though.
to be a Bitcoiner right now.
Polymarket has Trump at 78%.
See, but low liquidity, exactly. So
Low
what brings
liquidity, but
Bitcoin
that's
to-
a big difference.
That is a big difference, though.
Let's
That's
go.
huge, honestly.
It
If I
seems that the
was
more
betting
we're-
on the election, I think I would sell at 75. I'd be like, okay, I'll take the risk on the table.
I mean, it's not gonna. And with this much still out there to come in, that's a huge gamble.
That is.
I told you guys from the beginning there's going to be a landslide, and I don't see anything.
All right, yeah, you all cue up your Stevie Nicks record there, Mr. Fleetwood Mac.
I don't see anything on this map that indicates the contrary at this point.
Somebody get hey Peace, can we cue up some Fleetwood Mac, Stevie Nicks landslide? Can we pull that up on the YouTube? Should I share my screen? Can I do that and share my screen? Peace.
When you do that, I'm gonna get a beer.
Go ahead, do it. Do it.
No, I'm not. I don't want. I'll have it on standby.
Oh yeah, it would be a jinx if we did it now, right?
Right. Yeah. We'll wait. We'll wait.
Okay, Trump is
have it on
closing
standby.
in Pennsylvania now. He's he's getting there, almost 780,000 votes.
Woo, Sid, you're right. Boy, look at those numbers. He's
What if
closing
we
like a NASCAR
posted
at
on a
Talladega.
tweet and tag Kamala Harris?
Woo. Man, he is closing like coming out of turn 4 at Talladega.
Yeah, also in Michigan too. Michigan, he's getting closer.
Woo. Man, look at that. I mean, the more comes in, Trump. Wow. Michigan, you're right too, Sid.
Pennsylvania is a lot closer now too. It's only 55-43.
Ooh, look at that.
Only 26%. And the Amish are still to come.
The Amish are coming. The Amish are coming.
That's how they make more Amish.
Oh, we got comedy and election results. I love it.
I wonder what happened to Blockface, if he fell off or he just got tired of
What happened to
listening
Gerald
us.
Vata? We had our guy Gerald Vata from. You
where's
got to get Gerald
Jeremy at?
Vata up here. He's spicy. He'll bring so much fire, spice, controversy. He's just good for that. I love his deep takes. What happened to the crypto oracle Gerald Vata?
Yeah,
what happened to
says
him?
it right back.
Oh, Blockface getting something to eat.
Okay.
Can't blame a guy for that. I actually got my my Salisbury steak and Brussels sprouts. I've been
Ooh,
doing on.
numb.
It's actually delicious.
Num.
I'm so spoiled. I don't have to cook. My wife makes stuff all the time, like different random great things all the time.
What a flex. What a flex.
I'm just lucky. I really
You're
am.
blessed. You're blessed.
I am blessed. 7 kids. I've been blessed a few times.
Woo, man.
That's crazy.
Be fruitful and multiply in pieces. Like, yeah, I got dibs on that one, guys. I'll call that one. We got it good over here. In Rhode Island, we got it locked.
I thought it was be fruity and multiply.
Well, you know, it's close enough.
Gotta work on that one. We've actually had over 1,000 people tune in live. That's great.
Thank you. Wow, that is, yeah, I'm seeing a note here, 1,058 right now, or 1,058. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah.
We got plenty of stiff competition too. So those of you who are watching, we appreciate it. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Brian Williams over there on Amazon right now, who's doing stuff. You've got the woke mainstream media, all ABC, NBC, CBS. They're doing their best. God bless them. But I think X really is the new media. And Peace, you do a great job every morning bringing it.
Yeah, you know, and I love doing it. Although tomorrow, Martin, might be a little challenging, depending on how long we go here. But you know what? I'll probably still wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning because I'm pushing 50, and no matter what the fuck I do, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm awake.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It'll be like noon for Hamish, so that's fine. He could probably get up with you. I don't know what's
No,
in
what
for
do
you,
I
G.
think we said. Hey, but you're 14 hours ahead, I think, right? From East Coast.
It's
Peanut butter
1:35 in the afternoon here, so it is almost beer o'clock. I might come and join you soon.
It's what time?
1:35 p.m.
1:35. So you're 4 hours ahead. 16 hours ahead. Oh, you guys don't change your clocks, right?
No, we have changed our clocks. That's daylight savings time.
Huh.
But you guys do it ahead. You guys do it like a month or so before we do, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, certain parts of Australia, like certain parts of America, do it. It's certain, so like our friend Angie, who's like up north in Queensland, who works with us at Quantum Expeditions and at Quantum Economics, she doesn't change her clocks. But our friend Neville Hyatt, I think Hamish, as well. His clock gets all goofed up.
Yeah. So there's an hour difference between Melbourne and Queensland. They don't do daylight savings.
What is wrong with Australia? You don't. Gosh, Australia, you need to get in the game.
Half the country does it, half the country doesn't do it. It's all good.
Well, the bigger problem is Australia has so much natural resources when it comes to like uranium, and they could lead the world in like nuclear energy. And oh my gosh, don't get me started on that, Hamish. I know you're going to run for office, so I hope you bring that to the ticket.
Look, don't get me started on the amount of stuff we'll dig out of the ground and send overseas without maximizing value from ourselves. It's
okay. I love that you're on that. Do you know Tyler Green?
Not personally, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, good. I think you guys would have a lot in common. You should be like best friends and go to the garage and break boards like in Step Brothers and do karate.
Sounds good.
Good news. Ted Cruz has been called the winner.
Wow. Surprising. That is, wow. They threw a lot of money at Ted Cruz to try to bring him down.
Trump's a little further ahead in Virginia now, too. With 57%, he's at 50 to 48.
Yeah.
Yeah, flipping Virginia is big. That puts the whole swing states on the back end.
Pennsylvania is still 10 points away. It's still just 28%. So we got
taking your time over there.
And Bitcoin's closing in on 73 as we speak right now, 72,840 on the coin market cap.
Yeah.
I think this thing we could hit a new ATH here in the next few hours.
I think so. You see, as soon as it becomes clear, the markets will start moving
big time. Hey, Mr. Greenspan, you have a lot of analysis when it comes to the markets. How will this election affect other markets outside of crypto and Bitcoin? I mean, I'm talking like Nvidia, maybe just some of the AI stocks, and maybe just some of like that, even like the Mag 7.
Yes. So when Trump won the first time in 2016, there was a big old green candle on the S&P 500. Trump is pro-business. He's anti-unrealized capital gains tax. He's gonna drill, baby, drill. It's gonna put the American economy into hyperdrive. So everything is good for all assets.
Yeah, I can't imagine all markets not ripping on a Trump win. And likely actually doing at least a short-term dump on a Kamala win. Not financial advice. Do your own research. Don't listen to me on whiskey and weed. I make my investment
decision. You're on mute, Matt. You're on mute.
No, I'm giving peace to love. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just love it. I'm like, yes, go. I'm fanning the flames. Peace, go.
Well, that's all I had to say about that. I mean, if you don't own any Bitcoin now, you're probably late to the game. Don't FOMO in or anything. It's not like it's about to go to 100K in the next couple of weeks if Trump wins.
You don't think it does? Do we go to 100K here? If he wins this thing, are we going to 100K, Mr. Greenspan? Let's go around the panel here really quick. What do you guys think?
Yes.
But within the next 30 days, 100K is in.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Yeah, before the end of the year.
Merry fucking Christmas.
Yeah.
I say it.
Do we see a retrace back to where we're at now, 70? Do we see a retrace back
Lower
to 70?
than that.
More?
60. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably, yeah. Probably.
68
It
again?
always replaces decently after. It'll retrace, but after that, it's almost always like end of year. Everyone tax loss harvests, washes their shit right at like December, end of December into
Yeah.
January. Then it pumps
Fucking
into
love this
tax
room.
day April 15th. Like my birthday is April 10th, and I'm always fucking euphoric. And by tax day, I'm like fuck my life, and it dumps again. So that's it.
Peptoshi. You just said two of my favorite words, tax harvesting. The fact that you even bring that to the table, amigo, my man, I see you chilling. I'm going to raise one to you, brother. I don't even know how I even ain't connected with you yet. But damn, dude, I'm loving it.
There we go. It's
Loving
honestly, it's that simple. It really is. It's that simple.
Excuse me.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic. So, does this mean that we will see an interest rate cut? What are we thoughts on the Fed meeting coming up here on Thursday?
I haven't even looked.
If the economy's good, no.
Not even,
No,
not
I
even
mean-
25 basis points.
Why would they cut it?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
Trump's
after
gonna cut the
election.
shit out of it. It depends on the election. They're looking at the election. If you don't think they are, that's what they are.
But they can actually cut a lot if Trump wins to destroy Trump because like if they cut a lot, then it will affect in long term. So they can do it. So we can see 50-point cut.
I mean, he's
Wow,
gonna want them to
Sid,
cut, so
okay.
they're gonna do what he wants, I think, and it's gonna be cut. But Trump's whole goal is grow the economy faster than inflation is gonna start affecting it. So if he can cut regulations, he can get business coming back to the U.S. He might put up some tariffs and force a lot of companies to come back and increase GDP over here. He might, I don't know, try to like just push out technology wherever he can. I think that's the game he's going to try to play. I
How
don't
much?
think he's.
How much of an influence does Silicon Valley VC money have moving behind the currents and swinging towards Trump versus Kamala? Because I think they want cheaper
I
interest
mean,
rates. They
JD Vance. Look at JD Vance. He's
Okay.
Peter Thiel play. Like that's Silicon Valley
kind of
right
what I
there.
was going. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I didn't want to
Yeah.
say it, but I'll let
Yeah.
somebody else say it.
I'll say
My
it.
account's already been flagged, bro. So I don't need it more.
I mean, I got my fucking main account, Crypto Economy, flagged for a QAnon podcast I did, so I'm used to being flagged. That's fine. I got banned for actually 3 years on Twitter because of that. Just one podcast about that. So yeah, they will do that.
I got
shit,
banned for talking about COVID before they even really knew what COVID was. So you and I should do a podcast
I was
together.
thinking
There
about
you
that
go.
this morning, dude. Like,
I got banned for adding Elon trying to shill the node rocks.
TJ.
That is cool. But well, I got banned on Facebook for being an anarchist and telling people not to vote.
It was brutal back then. Honestly, it was crazy. Back
You're
then,
like Monty
you know,
Brewster, none of the above. You know,
I
Brewster's
love that movie.
none of the
One
above,
of the best movies ever.
right?
It
John
is.
Candy's finest work besides Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Maybe John Candy has some great movies though.
He did, though. That's true. Great Outdoors. He was great in that one as well.
Great Outdoors, Uncle Buck.
Uncle Buck, yes.
Wagons East was a little bit rough. That's probably why he died in the middle of it.
Which one?
Wagons East. See, nobody
Oh
even knows
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
He
cringe on
died
that one.
he died in the middle of making it
All right.
on a horse. He had a heart attack sitting on a horse. Nobody realized he was dead. He was just sitting there on a horse for they don't even know how long.
Ugh. That is, yeah. Wow.
what a way to go.
Well, I mean, he had a great life, right? John Candy definitely lived. Well, I don't know if he had a great life, but he outwardly,
You would think he
outwardly it
did.
looked pretty interesting.
That's not a pillow. And Thanksgiving's coming up, so that's a family tradition in our house.
I love that movie. It's great. It's great.
Del Griffith.
We have a 93 handle. 73 handles, all right.
Oh, yep. It's wicking up over it, isn't it?
73.
I got 72,949 on CoinMarketCap right now.
Yeah, that's what I got as well. Now let me. You know what? It's so funny is because you can go through like on different. I got Cash App saying 72.2, and then I go over to oh man, Crypto.com showing over 74 again right now on a wick.
What? Over 74 on Crypto?
That's crazy.
Crypto.com right now on the app 74 was what I just saw.
Okay, on Bitgate it is 72.9. So
nice.
Counts.
That's solid.
Go market. All right, now it just dropped back down to 73,942. Now 73,830 on Crypto.com.
Yeah, so buy on Gate and sell on Crypto.com.
Yeah,
Get that
that's actually
arbitrage,
really
get the
good.
slippage.
Yeah.
That's slippage, baby. Yeah. But that's not financial advice.
No, not financial advice.
But a darn good life suggestion.
Everyone should own Bitcoin. And
absolutely.
That's not financial advice. That's just self-empowering.
Common sense. Yeah.
Right.
I've been telling that to people for 10 years, and they just keep looking at me like I'm crazy. But like 3 of them took my advice, and their life is fucking amazing now. So that's all you
know
need.
it, Pep. And I think what we see here happen is if we get a Trump victory, which it looks like we will, for us in the Bitcoin community, and that's who we are here, and who might be streaming us on the outside. Thank you, all 1,100 people. Now we're over 1,100 people on the stream as we are live at 47 minutes after the hour. But I think when Microsoft really comes to that vote on December 10th, and we're talking about the board of Microsoft taking Bitcoin and adding it to the balance sheet, that could be that big moment where, boom, we break 100K then, right? Because you got to think about this. BlackRock is a major shareholder, 20% shareholder in Microsoft, not MicroStrategy, but in Microsoft. So do you think Larry Fink and the team at BlackRock is going to go, no, we don't want one of our companies that we own 20% in to own Bitcoin? And guess where they're going to get their Bitcoin from? I don't know. Probably BlackRock and their fucking ETF. I don't know.
Coinbase.
No, the game theory is fucking crazy. And you see what Coinbase is doing. They were essentially like selling off, I forget what exactly it was, but they were basically suppressing the price through a few like counterparties that were buying back. Like they're playing the same games they played with gold back in the day. If you look at the charts, it looks just like gold. And so if anything, this is a sign that the big boys are loading up. They're packing their bags as heavy as they can get them, doing a very long consolidation phase that was very well above the prices we should have been seeing. Like I've been through 3 Bitcoin market cycles. Like I started trading Bitcoin in 2012. I've fucking lived through this shit. I know where the prices should be right now. We're above where we should be. These like big ass corporate entities are doing everything they can to load up. And I know billionaires and millionaires who have been getting called personally with these fucking corporations begging to buy Bitcoin off of them because they don't want to buy it on the open market and bid up the price to infinity. So they're trying to get it from whoever they can at this point, and I think they're just about done loading up. So this could be a pretty good opportunity.
Next phase hasn't even started yet. We're gonna see some nation state FOMO very soon. Yeah. Argentina is already balls deep, and
all the things I was worried about are done. Like they're gone, long gone. I was worried maybe they'll come confiscate it door to door. Maybe they'll make it illegal. Maybe they'll really clamp down. No, all that's behind us. Really, now it's just a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hamish had to drop off, but he said he's going to drop back in later and check out. So we're dwindling.
Where the hell is Gerald, man? Where did Gerald go? He was going to come on.
Yeah, I don't know where Crypto Oracle went. We'll have to. I'll have to text him here. Hold on.
Nothing moving in a while now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same. Well, so Virginia's actually still neck and neck. She's only up she's down to 51 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's getting
51, 47 in Pennsylvania. That's
but
close.
It's only 35%. counted.
Right,
So
but she was at 73% at one point. So that gap is just narrowed
it's
and
3% counted. It doesn't mean anything. It's just
well,
it's just
yeah,
for,
sure.
you know,
Also in Michigan, she only have 100,000 vote lead, so and only 14% reporting. So I think we have still some chance.
all right. Google finally flipped Kansas to red. So Kansas is definitely red.
There we
That's
go.
not that's not
Finally.
flipping. Fox already called it a while ago.
That Brett Baer, he's spicy though. You know, Brett Baer is Gerald Vata is he's worshiping our Lord and Savior Yeshua right now. He is at a temple. No, I'm not kidding. I just got a text message from the Crypto Oracle. He says, "Sorry, I'm at church." So I'm assuming it's you know, some sort of Judeo-Christian God, and if not, then well, you know, pray
Or
for
he's
him.
counting votes. It could be a polling station church.
Church could be code for polling station. You're right. I didn't even think about that, Mr. G.
Missouri is red now. It's officially. New
So
Mexico.
none of the critical swing states have been called yet.
No.
You notice every state that's red also has a Buc-ee's.
A button?
A Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is this big like trucker gas station, like all in one. It's like imagine Walmart meets Cabela's meets like Target meets, but it's like it's mammoth, and everybody goes there. It's
God,
kind of a red.
know
It's
you were
kind of a
talking.
redneck thing.
I think I've actually heard that before, but I only in anecdotally, so I didn't retain any of it. But now,
But
Buc-ee's is the shit.
Buc-ee's is like, yeah, okay, Pepe, you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Dude, I just followed you back too, bro. So thank you, man. I look forward to connecting more with your content and your flow and your energy and doing more things. Yeah, you're fun, man. Good looking.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I love to hear that. That was amazing. But yeah, I lived in Texas for a bit, and yeah, no, it's crazy out there. But like a lot of the brands are kind of like owned by the same companies. Like I forget what's the fucking grocery store down there. HEB is like owned by Ralph's, I think. So it's all just like rebranded shit for the most part. But you know, Buc-ee's is one of a kind. I'll say that.
it's a restaurant, like a diner kind of thing, or what? Buc-ee's.
Matt,
you're muted, man. Telling us all about Buc-ee's, but we missed it.
No, it's an all-in-one. Yeah, it's like everything. They've got restaurants, they've got laundry, they've got like everything, man. It's insane. I've not been to one.
So if you're in need and you know where a Buc-ee's is, you're straight.
Dude, you're good. Yeah, like you can get food, groceries, socks, underwear, give blood, send money. The only thing you probably can't do is buy Bitcoin. And I'm sure they'll probably fix that.
They might have Bitcoin. They might have Bitcoin ATMs.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I will say,
or not.
last time I was in Vegas, they had fucking crypto machines everywhere where you could fucking like turn your. That was insane to me. I was like, damn, that's the future for sure. Someone needs to start just going deep and like trying to integrate crypto shit into Vegas.
Okay, no, Pepe, my question to you is this then. All these casinos with all these freaking goddamn, I'm sorry to swear, but I'm getting a little crazy now because I had a Coors Light. With all these slot machines with all these GPU processors, when are they going to hook up all that power, all that compute power to mine Bitcoin?
I mean, those things are fucking old and shitty ass processors. Those games are useless.
Okay, but they're gonna have to bring in new games, and that's gonna.
They will
require
have to bring in new games. That's what I've noticed is like young kids are not there. People like my generation don't give a fuck about like playing blackjack, poker. Maybe like 10-15% of us do, but nothing compared to the previous generation. Like crypto is where these kids are going. Honestly, like why am I gonna go all the way to fucking Vegas when I can play like Star Atlas, which is like a Halo style game where my ship gets fucking blown up
Yeah,
then
on
I lose all
Solana,
my
right?
money. But if I like take over someone else's ship and I just made $1 million because me and my homies just like rated, like that's the future. And Vegas is either gonna have to adapt or they're fucked, in my opinion.
And Star Atlas is still on Solana. Is that?
Yeah, it's still on Solana.
Good.
I know the guy who's the CEO. He's a really cool guy. I believe in him. I think it honestly works well. Like, you know, you can play it on your. I mean, you can't play the full game yet, but you can see your ship. You can walk around it. It looks like Halo. Like it's
Right.
clean.
Well, I
and
think that
that's
obviously
coming.
gaming is obviously the big thing, and off the grid has really got a lot of folks excited, especially in the AVAX community. And gaming in Web3 is a big thing, and I'm just waiting until you know, the RIAs, the Morgan Stanleys figure out RWAs, DPIN, and Web3 gaming. But that's a conversation for another time in another space.
I mean, honestly, all that is just regulation, though. At the end of the day, it's tied into what we're doing right now. Like these guys are terrified to be classified as securities, and if they are, then their whole game is fucked. If these gaming studios integrate any in-game assets that are then considered securities, they are fucked. So they're not doing any of it. But if that changes, it's going to change.
Shit, bringing it.
I mean, it's the truth. I've been trying to build this shit for years. I've built all sorts of shit. I've consulted with all these companies. I've sat in fucking rooms with lawyers, 2 lawyers at a time that are $2,000 an hour, and they will just fucking argue with each other for the entire time about what the law is. And it's like, how can anyone build a company when that's the case? And that, you know, that's just how it goes. You just like, I mean, everyone who has built a company in the U.S. has had massive balls to do so, because at any point they'll just flip the switch and screw you. But as soon as that changes, you're going to see some really good stuff coming together. And, you know, the incentives all align. And with AI, too, when you have real-time generation of these games, like, it's all coming together at just the right time. We could see some fucking insane stuff in the next few years.
Yeah, we do. 73, 179.02 coin market cap. What's the map looking like? Peace.
Map is about the same as where it was a little while ago. Virginia's a little bit no, I'm sorry, it wasn't Virginia. It was Pennsylvania is even a little bit closer. She's down to just 50%.
Yeah.
Man, he is closing so fast in Pennsylvania.
The Amish are rolling.
Amish are here.
This might be a historic performance that we're seeing. The comeback kid. They said Bill Clinton was the comeback kid. You might be seeing a new comeback kid in Pennsylvania unfolding in real time, friend.
Michigan's a little bit closer too.
Yeah.
Was Wisconsin's actually pink now?
This is a key race, yeah. But it's 49-49, so
right. It's barely. It's neck and neck.
Yeah,
it's neck and neck. But I think it was blue before.
Wow. Yeah, Pennsylvania is less than 1 point difference now.
Yep.
Oh my, yeah,
big that's why I'm saying, Mr. G, man, that Pennsylvania action is like almost could be historic. What we're looking at here.
Yeah, they always
blow
count the cities first. You gotta wait till they count the rural areas.
Shouldn't have pissed off the Amish.
Never underestimate the Amish vote. Never.
I mean, they've never voted before.
I wish Jack was here because he's been talking about this horse and buggy analogy for when the automobile launched for the last couple of weeks. You know, like if they tried to establish the automobile in this day and age in this atmosphere with how things are now, you know, the horse and buggy lobby would have stopped them from ever making, and we never would have had the progress of having the automobile. And you know, that plays well with the Amish running gag of the evening, because they are the horse and buggy lobby, and they actually might be turning it for Trump, right?
Let's go.
Okay, 49-49, Pennsylvania.
Oh my God, yeah.
Wow.
49-49. She's 49 points. She's barely holding on to Pennsylvania.
Amish are here.
Are you ready? We're gonna turn pink. It's 5 o'clock.
Amish are here.
Yeah.
The Amish are here, but hey guys, let's not again discount about 74 electoral votes she's going to pick up out here on the West Coast where I live. So
But that was expected anyway. So.
I know, but like I just want to just maybe be the contrarian, and you know I see the Bitcoin prices pumping, but again,
slide.
So does it matter from now on? If he wins Pennsylvania, he's a president. No, nothing can change that. He just needs to win
it's really Pennsylvania. That's everything, honestly.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania decides the election from now on. Used to be
Oh,
Ohio.
Pennsylvania's red officially. Yes. I wish are here now. If you refresh it, he's
refresh
on the
it.
Yeah, refresh it, refresh.
Refresh.
Whoa.
Hey.
I'm showing 4. What do we got here? Yeah, one.
He's pink in Pennsylvania.
2,000 votes. I have a buddy right now in Allegheny County. He's like one of the votes that could decide the election. I was like, you better fucking get out there.
Did you text him?
I did. No, he hit me up. He was like, we're going. Don't worry. I'll do what I can. I was like, hell yeah.
Oz Sultan is on the ground in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he is.
He's at the booth counting the votes.
Bless
he's
Oz
the Republican representative there.
That's fantastic. Good for Oz.
You know, if he takes Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, he's almost there without Arizona, New Mexico.
Ooh, Rick Scott
is only 16% counted. It's still up for grabs.
You got Rick Scott in the lead and Kerry Lake as well, so we could be seeing even on the Senate and how. Wow.
Landslide.
Let me cue it up. I got it queued up. Hold on. All right, I got it queued up.
I used to know
let me know when it's time to share my screen, and I will.
Okay.
So if it were me, the troll in me would just kind of start playing a little bit every so often throughout the rest of the night. Like I just every so often in the middle of you guys talking, I'd be like, I'd have it queued
peace,
up
man. The troll in me. That's a whole segment, dude. That could be your whole new show, man. The troll in me. I love that. It's hilarious, man. You should do comedy.
I do. We just call it news.
We call it Stacks every morning. It's called the morning show.
We call it the Let's Go Morning Show.
Right. I get it, man. Right on.
Sometimes it appears in spaces. Sometimes I step into other people's spaces and I just start saying hilarious shit. And they think because I'm very dry with it, sometimes they think I'm serious. So it's like, I just entertain myself all day long. I
love it.
If I could actually monetize this in some way, it would be brilliant.
I think you and I need to talk offline, amigo. We just became best friends. Yep. Do we want to go out to the garage and break boards? Yep.
Major win for the Ohio Senate. The Republicans 2 million, Democrats 1.8 million.
Landslide coming down. Oh, fuck. Wow. Watching this in real time unfold, it feels a bit historic. Obvious. Oh, what is Oregon already looking pink? Why are you showing me Oregon pink with 1% reporting? Donald Trump at 71%. That's got to be
it's the most rural.
Right. That's some rural county down out in Weed. That's like Weed, Oregon, or wherever. Claflamath Falls. Look, I know Oregon. I live not far from there. I've been to Oregon.
Oh shit! Bitcoin's at 73,740 on CoinMarketCap.
The highest I ever got was Humboldt County. To be perfectly honest.
Hey, that's the green triangle, man. Look at that. Yeah,
I know where it is.
842. We are
8. We're about to smash the all-time high.
But
here it comes. Here it comes.
Yes.
All-time high. Here it comes.
Pump it up.
Here it comes. Nope.
Almost.
Oh, it's playing with me.
Oh.
Come on.
Go.
Oh, we want it.
It's $30 away. Pull back. Oh. And you'll see.
We'll get it. We'll get it tonight. We'll get it tonight. It's only 7:05 out west on the West Coast here in the U.S. So we're still early.
It's 5 a.m. here in Israel.
Damn. G, I ain't heard from G yet. G, where you at, baby? GPSC.
So,
No,
Monty,
GPSC.
are you still up, or are you up for the day?
I took an afternoon nap for this.
So you've been up since the afternoon?
Mm.
Oh, good on you, man.
I knew this was coming.
I'm just over here staring at charts, dude. Staring at charts, watching this all-time high. Let's watch it. Let's see it.
33,919.
There we go.
33,948.
There it is. Yeah.
948, baby. Let's go. I'm not gonna be happy until we get to 75 and a half.
Yeah. 74.
Hey,
There we go. Rip it.
Oh, 9 on the charts, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. That's beautiful. Fuck.
Best
Wow.
election coverage ever.
Doge at 20 cents,
Oh.
21 cents, 21.
Everything's pumping. Yep. I'm looking at everything on CoinMarketCap. Look at this. Woo!
Oh, we're definitely. I mean,
even Cardano's pumping.
I gotta be quiet.
Okay.
My sister's
Okay,
trying to-
maybe.
Ready for the next election.
I can't scream
Wow.
about it. Let's
This
go.
fucking action's crazy.
I'm not kidding.
This
Though.
is
Like Cardano is pumping. Everything's pumping up.
It's coming.
What's up with XRP? They should go down.
74.
Woo!
Damn, 78 might be right. That's sick. Jack's gonna get what he deserves.
Jack called 78.
Oh, look at that. 74.8.
74.3, 74.7. Go, baby, go. Woo! The pump is on.
Oh, crazy. What's
Total 3 is moving too.
This is for you, Daddy.
75.
75.
Oh my God.
Handle.
Okay, I'm gonna close my long position now, I guess. I think we got the pump.
Woo!
Now it's just gonna pump to 86 immediately just because you closed.
So it's going down now.
That was a good close, also.
Skills masterfully done, sir. I got liquidated back at 18 cents.
Get back to the map.
Yeah, what happened? Did it just dump because he lost Pennsylvania?
No, it's just
No, he's actually a little. He's actually now over
window back.
He's definitely winning Pennsylvania now.
Hey, Colorado just turned blue for some reason.
I mean, that's expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's 81% in Georgia, and he's at 52%. So he's up 5% with only 19% to go.
That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Arizona is very close. 49, 49. 49.6, 49.6.
It's
Yeah.
only halfway done still, so yeah.
Yeah, it's anyone's race right now.
North Carolina's wide.
Yeah. Georgia is wide as well. 81% reporting, so I think Georgia.
I think Georgia, you can call that one, man.
Yeah.
Georgia is close to being
You
called.
can
Yeah.
call Georgia. Brett Bear's calling Georgia.
Fox has not called it yet.
I can't believe we just saw 75K Bitcoin.
That's crazy.
That's it. Now testing the previous all-time high as a support at the moment.
Yeah,
love, take it down. Oh, if you climb a mountain and you
Well, it was smart to close at 75 because now it's going down.
my reflection, snow-covered hills.
Yeah, but there's people that have a psychological, oh, I'm going to sell it if it hits 75K that don't
Yeah,
have
exactly.
that don't
or
have
they
any
probably have
idea.
the auto sale as well.
Right.
Yeah,
a-
probably
I
increased
don't.
to
I don't
like
know, man. I think.
73.5 back.
I mean, a lot of folks, we have access to the charts, but I mean, after the heat maps there at 74-ish, where we're at, it seemed like it was pretty clear. I mean, there's smarter people in the room here than me on this call who have access to the data. Mr. Greenspan, G, you got data. Pepe, I mean,
You
I
are
think
the
it's pretty
smartest
clear,
person
though,
in the
right?
room, Mr. Case.
What's that?
You are the smartest person in the room, Mr. Case.
Oh, dear God. Are you hitting a vape pen back there in Israel? Is that what you're on?
Just a Heineken.
Okay. But after that 74, we're pretty clear to 100, aren't we? There's no.
No, they were. Yeah, there's no resistance after that. They're
Right.
in all-time high territory. So
Right.
pick
Price
a number.
discovery mode.
Yeah, I don't like that term because actually price discovery is just what happens when markets move.
Yeah. All right. That was so awesome. Those 75, man. That was great. That was like, wow. Holy crap. We are watching history unfold real time with over 1,284 viewers right now on the live stream. So thank you, each and every one of you, for deciding to spend some time with us as we cover the election from the blockchain around the world and across the web. Oh my gosh, Peace, thank you so much for hosting this thing, the Stacks community for being here, the Bitcoin Live Network, Nick and the whole team behind the scenes putting this thing on, Mr. Greenspan, Quantum Economics, Quantum Expeditions. I mean, this is like this is a global event that we are all being a part of right now.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers.
We might make it, y'all. We might just make it.
We're gonna make it.
We're gonna make
It just
it.
looks
Wag
like
me,
it's.
baby, wag me.
It just
All right,
looks like
Colorado
it might
blue.
be a little sooner
Colorado
than we.
went blue. Colorado went blue because the mountains, and it's my valid. I'm sorry, it's my bad. Colorado went blue for her.
By the way, on Polymarket, Trump is 87%. So
That's bananas.
Damn, that's crazy.
I don't care how much illiquid it is. That's a big bet.
yeah,
You're looking at Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia. I mean, pretty much. And then if Pennsylvania does actually end up going red, I think that's going to be the story of the night. We've kind of said that before. As Pennsylvania goes, so goes the election.
Yep.
19 electoral votes up for grabs.
Oh,
So.
Oregon is red for some reason.
Yeah,
Oregon's red, but it's only one.
But still,
They've got less than 5,000 votes counted.
Trust me. The Antifa vote has not come in Oregon. Just as we had the Amish vote in Pennsylvania, the Antifa vote has not come in yet. So don't get too excited yet there.
But that would be amazing, right? If Oregon win. If
Oh,
Oregon
wow.
flip. Yeah.
That'd be grounds for investigation if I were a Democrat.
Exactly. That would be some election.
Yeah.
Thank you. You got it, Peace.
Oh, they changed it. Now it's gray.
That's just that's a fluke in the algo there. And yeah, now they changed it back. Yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. Yeah, they just changed it back.
They were like, wait,
They
the organized on Bitcoin Live says this is bullshit. We got to change this. Oh, back over 74K.
All right.
And Fox News has gone down. 404 page.
Oh wow. Are they under attack? I
Really?
wonder.
Oh, let's back up now.
All right. Maybe you're under attack.
That was almost exciting.
I mean, the one thing about all this is, Iran has been kind of rattling the saber and been quiet, and I'm kind of wondering what might happen here in this next week. What are your thoughts, or what are you reading over there in the Middle East, Mr. Greenspan?
Iran.
Yeah.
Well, I like Iran. I like Iranians. Fucking IRGC, man. I hope they all go to hell real quick.
But I read reports earlier online that they actually put their whole Air Force on alert. Like nobody was able to leave. They were all like on
Air Force? They don't have an
Yes,
Air Force. They don't even have air defense. We've taken out their defense.
I'm just
No,
telling
they
you what
have it.
what I saw.
No, they don't. They have both.
Okay.
It's like underestimating the enemy. That's not a smart way to go.
It's okay. Yeah, no.
Mr. Greenspan has deep insider intelligence from Assad.
Kansas
He knows.
is red now.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! We just got a whole bunch more viewers. Like,
I know we're up
popped
to
up on-
1,400. Oh, wow, my gosh. Thank you, everybody, for joining the stream. They must want to know about how to buy Bitcoin in stacks.
You know,
Oh, my
you
gosh.
get
If I'm
another
gonna win, what do I
one
do?
for
Holy
expert
shit.
Some Bitcoin
Bitcoin in
Pepe. That's what they need.
and some Bitcoin Pepe, and some
we
Bitcoin
have-
and
we
some
have
of those
room on the-
orange NFTs.
And some of those socks. Fuck, the socks are
Some of
fire.
those
I'm
socks.
rocking those all day.
Where can I get that shirt? That shirt you were rocking on Jack's show a couple weeks back.
Nobody famous is selling them. She just
Is that
fuck.
that's
She,
not an
she got a
exclusive?
whole merch. She's got a whole merch store, and it's NFT gated. You get a discount if you buy her wrap that she put out for Bitcoin Pepe.
I already
So
have
you can go
one. Yep, I have that.
There you go. Yeah. You get the discount. Go out there. You get one of those little packs full of all these stickers and shit. Yeah, it's all there for you.
You gotta tell her I said what's up. She was coming in and saying good morning to me every day, and now she doesn't love me anymore. She's not going.
What? Oh, she's amazing. No, don't throw any shade at fucking Nobody Famous. She's fucking amazing. But I'll tell her what's up. She's just busy. She's fucking putting out these fucking killer
sure
merch.
she's busy. I just miss seeing her. She brings good energy
Hey.
to my space.
She is the best energy. Literally, anytime I'm feeling down, she just hits me up in that exact moment. She's like, "Look at this shit I just made," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you're amazing." So
Yeah, she's
That's all
good.
I got.
She's good. Good stuff. Good stuff.
All
I
right.
can't believe where we just shot up to we just added like 300 viewers all at one time. That's like,
Yeah.
I'm not buying it. Is it the Russians?
It could be.
Fox News goes down. We get 300 viewers all at once. Coincidence? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think people are waking up in Japan and Australia. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Asia.
Australia's probably noon by now.
Yeah, Hamish had to leave so he could go do some work. So it's
Work.
Work.
That's a 4-letter
You know,
word, man.
it's election day. What's going on?
No, wait. They had a big. Remember, Mr. Greenspan? They had a big official race.
The cup,
in-
what's
the
it called?
Derby.
The horse race.
So Australia apparently yesterday had some big freaking horse race. It was like some national thing where they have the whole country shuts down. Imagine the entire U.S. shutting down for the Kentucky Derby during a workday. The offices and everything is closed. That's what happened yesterday or today in Australia. So I don't know.
Did they eat the winner?
Did they?
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Kangaroos, but why not horses?
We got some more states going blue, it looks like, here on the bottom of the map.
Yeah.
I mean, not too many.
Yeah, Arizona.
Let them have them. They're not important.
It's still.
Well,
I mean,
Arizona,
by
Arizona,
10,000
that's,
votes, that's
It's
nothing.
within the margin of error, and only
That's true.
48
It's
Arizona
within less than
definitely is
1%. At about 48 right now reporting, but still, I think a lot of folks might have thought that would have been not as close as what we're seeing right now.
What's New York at? I want to see New York.
Oh, New York is confirmed. That's Kamala country.
No. Okay, yeah, New York
What's the
is.
spread?
Look, they took a
60-40?
fucking
No,
squirrel and
19
killed it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's
I mean,
59. It's less
That's
than
not
60%.
bad for New York, though. That's not bad
Right.
for New York.
No, but people are scared that if they vote for Trump, they might get arrested.
I mean,
And
yeah,
they might
for
get their
New York.
squirrel taken from them, or
They
their
might be
pet.
dead. Squirrel might die. I don't know. Or right. What's worse than getting arrested?
Your squirrel being killed, or your raccoon. I don't know. Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, 60-40. Is that what I predicted? I think that's what I said.
Well, getting closer now in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right. It's a little closer than what you did. You said 60-40.
Yeah.
I think you called it an over-under.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. So much for the Iowa poll over the weekend. Oh, you mean that was fake news? Oh, I'm sorry. I believe the fake news. Just saying that. I don't know. Oh. Trying to keep it between the lines here, kids. I'm no Joe Scarborough on MSNBC. I do look a little bit like Rachel Maddow with a beard, though.
Not as much as Mark Cuban.
No, you don't.
I wish I looked more like Megyn Kelly, to be honest. But
Blockface is back in the house.
Blockface.
There we go.
Hey guys.
What up?
What's up, B?
Oh yeah.
Michael, while you were gone, I don't know if you noticed, but Bitcoin hit 75K.
Oh wow, nice.
Michael, do you have any jokes you could help maybe shift the mood a little bit? Because I know you do stand-up comedy and you did some really great stuff, and like maybe you have some like Bitcoin jokes about the election or anything.
Yeah, put me on the spot.
I know.
Now
How
that
about
I
no
know
right now?
Now that I know, yeah.
Yeah, give him a second. He'll have some.
I'll find a way.
Yeah, he'll rip.
Yeah.
Hit the vape pen a little bit, whatever you need to do. Get loose. You know, get saucy.
I like it. All right, I got my
All
red
right.
cup. So.
Well, I think at this point we just decided now that Peace is like it's after 10 o'clock out east, we're just going to be adult and just have an adult beverage now.
The only thing professional is the tie, huh? Peace be with you.
Everything's professional, my brother.
You don't want to
Just
know what's
like
below
it
the waist, though. You know it's only a waist-up shot.
That's
with
right.
him.
He just has the heart.
What's the opposite of a
shorts.
coconut?
Oh. So
I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there,
Oh,
Peace.
Never mind. That's
Nope.
an inside joke.
I mean, a lot of people think he's competing with a token in Kamla. So
What's that?
a lot of people think this election is Donald Trump versus a token.
Well,
Token?
Like a token minority.
What?
I just hope all
You got me.
1,600 people that are
Okay.
streaming us right now get the humor and the entertainment factor we're trying to bring. So thank you to all our 1,600 friends, families, and viewers out here right now around the world and across the web.
You would think the token would be good for tokenomics, but the consensus is that
1,600.
the token is not going to be good for crypto, which is a weird thing to think about.
Oh,
it
his
depends,
token.
though.
The
Earlier
Trump
we
token.
discussed this that it could be the XRP token might be fine with
Right.
the
Well, that's
token.
more like that's not the U.S. election. That's more the World Economic Forum election. I believe.
Yeah. I was gonna say you motherfuckers better start buying Trump's token before he turns our back on us. We better start fucking bidding that shit and fucking pumping that thing to the moon before he's like, fuck these crypto people. They're not gonna
Shilling
like yeah, that's what we gotta start. What's this company called? I forget. Whatever it is, we all have to start shilling it.
You guys notice that the court case for the appeal for Trump is going well for him in New York? Have you been following that? You know,
No.
the $425 million fine that he got. The appeal is going well for him.
They're ready to let him in,
news,
honestly.
Elon Musk just said that Trump is going to win.
It's starting to
That's a
look
surprise.
like it.
Everyone can say that now. It's in the bag.
Yeah, it's like, oh wow,
Sorry, what's the golden
Not
number?
Thanks,
stretch.
Elon.
Is
way
it
to really break
275?
some news.
Is that the
260,
number?
270, 270.
270. Okay.
Yep. 198 to 112.
He's up a good amount, but like West Coast is gonna add to that. So like really,
Well, you got
it's
74 on the
Pennsylvania.
West Coast we can factor in for sure. So
Yeah, but he's leading in all the swing states, so he's winning for sure.
He's leading
He
in all the
is
swing
winning
states.
right now for sure. No, this
Except
is a
Virginia.
test pick.
Now Kamala is up on Virginia for some
How
reason.
did Florida
Yeah, but
vote?
it's only like 0.5%, and
Yeah.
Can
that's
you go
still
over Florida?
Michigan is closing the gap also.
Yep.
she's still, it's not over yet. I mean, at 112, and you factor in the 75 out west, that puts her at 190. Trump at 198 right now,
Yep.
and
Landslide, Matt. Landslide.
I've got the Fleetwood Mac queued up and ready.
you just listen. You don't have to play the whole song. Just play like
What are you waiting for?
5 seconds of it. As soon as people start laughing, you hit it, then you end it and drop it in like 10 minutes later again. That's the way to play
down
them.
to a science, man. Down to a freaking cheers.
I know what to do. I know what to do, guys.
Technically, the more
I gotta go get
confusion-
some ice so I can have some more whiskey. I'll be right back.
The more confusion there is, the better it is for Bitcoin, right? Regardless of who wins.
No.
No.
Investors just want certainty. They just want to know what the fuck is going on, honestly. Like at the end of the day, every investor is like, do I put money here or there first? And then what order do I distribute it in? So literally any outcome is good. But the best outcome is for sure Trump.
Yeah, any outcome is good for Bitcoin, but a decisive Trump victory is great for Bitcoin.
No, Dam's like winning is not good for Bitcoin. We will see a big drop right away if Kamala wins.
That what? I didn't hear you. I didn't understand what you're trying to say.
No, I'm saying if Kamala wins, it's not good for Bitcoin.
I'm sorry, those three words in that order don't make much sense to me.
Well,
I honestly think right now everything is just fucking flatlined. Like every investor I know is paralyzed. Investors from my dating app are like, we're not touching shit till the election is over. We're gonna figure out what the lay of the land is gonna look like, and then we'll decide. So, at the end of the day, like uncertainty is the worst thing for investors. So anything is better than this, frankly.
Oh, you mind if we check into Poly Market?
It's 89% on Poly Market.
89%?
I can barely hear whoever's talking.
I'm
now.
gonna turn them up. Michael, you're too
89%.
soft spoken.
Oh, sorry. Check.
There you go.
All right.
How's that?
A little better.
So Poly Market
That's as
is
loud as
Sorry, my bad.
89%.
Oh, turn up. I can't hear you.
Oh, one sec. Work on my audio.
Trip monkey. Being a dick.
Tripping monkey. What kind of name is that?
Sorry, tripping monkey. Much better.
How many times have you guys had to wake up, old man? Jeez.
Bro, it's my. He's
Is it
right.
past your bedtime piece?
He's right. No, he knows. Trip's right. It's I had a pot of coffee at about 3:00, and I switched to whiskey about an hour ago, so I'll go right to sleep when this is over. But thanks for caring, man.
Karen is sharing. We're up over to 1,800 folks now on the live stream. So thank you everybody for being here and being part of history in the making on the live stream tonight.
It's history for Bitcoin as well, right? Bitcoin Live.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It is history for Bitcoin as well.
Bitcoin and Bitcoin Live.
Yeah, the Bitcoin Live network, absolutely. I mean, this is a unprecedented moment, bringing all these influencers, creatives, hosts, folks who share a passion for blockchain and Bitcoin, no matter what the ecosystem is, coming together right now with over 1,800 people live streaming this moment. This is fantastic. So thank you for being here. I'm excited just to be a part of it.
Yeah, cheers again. Am I still? I'm the only one still
you
drinking.
refilled,
No.
eh?
All right, hold on. I cheers you with
No.
with my note card. So I was taking notes. Sorry, Peace. Here, I got a Coors Light over here. I'm trying to be professional and take notes and document stuff, but okay.
There we go.
I got a Heineken for Nick.
All right.
There we go.
There you go.
Amsterdam.
Yeah, Bitcoin wants to run. It wants to run.
Arizona is red again.
Trip. Hero also says good night again. He must have had a little nap and came back.
There we go. He's back.
We're grinding it out on the live stream tonight. I'm trying to see what else is coming in here.
He's actually a little farther ahead in he's widened his gap in Pennsylvania with 56%.
That's big.
good.
Yeah, he flipped that.
That's
He just
important.
flipped Pennsylvania. Peace.
Yeah, Amish are coming. Amish are
We're already here.
Rolling
We're
in.
already here.
Don't discount them, man. Those guys count.
And if you zoom in on the counties, it's like all red except like 3 cities.
Yeah, college
That's
in the
always
metro
how it is.
areas. Yeah.
Damn, I can't believe we're like pushing 2,000 viewers live. I mean, yeah, we've been going for 4.5 hours, but still, it's pretty. That's
like
This is the biggest story on the planet right now.
It is.
Right? Whether it's the Bitcoin price or the election, they're the two single biggest stories, and they're intertwined. And we are being a part of it and covering it. And thank you, Peace and Bitcoin Live for allowing us to do this.
I wish Nick was here right now.
Thank you guys all for joining us. This would have been way less cool if it was just me sitting here reading, like saying, "Oh, it's Pennsylvania." You know, I mean, how many times can I say that?
I love you got the Jameson out now, man. You're just letting it rip.
Yeah.
Undo the tie a little bit. Come on, Peace. Loosen up the tie a little bit, buddy.
He's ready.
I don't even.
Ready. There you...
I'm totally loose, guys. I don't even need to loosen the tie.
All right, brother. All right, brother.
I think
now
it
we
just
can
looks
ask you
good.
all the. Now we can ask you like questions like, "Come on, you're a big blocker, aren't you?" You can. There's no.
Oh, we already went over that. We already went over that one, but yes,
Yeah.
big blockers. That's okay though. You know, I mean, we said it takes different strokes to move the world. You know what I'm talking about, Willis? I know, Michael, but you know what I mean. It's yeah.
I like it.
All right. So John Deaton's lost. Rick Scott looks like he's going to win. Looks like Ruben Gallego is going to win in Arizona in the Senate as well. So I think the House and the Senate, there's still some action there to be had. I don't know how deep we want to go on that.
Go.
I was
I don't
kind of
know
hoping
even-
somebody would take it right there and I could go get another Coors Light. But okay, if you want me to keep going, I will.
You know what? You do whatever makes you happy, man.
I am no Brett Baer at Fox News. Okay, just so you know.
No, well, we're not trying to be Fox News. Fox News is Fox News.
That's right. That's why X is really the new media. I mean, it really is. Whether it's what Mario's doing, or Tara's doing, or Elon, or all the folks like what Piece, what you're doing, what the Bitcoin Live Network is doing. This is really the new media. Decentralized broadcasting is where it's at.
Decentralized, deorganized is where it's at, brother. Deorganized media.
Deorganized, that yeah.
That's the tagline. That's actually what I've been having people do their zero authority bounties. They have to tag on my post. Deorganized media is where it's at.
I like that. That's your tagline. Good. Hold on. I'm writing this down. Deorganized. I'm serious. I'm writing it down.
Put it on your whiteboard, dude. It'll last longer.
Hey, the fact that you even remember that I have a whiteboard is awesome because I do. I have a
have a
whiteboard
whiteboard
and I
too.
write
You
all
wanna-
my
you-
shit on it, and then it's like I can look up at it and I keep my notes. Seriously, dude, it's awesome.
It's my
Yes.
whiteboard. Then my daughter uses it for her art.
Yeah.
Do we have to call it a whiteboard?
Yeah, I have like 4
Come on, guys.
whiteboards
No, it's
around
white.
my house
It's a wipe.
somewhere.
It's a wipe. It's a wipe because you wipe because you can wipe on and
thank
wipe
you.
off.
You know, it's
like
2024,
Danielson,
guys.
wipe on, wipe off.
You know?
No, it's a
Maybe I didn't
whiteboard because of the
enunciate.
color white.
No, I thought it was wipe because it's like
No,
you
white.
wipe it.
It's a whiteboard.
No, it's a wipe.
Read your marker, dude.
It's wipe. W-I-P-E, wipe.
Read the marker.
Like you're wiping your when you
It's
go to
whiteboard
you
now.
wipe, you know, you do the wipe.
It's
You
whiteboard
wipe.
now. Yeah, I'm calling it whiteboard. Mhm.
I thought it was a whiteboard. I kept saying a whiteboard. Well,
Are you
when did it
saying
become
Pam
racist?
or panned?
Yeah, it's 2 D's.
The
It's
marker.
a silent D at the end.
Oh,
I
big
don't-
breaking. Michigan is right now.
Thank you,
No shit.
Sid, for bringing us back. We're going off the rails.
No, but Michigan is right, so that's a big breaking for today.
Thank you, Sid.
Oh man, the whole north of the country is red in there. All in there.
The whole country is red, man. It's a landslide.
Oh, cue the music. Matt, go. Matt, go.
Oh, wait, I can't.
We are.
I can't. For some reason, I gotta.
No,
Oh
there,
my God.
there it is. Oh, it's not going.
Wait, did you have it? I got too many things I'm sharing. I don't know what I'm sharing.
You're serious.
I don't know. I think Peace, you and I, because we're on the admin thing, I might be sharing yours or whatever.
Oh,
So I think there might be a
Oh,
little.
we got
a
our
little-
streams.
that's
We
what
got
it
our
is.
streams.
Yeah, we crossed the
Stream
stream.
cross?
We Ghostbusted.
No.
We crossed. Yeah, we crossed.
We
You
crossed
created a
streams.
bridge.
I Peter
Yeah.
Venkman'd you. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I Peter Venkman'd you.
We got our Schwartzes twisted.
Yeah. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and I'm sorry. And I can play it off this though. Hold on, I had it over
Yeah, you
here.
guys are like a directed acyclic graph, you know, where they twirl around each other.
Yeah, Michael, you got it.
Where do you wait? What did you call me?
Yeah, you know how those
Some
ducks
kind
have
of
the.
a swirly graph. He called you a swirly graph.
Mhm.
74-2.
I'm gonna go with the different version though.
So I asked this before. Can you hover over Florida? Because usually Florida is like one of those really popular states. How did it go this year?
56.
Florida's done.
Yeah, I mean,
So it was
everyone
close.
moved to Florida and
It was not
fucking
close.
back in
56%
COVID.
is
No.
not close.
56% isn't close.
No.
No. Last time I was in Florida, it was more Trumpy than I've ever seen any state. It was insane. Like Georgia, you would think would be more Trumpy than Florida. Not even close. Half these states, you would think, but no.
See, that's it. You just play it. We laughed, then you stop. And then like 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, we start talking about how good it's going for Trump. You just play it.
Why don't you play it? Peace.
Oh, I have to do everything around here.
Hey, GPSC, I heard everything with Trump is going good. This election is good for the value.
Yep.
Hey, hopefully.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Some guys are happy. They're happy. They're watching the tokens like and do their thing. Some Trump meme NFTs. It's golden. It's if you guys caught that.
What is that again? What was that?
Trigamma.io.
Trigamma.
.io. Okay, hold on. I'll pull it up.
Gamma.io. This is
Oh, did you? All right, somebody
Yeah,
else
dude,
has
I've
got the landslide going in the
working on these
background
for
now. I love it.
a couple
Let's keep
months
it
now.
going. Keep it going, babies. Let's go. Let's
Let's
go.
go.
On the live stream,
I made
over
this meme
2,100
NFT
people now.
and released
Thank
it
you.
for the election. We keep you know,
let's.
You guys are right now.
So-
you know, you guys are going the long mile. So
the
The kids to school.
GPSC just actually created a really awesome 5,000 NFT collection on Stacks for the Trump token community. That's what Michael was bringing up, and it's minting now on Gamma.io.
Yeah, baby.
So if you guys are,
Oh yeah, we're live streaming with over 2,100 people watching us right now. Yeah.
Matt, you're not on mute.
Oh, sorry.
I
My
didn't
wife was
leave.
on the phone. I'm like, yeah, sorry. Hold on.
He's like, yeah, listen, we got like 2,000. Come over. I'll show you.
Well, she wanted to know what the election results were. Hold on, Peace. Talk to my wife. Tell her what's going on.
Arby, we love you.
There's no strippers, I swear to God.
By the way, 92% odds for Trump on Polymarket.
Damn.
92.
That's crazy.
Oh, he's at 2-0. He just won. Oh, he got Montana. I think Montana and Utah. Arizona's back to pink.
Arizona's even Steven right now. I don't know why it's pink.
Oh, yeah.
It's just one
Okay,
vote.
I gotta go empty the cat box apparently, so I'll be right back.
You
All
do
right.
that.
Oh man, he's at 210.
Wait a minute. Is it true that
210,
all
yep.
is it true
60
that
left.
all states are pink on the inside?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're gray on the outside and pink on the inside. GPS got stuck with a huge smile. That's awesome.
Oh, I think I got. Yeah.
I got a screenshot that. Hold on. Yes, screenshot.
That's so cool.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
New profile picture. Oh my gosh, send it to him. Profile pic.
It reconnected. Damn it.
Did you get the screenshot?
I got the screenshot.
Send it.
Okay, hold on. Let me post it.
I think we got 300 coming on.
What? Here
Let's
we go.
Oh, I missed this before. Trip said moist socks wear clip-on ties. That's right. They don't know how to tie a tie like a fresh, dry sock. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you're doxxed, right?
Sure.
He's lit right now.
Who?
Oh no, I just posted it. The picture of GPS.
Oh yeah, he comes on he's a regular on Tuesdays. So the Tuesday lineup.
Man.
You guys, so we actually have like a whole schedule of shows now on Tuesdays where GPSC comes on in the morning show with me. Michael's going to do an AI show after that around 10 a.m. Eastern time. We got Landy coming on and doing a TA show at around 11 a.m. And then 300, who I think is actually about to jump up and join us, is going to do a show at like 1 p.m. So we got it's like we're like a legit broadcast network on Tuesday morning starting this next Tuesday.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
That friggin' $140 D grant is really going places, huh?
I know. Swindled those guys out of $140, and
Yeah,
all
this
I had
guy
to
has
do was
done
walk
more
to
than-
do it for nothing.
Peace Love has done more than with $140 than people have with billions.
I've spent a lot.
Wow.
100%.
210 to 112. Is that what we're looking at right now on the map?
Yes.
Wow. This is like when Clubber Lang beat the shit out of Rocky in Rocky 3. You know what I mean? This is like, wow.
Well, except for more enjoyable. Like when I
Nobody
was a kid, I
expected
didn't want to
this.
see. I didn't want to see Rocky get beat. Right? Nobody wanted to see Rocky.
Right, nobody
get
wanted
beat.
to see Rocky get beat, and everybody loved it when he ran on the beach with Apollo Creed in slow motion, right? We all fucking love that. But I don't think anybody was expecting, well, Mr. Greenspan did, though. He was
Actually,
like,
my ADD did not like the slow motion running on the beach scene. Actually, I hated that. It was too long. It's like, what are they doing? And I was a little kid, and I don't understand this.
But you can get so much done in a montage piece. You can do it in a montage.
That's true. You
you
have more experience with that. You have more skill in that level than I do, for sure.
I do have a lot of menage a trois, a lot of things. And I learned that. I learned that from Michael because he had a digital menage a trois, and that was a really great thing that I picked up from your show. So thank you for educating me on that.
He did have a digital. Michael, you want to explain what that means? Or I'll just leave it out there in the ether for people.
Sorry not to throw you under the bus, buddy, but
Yeah, it's a very Canadian way to have sex. The menage. You don't want to disappoint everyone, yet everyone is pissed off at the end of the procedure.
See, I find that Canadians are so politeful, even in their porn. You're like, oh, excuse me, would you like a serviette? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh,
excuse.
Yeah, right. You're also polite.
Yeah. Yeah, in the Canadian porn, they actually agree to remain friends. They don't want to complicate things, may lead to friction. We're like the Sweden of North America. Yeah. The Canadian porn is platonic. It's great.
Hey, look at this. We got Doug Hardwick coming into the conversation, CEO from Quantum Expeditions, mining Bitcoin out there in the Permian Basin where they're testing wellheads with gensets. That's a whole lot of buzz lingo I just learned yesterday, so don't ask me what the fuck that means.
Testing wells with gensets. I like that.
Well, that's the truth, buddy. Come on. Yeah, buddy.
That just tells me I haven't informed you well enough. That's all right. We're getting it.
The genset is the generator. It doesn't test the wells. So we got another tool for testing the wells.
There you go. Which is out on site. No gensets yet, just well testers.
I mean,
anyway,
the map looks like there will be blood, so it's apt.
So I've been following along, and I keep giving Maddie information, but he won't send it. So he said, "Come on."
I don't have enough screen.
Well, I said, "Yeah, come on, get up here, man. You know how to work the Google machine."
Man, we're in. I think this is exciting tonight. I will say.
It is.
And so Ted Cruz won, so I had to pop the top on that one. Crack the cork, as they say.
Crack the cork.
Doug's drinking. I'm getting my whiskey too. Damn it.
Okay. You guys are going all full D-Gen mode on me now.
If I can do this.
Oh, you guys are full D-Gen mode.
And I gotta drop off my kids.
Pepe, what do you got over there, Pepe? What's Pepe working on?
I don't know. Simpler Times lager. Some craft beer.
Not like the mountains are blue over here.
Hey,
no, not fancy like that.
Marty helped me go pick this one out.
There we
I
go.
did. I went with you. Yeah.
Yeah, Matty Satz went with me to go pick that one out.
Yeah, I did.
It's near and dear to my heart now.
Well, I wish it was near and dear to my heart as well. I should have bought some. It would have been a bonding moment. It already was a bonding moment.
Yeah. That's
this right now that we're witnessing is a bonding moment.
Yes, we are bonding now. We're watching live as Bitcoin hit a new all-time high. Still holding on to 74 right now, by the way.
Hell yeah.
So, North Carolina, they're saying that actually Brett
Baird
called North Carolina for Trump?
For Trump? I mean, he's at 50.8 with 85% reporting, so it's close. I mean, it's still close, but it's if they're calling it,
Polls close in another 10 minutes here out west. So we're talking California, and this is where we're going to see Kamala pick up a lot of ground. So don't be surprised. 74 electoral votes are going to come flooding in. So let's not go counting chickens before they're hatched or scrambling eggs before they're cooked.
So you got 32 with North Carolina and Georgia, and you got another 19. That's 51, 52, 51. He only needs 9 more if he gets these 3. So Virginia does it, Michigan does it, Wisconsin does
Idaho
doesn't. She's got to get everything. She's fucked, boys. Not fuck boy. She's fucked, boys.
He's close. So close.
The comma is pivotal in that sentence.
Idaho.
It seems like the window is getting closed here. 210 to 113.
210 to 113 with the leanings that he has right now.
Right.
It doesn't look good for her.
It doesn't. I mean, the path is, she's not going to win Pennsylvania. We're seeing 63% reported right now, and Trump seems to be increasing that lead, although ever slightly, but it's still, earlier in our live stream, we saw he was behind. He's obviously, he pulled the Talladega, he pulled the Ricky Bobby, he did the shake and bake, the slingshot, whatever. I don't know what it is, but he pulled it out. The Amish showed up.
Amish.
There it is.
That's the key. Is the Amish showdown. Real.
It's all about the Amish.
Thank you, G. Did you just drop in that? Thank you, G. GSBC over there. Thank you, GSBC. Was that you, Mr. Greenspan, with the landslide?
It was me.
Thank you. Thank you, Peace.
That was Peace.
Drop it in there just a little bit.
Just
when we look at Alaska and Hawaii, still late to, but they're kind of outliers. Do we really give them much?
They cancel each other out.
Yeah.
Alaska will go red, Hawaii go blue. That's the way it's always. I don't think you're going to change that this time around.
Wait, Alaska is Democrat usually?
No.
Republican. They'll go Republican.
Okay.
Red.
Oh, they cancel.
Red.
Yeah, it was equal out.
Where are we at on the markets? 74,349. Everything is looking green. Green and red. It's like Christmas. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Peace, what's the price of stacks?
Price of stacks right now is
168, up 3.77%.
Hey,
sorry, I just had it right in front of me. You asked. Sorry.
Oh,
Right in front of me. It was right in front of me.
Hey, and we actually moved up from number 34 to number 32 in
right behind Render. But you know what? Don't sleep on Render though. I'm sorry, friends. In that deep in world, Render's a good play.
I have a Render bag. All
right.
I like Render.
God, I'm not supposed to be drinking on the live stream. I said I was going to have one Coors Light. God bless me.
No, you know what? Is that Nick's rule? Because it's not my rule.
It's my rule. It's my rule.
As long as you clean the litter box, you're good, man.
He who does not rule himself is destined to be ruled by others.
There you
Yes.
go. Love that shit. All right, I got like 10 more minutes in me. I've been here since, I don't know, what time?
You've been
3,
here
5 hours?
We're pushing 5 hours.
Come on, Pep. Hey,
Yeah,
we're
all
going to
right,
finish
my
this
eyes
thing.
are burning. My eyes
Come
are
on,
burning.
Pep. Come on, Pep.
A little longer, but I'm going to get going pretty soon.
All right.
Mark, you're allowed. You're allowed.
Till the end of the spear, we got a little bit more. We got just a little bit.
You've been killing it all day, though. I know you have. You've been busy out there.
Yeah, I gotta wake up early tomorrow. I got work to do. But it's been very nice hanging with you boys.
I'm so glad you came in, man. Really, you've been a huge asset to the show. All of you guys.
Glad we got to connect.
Anytime. It's been great. No, I was looking for a place to vibe tonight. It's been perfect.
You guys that are not part of the Stacks community, go buy some Bitcoin Pepe on Stacks.
Oh yeah.
Just for folks who might not know, who might be watching this, what is the best way for anybody who wanted to buy that? What is it? A Coinbase? Is it crypto.com?
Velar, Velar or
Velar and Alex. It's on Alex. It's on Velar. And we have NFTs. We have PFPs that are still minting, so you can get some PFPs. We got a contest going tomorrow during Munib Space. So if you're rocking one of our PFPs, you might get another one. We got community members making all this cool merch. So if you want to buy anything related to the community, you can get some discounts on some of this like really sick merch. So yeah, we're just honestly, I just made it like for fun. I run a podcast, the Cryptoconomy podcast. I've been running it for 8 years, and I did a podcast with Alex Labs, and I made Pepe before I made that podcast just to like test Stacks. So that's how it started, and we're just rolling with it. But the community's been amazing, honestly. Everyone is just, I couldn't have asked for honestly a better community. So
they run a space every Thursday morning at 11 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
Yep, come on by. We come chill and talk about stuff, and yep, and honestly, yeah, just trying to bring good vibes to the Stacks community and get people to understand what Stacks is and why Bitcoin Layer 2s matter. So that's all it is. It's that simple.
Nice.
We're six views away from 2,500 guys.
Wow, can we get to
There we
2,500 people on the live stream tonight? That would be
We're
historic,
going
I think, for the Bitcoin Live
Solid.
Network. Right?
Very
as
historic.
Bitcoin hits a new all-time high, as we're watching the map unfold. Yeah, that would be amazing. Wow, thank you.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man. Who is selling Bitcoin right now? Who is selling right now? Other than me, I just sold some because I got to pay my Verizon phone bill. But other than that,
people take profits, man.
You got to take some profits.
BlackRock trying to keep the price down. Coinbase.
Mr. Greenspan is a financial
300
advisor.
in the house.
Oh, who do that?
300 the artist. My brother. I don't know if you can hear me. What's up, my brother? Can you hear me?
Oof.
300.
I think he just got back from voting.
No, it's actually morning over there.
Hey, can Canadians vote in the election now? I heard you guys don't check
in California.
ID. Okay.
Yeah, just sneak across the border illegally. We'll give you a Visa
exactly.
card, put you in a hotel, and you can vote.
Oh, wicked.
Yeah.
I can pick up my $5,000 MasterCard on the way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I never understood. Like,
Anna.
you guys open the southern border, but still have the northern border closed. Are Canadians that much worse than Mexicans?
Yo.
No.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hell yeah.
As somebody who has Canadian family and ancestry, yes, we're very bad. Here's the problem with Canada. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, I have family from Canada. My roots are Canadian. And the problem with Canada is this. When you go to watch a fucking Canadian football game, it's Rough Riders 7, Rough Riders 14. You have 8 fucking teams. And You couldn't come up with a new name? I mean, come on, Canada.
I mean,
fuck.
That's Alberta, though. That's not like the rest of us. You know what I mean? You know?
I don't know. Toronto, man. Everyone I've ever worked with from Toronto has fucked me beyond belief. Like, they say that people are sketchy. Man, those fuckers from Toronto.
But we learned it from you guys, right?
I don't know, man.
You mean they're not really polite? They're just crafty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I
all
don't
grin
know, you
teeth
guys-
is a smile.
Yeah, you guys are taking advantage of your reputation of being nice people. You guys
Oh
are
yeah.
fucking everyone down here.
GMGN, guys.
Hey,
Immigrants
What's up,
fly
man?
into
How are you?
southern countries where it's cheaper, and then they walk up through Mexico and cross the border. That's why there's so many across the southern border. They can come up through there anytime. You can't come through the northern border in the wintertime.
So
and
we
freeze
don't
to
have
death.
to get into this conversation if you guys don't want to, but I take it.
Okay.
I don't have necessarily a. I have a little bit of a different view on immigration than many people in our space or many people that are pro-Trump. I think in a free, open society, we should have open borders and people should be able to move. Otherwise, peaceful people who are causing no harm to anybody should not be illegal simply because they exist somewhere that other than another place. I think people should be free to travel as they will as a human right, and that people that are in a place that are otherwise peaceful and not causing harm to anybody should be allowed to be there. And I also think that people are economically viable. I think we have all of human history that supports that. People are economically generative, all people. So the more people you have, the more economic output you have. So we should encourage more people coming here. It's just, it's the paradigm that gives them an illegal status and forces them to into an impoverished state where they now are a drain on society. They're pulling resources. They're not able to work. They have to, there's a lot of problems there. And I know, I realize that some people would be like, oh, well, it's kind of naive to think that all the people coming here would be good. And I don't believe that, but I also think that, we incarcerate more people than the rest of the world combined in this country. So we do a pretty good job of sorting out the assholes that are actually a threat to society, or we can. So, I personally think that we should
criminals
have
are good for business because we can jail them, and that is economic GDP. I like it, Peace.
I would like you a world without borders and without politicians or bankers.
I mean, I think it's just, you gotta take it with, but the problem is you can't have a welfare state and open borders. You can't just give away free money to people who are then going to come. I mean, that is, and look at how Canada's doing, and that's the problem.
You can have a safety net, but you can't have a welfare state. You're right. You can't have a state that the government pays for the basic needs of everybody collectively, and let everybody in. You can't do that.
So
that's how simple it is. So you gotta have one or the others. Yeah, you gotta have one or the other.
For crypto in Ohio, Senator Sherrod Brown, who is staunchly anti-crypto, has been replaced by Bernie Moreno.
Nice.
Democrat replaced by Republican.
Yeah,
and
Sherrod Brown. I
replaced
think he had ties to what
crypto advocate.
I think Sherrod Brown had ties to what some would call the squad. So I'm not surprised that Sherrod Brown would be seeing.
Are those the guys who got Peanut?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, he took out Peanut. Sherrod Brown from Ohio did it with a hit squad. But yeah, basically you're right.
Jeez.
Yeah, he's a
GM guys. What's going on?
Hey,
what's up?
What up? What up? What up?
How are you? Oh, good. I just woke up. I'm just seeing the stats. How are you doing on the elections? What's up, guys? Did you go and vote?
Yeah,
I did, and Trump lost my state, but that was to be expected. But it looks like he's gonna win. Definitely looks like he's doing well right now, man. And actually, I guess the real question though for you is, are your socks fresh this morning?
Yeah, I just woke up. I'm feeling so fresh right now. I couldn't sleep because I was just dreaming about these elections because we are so bullish on Trump because when Trump comes in, things are gonna change in the crypto, and also the government that was there, it was harsh on Zimbabwe, and the sanctions are really hard hitting. So hopefully Trump is gonna win and things are gonna be smoothing out in our country.
Yeah, man. All right, right on. How's the house coming?
Yeah, almost done. I'm
We're
left
up
with
44.
finishing touches.
Almost
So
done.
yeah, I think I'll move in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time. So yeah, it's a cottage. So we are left with the wiring, electricity, and also the floor tiles, and then we move out. Yeah, we're ready.
Awesome, man. That's awesome. So you're going to be in there before the end of the year, you think?
Yeah, at end of this month, we're planning with wifey to move out because yeah, the rentals are really hard to pay with the economic situation down there. So yeah, the bills will go down by 200%. So yeah, we are ready anytime when we finish the house. So I'm just left with a few bucks. If I hustle enough, I'll move in by end of this month.
Awesome, man. Awesome. I know you're going to make it. I know you're going to make it because all you do is hustle, right?
Yeah, definitely. You put in work.
Okay, so
And,
Dogecoin flipped XRP in the ranking.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
so
if they
Doge
get that
is
office
7,000.
of Department of Government Excess, right? Is that what they're calling it? The Department of
Efficiency.
Department of
Government efficiency. Yes, that's Doge. Yeah, government efficiency. All right, Pep.
Mark, thank you so much,
Thank you, guys.
man. Great time hanging out.
Yeah.
You're always welcome in my spaces, and I will definitely come jump
Thank
into
you,
yours
guys.
whenever I get
Yeah.
you guys around.
Oh, yeah.
Likewise,
All
Mark.
right. Come by on
Pep
Thursday.
Toshi.
Thank you guys around. You guys are the best. Love you all. Have a great one. Best of luck tonight. We'll manifest it. I'm feeling
Yep.
good.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Be
feeling
smart,
good
be
going to
safe,
bed,
stack
man.
sats,
Talk
and
to you
hodl.
soon.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. All
Can
right.
you share my screen for a sec?
Yeah, let me drop mine out.
This is the new media right here on X, live streaming on the Bitcoin Live Decentralized Network and DeOrganized Media, right? Hold on. I think I wrote it down. I wrote it down earlier. DeOrganized Media
Is where it's at.
That's right. There it is. There it is. That's right. We'll work on that. We'll get our timing down. You know, it's like Aaron Rodgers to Amari Cooper. We'll get that timing back.
Listen, it was a little high, but I pulled it in.
You did. You pulled it. I threw it behind you. I'm sorry. I threw it behind you. My bad.
You got me lit up, but I held on to it. It's all right. Marty, are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, I got it shared.
You do? It doesn't.
Let me unshare and
Oh,
reshare.
no, I know what it is. Hold on. I do know. I know what it is. You would actually. Oh, no, I can't. I don't see it here.
Try again.
There it is. There it is.
All right. So this is the map before tonight with that was basically just showing what the strongest polls were, and then the gray ones are the toss-ups, or those are the critical ones. And we've had so far very few surprises. Very few, like we thought Kansas might get flipped, but no, it's staying the same over there. We've already got the blue wall on the left-hand side. So this is really like 82 up for grabs. Now, if we look at the latest results, Georgia is 88% reported with 3 points for Trump. So we see Georgia, North Carolina, 88% reported. It's still a bit close, but 1% approximately for Trump.
I see it's 2 points. It's 2.7% right now for Trump.
North Carolina.
Yeah, I got 50.8 to 48.1 on Google.
There you go. There you go. Well, I get excused because I got whiskey and a beer, and it's 6 a.m.
I'm like, bro, I drank 2 glasses of whiskey.
Okay. Pennsylvania, 72% reported with nearly 3%. That's already a win right there.
It's nearly 4%. It's 3.7.
Yeah, thanks. But that's a win.
And that's
right
19
there.
electoral votes. That's big. That's the state we're all focused on.
If he takes these 3, he's
11
there.
more than necessary.
Yeah.
Here's where I'm gonna show you the one thing on this map that wasn't as it was before is Minnesota. 12% reported.
Yeah, Minnesota.
It's according to the Google stats, it's still got 23% difference. So with those 10 points up for grabs, and Georgia closed, North Carolina closed, one of any of these states wins. We're done. I'm calling it. We win.
100K end of year. Take some profits. Not financial advice.
And let me show you this map. Boom, 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 boom. What's the word for that?
Landslide.
Oh, hold on a second.
You.
Fleetwood fucking Mac.
Thank you very much.
Now, what page is that, Marty Greenspan?
270towin.com.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's the analysis right there. I mean, I'm trying to look at my phone. I'm getting text messages from other folks as well. Like, what is going on? I'm trying to explain to them. We're trying to all make sense of it right now. I think that's the question.
It's it. I mean, look, anything can happen. These things are not closed yet.
No.
But as far as I'm seeing, like from what we do know right now, there is very little path for Kamala to get a win here.
I'm showing 75 on crypto.com. I don't know if you can see that, but
take the bet.
75 326 right now on my phone in real time on crypto.com if you were to log on to the app.
There you go.
75 326.
Sell on crypto.com and buy on Bitfinex.
So
yeah, it's 74.2 on CoinMarketCap.
Yep.
And we're over 2,700 viewers.
There we go.
God bless y'all. Thank you for being here with us on this amazing night. Morning, afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are.
We lost 300. And GPSC.
Well,
to the friends we lost along the way.
Oh. All right. I will. The mountains are blue. Even though the map is red, the mountains are blue.
I really do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Right?
This has
Fox
been great.
is still not called any of the swing states yet. Not a one.
Nevada will be an interesting one.
That's curious, actually.
That's never interesting.
No, it is a key state.
It is a key state.
Yeah.
It's an unconsequential swing state. It never. Yeah. It's like a tiebreaker if there's ever a tie, but there's never a tie.
Right. It doesn't usually get there.
Music's tie.
It's just the money
Michael,
people
get on this conversation, bro. Come on.
Relevant.
Did you get some Bitcoin jokes yet? Some election jokes?
I'll work on them.
Next time.
You got a pool in the backyard. I mean, you're too busy focused on your pool and your leisure life.
Look,
crying out loud.
As a Canadian, I need you guys to do well economically because our currency is tied to yours. Does that make sense? So, that's what has me really kind of focusing on this. Our ships are tied together because if you're not building houses, we don't sell our wood. That's like our whole economy is selling you guys wood to build houses.
I thought it was maple syrup.
We haven't built enough houses in like a decade.
Yeah.
Our housing situation is real bad, at least in my neck of the woods. We don't have enough houses. It's bad. So, send us more wood.
Yeah. I think the plan is to give the wood to the Mexicans and have them build the houses. From what I
You know why
is that about right?
there's not enough housing?
Make America Mexican again? Sorry.
There's the comedy. There's the comedy. Thank you, amigo.
All right, we found it.
There it is.
We don't have enough housing, partly
gotta
because
bring it,
in 2008 we lost. Because of the crash in 2008, we lost about a decade of housing starts.
I'm just saying, you get 10 million people crossing the border. They got to live somewhere, and it ran out of bridges.
We
They
put
got to
them
live
in
in a
the-
house now.
Well, we have those little doctorized homes, right? Like the Kubernetes homes.
So the polls have closed in all but
Pardon?
2 states.
Really?
So Alaska and Hawaii. And I think Mr. Greenspan's map earlier that we saw is kind of indicative of the outcome. So I think we might actually have this thing wrapped up here sooner than what I might have thought, which I think is great for a lot of us. So.
Yeah, I'm
I
almost
mean,
out.
can you imagine being on a live stream for like 20 hours? I mean, fuck.
Jim.com do you guys know Jim.com?
No.
Jim.btc. He does audio. He does the Audiano show on Bitcoin Live.
Did you say ordinals?
It's Audianals. So audio. What? It's actually really, really cool. He does sequencing. He puts music on ordinals.
Yep.
And then he has a sequencer platform, and he goes live and he mixes songs. And like last week on Wednesday night, because all of Nick's stuff on Bitcoin Live now goes on DeOrganized channel as well. So I wake up Wednesday morning to go to do the live show, and I'm like, I go in about an hour earlier. I'm setting up all my stuff, and Jim's still fucking going from the night before.
That's right. He went for like almost 2 days or something.
It was at least like 15 hours.
Yeah, it was some legendary shit. I do remember seeing that on the streams. Yes.
Yeah,
and you're right. And the fact that he doesn't all he programs the note by note with like on the keyboard. You can see it all, and like it's fascinating, isn't it?
It is. I do a little bit of music production myself, so I know I've tried to play around with it, and it's a little bit too tedious for me. I can't spend the time to do it, but it's really cool because
you're married and probably have kids. I'm betting as well.
Me?
Maybe a pet. I don't know.
Well, we have a couple of axolotls because my youngest is very spoiled, but it's we don't have any other pets. My sister just had to put down our 16-year-old dog like a week and a half ago.
Oh, man.
Ooh, that sucks. That's rough.
It sucked. It still sucks. Hamish is back.
Hamish.
Oh.
He had a Vegemite sandwich and now he's back.
What's up, Hamish?
Every time he shows up, it's a new all-time high. You should like drop out and come back.
Is it another new all-time high?
Unfortunately, being the middle of the day here, I did have to go and do some real-world work, but I am back now, and I see some more, more states have been counted, and it's looking very good for Trump. I don't think there's a path home for Kamala anymore. I think it's going to be called a lot earlier than many people expected.
It seems that way to me. It does seem that
Who
way.
expected?
Although, I mean, we're still not out of the realm of possibility for some of these to start flipping, but it would be really surprising.
It would be. There would be some fuckery, and I believe that's an official political vote counting term. There would be some fuckery afoot if that.
It is on the organized media Bitcoin Live channel.
So if Trump
That would
wins,
be
do I have
fuckery.
to be like the Van Jones here, where
Hey,
I'm like
so
really
there's a
concerned
very
about the
important
future of
aspect.
America? You know?
Oh, hold on! I love what Michael said. You're
Yeah.
the say that
No,
again.
we got-
that was awesome.
There's two pieces.
Go ahead. Oh, I think it's slowing down.
What was?
Yeah, we got
who you
latency
talking-
issues.
Oh,
it's not,
go ahead, Doug.
Michael
Go
had
ahead,
a really
Doug.
funny quote.
So there's three three pieces of this puzzle. You've got the presidency, and then you got the House and the Senate. And right now, the Senate, I believe, we're one vote or one seat away from. Yeah, we're 50 to 42. So there's 50 Republicans, 42 senators that have been elected.
Trump's got North Carolina.
So
Yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah.
Wow.
So big call on the key state right now. North Carolina, red. And South Carolina as well.
Senate.
So
Senate's
everyone,
Senate.
We're
Senate's up
fixing
to
to add-
48.
Fox has it at 50. They're calling 2 flipped and +2 and 38 held.
so I guess
And
we have a-
Democrats are showing 28 held, 2 lost seats. And that's on Fox News.
What do you got, Michael? I can't hear you.
No, sorry. So essentially, what we're waiting is for the day of the executive action. Avalanche, in the first, second day they come in, there's executive actions. The
Yeah.
biggest thing for Bitcoin or digital currency would be an executive action around, right? That would be the next watershed moment.
What would that be? Would that be like a Bitcoin strategic reserve or?
Right? Like, because usually if we look at the past few presidents, they completely do away with the previous 8 years'
Right.
executive actions. So I'm just trying to think, okay, if it is likely that Trump is to be elected, then we're in a countdown to the executive actions, and that's kind of the next betting moment for the market.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
so
executive
that's-
orders are easy. They just come in with a pen
I think
like
that's
this.
like,
and it's like, boom, and they sign them.
But then the problem
We have-
with executive orders, they're executive ordered in, they executive ordered out. And so what needs to happen in these first 2 years, if Trump gets the House and the Senate, then he needs to get bills passed in these first 2 years. So if the House and the Senate can come together with actual laws to make Bitcoin a reserve currency, that will stick. You can't be a president and get rid of a previous law. If you've got an executive decision or an executive order, in, executive order out. But law in, executive can't take it out.
Well, I mean, if he creates a strategic reserve, it's gonna be there no matter what Congress or the next president has to say, right?
But the next president could sell it.
President could hit the sell button,
Right
right?
off, just like they sold off the strategic oil reserve.
Well,
exactly. But so the strategic oil reserve, that was a rule, that wasn't a law. If the strategic oil reserve was a law, he would not have been able to sell it. And so that was a rule, not a law. That's why he could sell it and get away with it. Sad,
So,
but true.
Don't quote laws to men who have oil.
But even if there's a law, like the law is not going to say how much is required, right? So the next president could come in and sell basically as much as the law allows.
If it was a law, then the House and the Senate could impeach him. The House could impeach and the Senate could kick him out, right?
For selling
if he breaks the law.
It depends how the law is worded, right? Depends how the law would be.
Well, yeah. I mean, if the law is worded that you can the president can pass an executive order to get rid of this law, yeah. But if it's a law, the president can't get rid of a law by executive order.
Right, but would the law state that the president is not allowed to sell any Bitcoin, and therefore, if he sells one Bitcoin, he's breaking the law?
So there's a thing called a tight constitution. Okay, and the United States of America has what some refer to as a tight constitution, which means that if the Constitution does not give the president permission to do something, he can't do it. He can't just say, hey, you know what? I think I'm going to do this today. He can't if he's not given permission to do it. Tight law, tight constitutional law.
The Supreme
You're
Court
muted,
kind of has
Matty.
a say in a lot of this too. So let's not forget about that.
Well, courts can enforce, right. I believe the courts can enforce the law, but they can't make law. And that's why
No.
in the current Supreme Court, they got rid of a lot of rules that weren't law because it wasn't passed. For instance, there's a thing called the Chevron law. And with the Chevron law, you're going to see a lot of things coming out in the next couple of years that a lot of things from the EPA, the FCC, the SEC, a lot of things that those three-letter agencies have been enforcing, that they made a rule, but since it wasn't a law, the Supreme Court can say, no, you can't do that. And that's why
about that
the Chevron law got overturned. That's actually why Roe v. Wade got overturned.
Hey, Doug,
that was a states' rights.
Doug, you might need to rejoin because your audio is a little crackly because your signal might be a little. But Mike had a question for you. He wanted you to. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, Doug, can you talk about the Chevron law? Because I saw a lot of people talk about it on Twitter, but I never got like a succinct understanding, and it sounds like you know what's going on there. That was a big deal.
Bitcoin is testing a new all-time high just now. Go ahead, Dave.
Go Bitcoin. Go Bitcoin. So the Chevron law, what had happened 50 years ago was the EPA said that, and Chevron was an oil and gas company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chevron, multi-billion-dollar, big company, and
Still
so, yeah, I think they're fixing to get merged, but the EPA passed a law that said, or passed a rule and said you can't do this or that, and so the Supreme Court in this most recent session said that because that was not a law passed by the House and Senate, by Congress, that it's not enforceable. So there's a difference between a rule and a law. And so if it's not, and so I forget who it was, but they went to the Supreme Court and contested that rule, the Chevron rule, and got it overturned. That's what they did with Roe v. Wade. Pardon?
This is for plastic-based fuels?
So oil, so oil, derivatives of oil, you can make plastics, polymers, ethane, pentane, butane, SOP.
Shit. They got an allowance to sell plastics that had known errors in it?
Well, I don't know. You got to have a law.
Damn.
So, there's
you got to have a law. It's got to
you can't just the Supreme Court can't make laws. The president can't make laws. Only the Congress can make laws.
I learned that watching Saturday morning cartoons as a kid in the 70s. I get that.
I'm just a bill on top of the
junction. Right? We all know that. Get your adverbs here, Lolly. I mean, come on. 230 to 187 right now. We're at 230 to 187 on the map. Bitcoin at 74.7, closing in on 75, 74.8. Woo! Go, baby, go.
Oil's dropping.
If you could encourage Trump to make it so that Bitcoin is not charged capital gains tax on it in the US, so that becomes the groundswell for the rest of the world, I'd really appreciate it if we could.
Well, you know what? But you know what? Trump won't do it. They're already, this probably, Hamish, already. There are other countries where they're like, you don't have to do that. I think like Bahrain is one of those countries. They're smaller third world EM countries, right? But there are countries where they're already eliminating cap gains tax or anything like that right now on this. So yeah.
So Trump has the belief that when you tax less, the government will actually make more money. And some people can't wrap their head around that. So number one, it's amazing how many servers, and my daughter is in that industry. It said that they don't have to pay taxes on their income, on their tips. They love that. And so there's a lot of people that have switched. A lot of these servers have switched to vote for Trump because he doesn't have, they won't have to pay for taxes on their tips. And there's a couple. So he also was talking about not taxing capital gains, whereas Kamala was talking about taxing unrealized capital gains. I mean, you talk about polar opposites, and I think
what
that's
a ridiculous concept, though. Taxing unrealized gains. Taxing unrealized gains is economically ridiculous. It's economically ridiculous.
I'm not here to, say it's good or bad. I'm just saying there's where some of the polar opposites, and that's where Kamala lost votes and Trump gained votes.
A presidential candidate, they're going to raise
she didn't
taxes.
win a primary either.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's a whole nother subject, right? So,
Right.
where's democracy when you're put in a position to be elected president and not without a vote cast? So,
Right. Well, I mean, how did they expect her to win without cheating?
right. Now go back to 2020 when she was in the primary. She was the first one to drop out. She had the lowest number of votes.
Mopped up. She was terrible. Nobody liked her. She's horrible.
Yeah. They didn't like her then. They don't like her now. Nobody.
They didn't want to go with her when they didn't want to pick her when they usurped Biden. They had to because she was the VP. They had to.
Right. To keep the tax or the money, the donations for the candidate
coming in, right? Yeah.
It could have been that other person. You know that other lady? Well, who was the other lady? That was in the Democratic primary. I think she was worse.
Tulsi Gabbard?
No, I like Tulsi. She has the
Williams.
best chest in politics.
Warren? Elizabeth Warren?
You like that, Matt? Tulsi Gabbard has the best chest in politics. I'm telling you.
Michael,
On
Michael,
record.
you are hot and spicy, bro. I love your hot and spicy like a chicken.
I heard it was
I
her.
think
I
both
was
sides
actually
of
her
the aisle
chest.
can have consensus on this one.
It was actually her chest that's on the terrorist watch list.
Oh my goodness! Oh,
hey,
we have gone full degen mode. We have gone full degen mode.
While we are
Just
here
gonna say.
on Polymarket now,
So, what lady were you talking about?
Hold on.
Tulsi.
Sid's got a Polymarket update. Sid, what do you got?
95% for Trump.
95.
Yeah, 230 to 187. This is like, yeah.
I think
It's
Trump
done.
will cross 300 this time.
He needs 40 to
It's
win.
Hey,
done.
did
He
y'all
needs 40 to
y'all
almost
see
the
one
top.
of the comments here? Could drug dealers be classified as servers? I mean, I think you're gonna have to talk to your CPA about that, right?
We call them butt tenders in Canada.
Butt tenders?
Bud. Yeah.
Bud.
We have
Yeah.
those
He's a
here
butt
too,
tender.
man.
Budweiser.
You're not. We have bud tenders in Rhode Island anyway, and Massachusetts.
They have them in
We do here in
California.
Washington as well.
Bitcoin
California,
breaking a
there's
new
tons of
all-time
butt
high,
tenders.
74,881.
So I see 74,903.
I definitely saw 75 like a couple hours ago.
God.
Yeah, that
Dude,
wick.
man.
Yeah,
74,905.
you wicks like that.
74,918.
Oh
I
shit!
got
So
74. I saw 74.9 just a moment ago.
So-
74.943 again. It's gonna break it. We're tomorrow morning when we
Here
all
it comes.
wake
Here
up.
it comes. It's coming. 74,922.
There
So
it is.
Is he going to give a speech tonight?
Who
No,
did?
I don't.
They don't
I
do a
think
speech the same night?
Yeah, she'll give her concession speech, and then he'll give his winning speech.
Because
Yeah.
what's going to be in that speech, you think?
I was born in a middle class
Oh my God.
family with middle class values, and I worked at
You think he just fell out of a coconut?
Even Trump's speech. Trump's gonna be like, "Suck it, y'all! I played you for fools." Take off his mask and go, "Yeah, I'm really Hitler."
He drops a Degeneration X and like just gives him the-
You know what? I'm glad. God, Steve, I fucking love you. The fact that you just dropped a DX reference on the live stream. Yes, let's go like Triple H and X-Pac and the Road Gun and the Road Dog Billy Jean.
That's it. That's it.
What did you just say, Matty Case? Matt Case?
We went some inside old school WWF references there with the Road Dog and Billy Gunn and X-Pac and DX. So
I've heard of T-Pop.
I guess I'm Conan, right? I look like more like Conan.
Conan?
Remember Conan, the Mexican dude on WCW?
Oh yeah, yes. Oh yes, the WCW. Mike bringing in the W. Yeah,
I'll be the honorary Mexican for the podcast to get
I
the
thought you were
diversity
talking
funding.
about the barbarian.
Got to get diversity funding. You know,
you can even be like Ray 619, right?
There you
Ray
go.
Mysterio Jr.
I like it.
You know, the luchadors, bringing in the luchadors. The luchador. We need
I talked to
luchador
Hero
funding,
Gamer, and he
Michael.
said it does not stand for diversity.
No.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Well, that sucks.
So what about Ethereum hitting 2,600?
Ooh.
I mean,
I got a buddy just texted me on a flight home from Florida wanting to know election results. I told him that we're live streaming this thing, and now he just bought the Wi-Fi so he can watch. Literally, like there it is on my text.
Safe flight.
30,000 foot in the air.
And we're over 3,100 people on the live stream right now. This is incredible. Thank you all for being here on the Bitcoin Live.
Doge is up to
All-time
21
high.
cents.
All-time high for us.
Amazing.
Dogecoin's going to $1. That's
Hey,
it.
can you check what BSV is at?
Sorry.
No.
Yeah, BSB.
Okay, never mind.
No.
Let's hold on. I'm going to check.
You want
to see what
BNB
it
or
is.
Bitcoin? Which one did you want, Michael?
BSV, the one true Bitcoin, as you all know.
Oh yes, yeah, the Craig
Tochi's
coin.
Vision, guys.
Craig
$50.
Vision?
Let's stay focused, guys. Stay
Is
focused.
that good? 50. It's up 10%.
Is
on
that
the
even
day.
on the? Where is that? I can't even. Like, I'm scrolling.
Yeah.
I might have
BSV.
some of that on Coinbase.
Yeah,
actually.
$51. Who is still buying
Killing it.
BSV?
Well, I mean, the court is in front of Meller, and he's been overturned before.
Craig Wright's still buying it.
Yeah.
What did you guys say really quick since we kind of know the results here? About 10 days ago, we saw that guy in London who said he was his name was Stephen Modell or Podell. He said he was actually Satoshi Nakamoto, and he was gonna like try to move the keys, but then he couldn't. I mean, I think a lot of us probably saw that video, and it was like on Halloween. My first intuition was like, are we being punked by Craig? Because like we didn't like, who is this guy? He came out of nowhere, say he's Satoshi.
I just think that
They
if
should have a
Satoshi
sushi
could
roll
build
called Satoshi by
Bitcoin
now.
and create all that stuff, he'd be able to move the keys.
Well, if you were to move the money, do it after Trump gets rid of the taxes on it. You know what I mean?
That's true. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I'm closing the book on this election, friends. Here's the
Really?
book,
Oh,
and I'm
no.
closing it. And
You know, they
I'm
make
calling it.
documentaries of stuff like that. Remember in the
It ain't
2016
done yet.
election?
I'm
Hey,
calling it.
some breaking news from
Not
from
quite
Coinbase
there
Trump.
yet. It does look good though. We're like 3.5% up in Pennsylvania with 80%.
Calling it.
You share my screen real quick.
Yeah.
Go
What do you got? Looking.
Breaking news:
Deeper.
Quantum Economics' new version of the website has just been pushed live.
Oh, fantastic! Can you share that?
Let me
It's QE.finance. I'm sharing
that's
it
this
now.
one, right? Hold on.
Oh wow! Look at that.
This is Steven's portfolio. We got an American flag next to him, and we got
Ooh, look at you,
Hey,
buddy! You're all official, man. You're
proudly
global, buddy.
displayed. So you can see
DeOrganized
also-
Media. I love that.
Yeah,
That is so cool. Look at that.
and then yep. So we've got everybody's flags showing. Whoever's
All
got
around the world.
their Twitter and their LinkedIn has been added. And of course, while you're here, make sure to join the Quantum Alpha Club. We've added a lot of new members.
Lady Trader. Oh, she's so good. Oh my God, Lady Trader Raw.
Dude,
my faves.
She rocks. I'm
Is that
really
the Telegram?
happy to have
Is
her
that the
part of the
Telegram group, the Alpha group?
Yeah.
Yep.
We added Asher, the CEO of BitDoctor, and Alexa. We call her Alexa, Xiaojin Zhang. And Sinisha, of course, is the mastermind behind the website. He put this whole thing together. And
Fantastic.
we've got a lot more on our
Is that
roadmap. This is
Alexa?
just the beginning, folks. Just the beginning. So this is
How'd
a
you get
quantum
Alexa on
economics new website. Her name is Alexa. So
Yeah.
because Chinese people choose an English name because nobody can say Xiao.
Well, what if I wanted to choose a Chinese name? What would be a good Chinese name? I like
You should ask Alexa.
Can I choose
Oh,
Xi
yeah.
Jinping?
I like it. It's like Matakesa.
She,
I want to go with Xi Jinping.
man, we met Alexa in Nashville, and she's a dynamo. She is
Yeah.
so funny.
And
She's good.
partnerships here, we've got Bitcoin Live, and would be very happy to have DeOrganized Media here. So send me your logo and a brief description of DeOrganized Media so we can get that up on the site as well.
Is
Amazing.
DeOrganized Media is where it's at. A
Yeah, there's
sufficient
Angie.
description, or
Don't
do you
go
need
by
a little bit
Angie.
more than that?
Yeah, Angie.
There you go.
Oh, there's Angie. Oh, I miss Angie.
Her
Why isn't
LinkedIn.
she here with us? Oh,
She's
so
one of
good,
my
too.
first.
She's
She's
so
my
great.
first.
Your first what?
I don't even
Name
want
Twitter
it.
space.
Whatever, Doug.
Everybody remembers their first.
And we're on
Twitter
the
space.
opposite. We're on the opposite side of the world. I've never.
She was my
been
first.
And
You're-
Dr. Alex Kahana is actually on Satoshi Island, where he's the chief medical officer on Satoshi
Where
Island.
the hell is Satoshi Island at?
It's right there in the middle of the water. I think it's Vanuatu.
Wow.
Can I go there? Is it like
You
a
can
real
go
place?
there if you. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a bit expensive to get there, but from Seattle. Actually, no. You have a shorter distance.
Well, it's really close to Angie.
Yeah, well,
Neville.
really close relatively. I'll say that still looks like a 3.5, 4 hour flight to me.
Wow.
Well, I think that we should actually
It's
probably
at least 6 hours anywhere from Australia to
that's closer. Yeah, I was gonna say you should go because it's so close to you.
Satoshi. You visit Satoshi Island.
Satoshi
Hey, miss,
And
that's
the
where you're
wonderful
at,
things
bro.
they're doing there.
Go there. You
So
can
anyway,
go there
that-
like lickety split, Hamish.
That's QE.finance for anybody who wants to visit, and definitely join the Alpha Club. We're sharing Alpha every day in the Telegram group there.
You know, I don't get
Yeah, you
into
gotta add the
Telegram as much
syndicate
as I'd
at the
like.
Canadian node.
You should, man. We got good discussions going on.
Wicked.
Yeah, somebody suggested in comments that we should do guys Googling stuff section or segment.
Guys Googling
Guys
stuff.
Googling stuff.
Guys, Googling, that's the show. That's the first Thursday show. You guys
Nick.
are in.
We need to. Guys Googling
Sid and
stuff on bourbon.
I love that idea. It's
Drunk
fantastic.
guys Googling stuff.
That's
I like that.
content.
That's a show.
Michael, I'm going to hit you up in the
That's the
DMs,
show.
okay?
All right.
So they're calling Virginia for Harris.
Yep.
North Carolina is gone for Trump. That's a wrap, isn't it? Almost.
Almost.
North and South. But
It's 5 point
Georgia
leads
is
in
the one that's
president-
fixing to come in next.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Georgia's
91%.
real
So
close.
Georgia's 91%.
It's only
Yeah,
9%
91.
off.
48.
Yeah, it's only 9% out. Can she even take? Can she make it up?
It depends on what county hasn't been counted.
Right. You're like a regular Jake Tapper over there, aren't you?
Down over here. So this looks rural. I think she's hosed.
Peace, love. You want to do a room reset like we do on Spaces for the new joiners?
Yeah, we should. That's a good idea, Michael.
That's a great idea.
Wait, I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
I do.
Reintroduce everything.
Let's do a reset. Peace. Good
You
call,
mean I have
Michael.
to start like I'm just starting a show?
For the
Well,
people
we can
who
reset.
just
I
joined
will
us.
lead you in. How about this? I will lead it in. Here we
Do it.
are closing in on quarter past the hour, 15 minutes from the top of the hour, almost 9 on the west, midnight out east, whatever it is, wherever you are around the world and across the web. We are broadcasting and streaming live to over 3,300 people. Thank you for being here on Bitcoin Live and DeOrganized Media. I am Matt Case from Quantum Economics and Quantum Expeditions, where we are actively mining Bitcoin right now in the Permian Basin. I am joined by a panel of experts and degens and people who are passionate about freedom and blockchain and crypto, and we are sharing thoughts and expressing our feelings right now on the live stream. Peace, I'm going to hand it over to you, friend.
Well, thank you, Matt. Yeah, we have an awesome panel here. We have Mighty Greenspan from Quantum Economics, as well as Doug, the CEO of, is it Quantum Expeditions or Quantum Economics? I'm not sure, or both.
Yes.
We're on
and
an
then we have,
expedition of mining digital gold, commonly referred to as Bitcoin.
digital gold. And we are all supporters of Bitcoin and the Bitcoin ecosystem. And Sid here is actually a member of the Bitcoin Live decentralized broadcasting community. He has a regular show. I think it's every other Sunday. Some really interesting content.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have I am a member of the Stacks community as well. I love the Stacks ecosystem, and with me from that community is Michael Jagdeo, aka at Attract Funding from the Syndicate, and he's doing some really cool AI stuff. He's actually going to have a show on DeOrganized starting next Tuesday, focused on AI. And then I have Hamish Jones from the Stacks Australia crew. He's been doing some great work researching DAOs and governance. And he's also a tremendous member of the Stacks community. Both Michael and myself and Hamish are members of the Stacks Link. It's not really called a council anymore, but we're not sure what we're going to call it. But we're all involved in the Stacks ecosystem. Stacks is the #1 layer 2 on Bitcoin, and we're here broadcasting live coverage of the U.S. election, where it seems like Donald Trump is going to be victorious. We're still got a couple of swing states that are too close to call, but they are all leaning Trump's way, and it does look like it will be. Does look like it's going to be a landslide.
Landslide.
I'm a little resident. I 230 to 205 right now. I don't know if that's necessarily a landslide. I don't want to be pedantic, right? I know that might be a big word, but I just learned it yesterday, and I wanted to work it into a sentence, so I sounded really smart. So I'm sorry.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's
You
looking
did well.
300 right now for Trump.
Right.
So it will be a landslide.
Yeah.
When we get the final result, it will be 300. Yeah.
The mountains are blue on my beer, but the map is red.
It's gonna be 332, which is definitely a landslide.
Yeah.
Wow, 332, huh? Okay.
Well, if all of those states that are too close to call right now, which are leaning red at the moment, go red, that's 332.
Man.
Really?
I mean, he's up
Georgia,
almost 3%,
PA.
19% out. And
I don't think he's going to pull Minnesota out of the bag. I really don't.
You're right. Minnesota's looking like it's going towards Kamala, but also it's only 50% counted.
Yeah, but Minnesota is a blue state, so it was expected.
Okay, I'll give you Minnesota. We're at 322.
he's strong in Wisconsin. He's strong in Michigan, although there's still a lot of the vote out. He's looking good in Pennsylvania, looking very good in Georgia.
I heard Minnesota was becoming a Somalian state.
Sure.
Was that comedy? Was that more comedy from Canada? I love Canadian comedy. It's maple flavor syrup. I love that. I was like,
It's like a diluted Norm Macdonald.
Oh, Tim Walz is from
Diluted or
comedy.
dilated?
It's so dry. You got to put water
No, we're
on
gonna
it. You got to put water on that Canadian comedy.
we're gonna change the name to New Somalia, right next to New North Dakota or New York.
Well,
And then Governor Gavin Newsom can be the governor, right?
But their VP,
You know what?
no, their VP is from Minnesota, so it should go to blue.
And we're gonna bring the Nile to Ohio. You know?
I like that. And
I
that's not
have-
Nile
The
from One
Nile?
Direction on The Voice. That's a
Ohio.
whole different. You mean like?
Yeah. No, we're gonna bring all
Like
of
the Nile River?
into Ohio. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just
From
diverting
Egypt.
it.
The same
All
one.
of the Nile into Ohio.
Ultimate liquidity.
You're gonna have a tough time with that one.
Actually,
And,
I
Yeah,
actually grew up in
uh,
Ohio. And there's too many farmers over there. Don't take too kindly to that.
you're gonna move Israel to
in
Tennessee.
where the Ohio State University is set up.
Oh God! Stuff it with the Ohio State University. I'm
hey, I
sorry.
have friends that went there. My friend Dan Rockwell, his dad was a professor there.
I'm a Husky fan, so I gotta root against them. So that's all.
I'm from a Canadian university.
just
We
not
don't
that-
have sports.
Polymarket has Trump at
You have hockey.
97% right now.
You don't have
Yeah.
hockey?
Duh! What is the
I
obvious
thought everybody had
Polymarket?
hockey. Who's 97?
Polymarket,
Hey,
the betting
Too
site.
early to call.
Hey.
74.5 on CoinMarketCap as we speak.
Speaking of Polymarket, we should congratulate Peter Thiel on his vice president. You know, it didn't come cheap. Congratulations.
Right.
That is free market working in politics.
Thank you. That was kind of what we spoke about earlier. How much does venture capital in Silicon Valley and the money behind that have an interest in this election? Because they want cheaper interest rates. They want cheaper money because that's how they fund and operate. And when you really look at the end of the day, that's what's going to move the election. And I think to your point, Michael, you nailed it right there.
Did you see who invested in Vance's startup like a couple of years ago? It was Schmidt from Google. It was Thiel, and I forget who the other guy was. But it's basically everyone with a Silicon Valley interest, which is a national interest, right? If we don't start making chips and Taiwan, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I love. That's a great way. I think that's an actual political term when it comes to Taiwan. TSMC. Yeah, we need to. Yeah, very great point, Michael.
Hey,
guys, I got exactly 7 minutes.
Texas
I gotta,
Instruments.
I gotta wake up my kid.
Whoa.
Apologies.
What do you got, Mr. Greenspan? First,
I have 7 minutes to go, but I want to prove to you that this election is absolutely over, beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Really?
Steve, can you share my screen real quick? We're gonna play
Yes,
devil's
sir.
advocate here.
Yeah, be the contrarian in the room, please.
Okay.
Be contrarian.
So here's the map again, as it was before. Fox has not called any of the swing states yet. So what we're going to do is we're just going to say, where's Kamala's path to victory? So let's say she's got Nevada, and let's give her Pennsylvania. Okay. We already see that North Carolina has been called by Google with 90% recording and 3%. So that's out of her reach. Georgia as well as 93% counted and 2% up for Trump. So it's really out of her reach. That leaves the only 2 left that she could possibly try and swing are Michigan and Wisconsin. And okay, so she does have a path here. I would say not very likely because those 2 states are leaning, and she doesn't have.
It's getting close and closer and closer. It's not going to happen.
It's getting close at this point. I mean, we're pretty much done. I think that within the next 20 to 30 minutes, as they count these Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, we will have a very clear victory and a concession speech from Kamala Harris within the hour. Cheers.
And we're seeing Bitcoin price
Thank you
react
very
to that
much for
too.
spending that last
And wait,
5 hours.
let me take you.
half hours together.
Let me take you to another trip. May I?
Go ahead. Yeah.
On your
go
map.
ahead.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, you've got Georgia, North Carolina for sure. Those are red. Virginia's
Yep.
blue. PA,
Yep.
red, pink, right? But if Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are all blue, grab those 3 blue. Now go down to
Yep.
Arizona, make that one blue.
Arizona. Okay.
And then little old Nevada. Yeah, Arizona and Nevada, make them both blue.
This is a Trump victory.
Hawaii blue. Huh?
Oh,
Yeah, it's
Yep,
blue.
exactly. You're
It's already
at
blue.
270.
It's already blue.
Yeah, Trump's at 270 in this scenario.
Good.
Yeah, with Pennsylvania
That's
out of
all
the
you
way,
need.
we're done.
That's a winner. Winner, chicken
Check
dinner at
and
270.
mate.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. I
Checkmate.
think
Call
is-
it checkmate.
Pennsylvania is 4% up, and it's 82% counted
It
already.
is finished.
As soon as they call Pennsylvania, this
There's
is done.
your
Who
map.
was it that at the beginning? Pennsylvania is the deciding factor. But even without Pennsylvania,
For
even if
sure.
she does get Pennsylvania, look, Trump still has a win here with 3 out of 5 of these swing states.
Yep.
5 swing states over here. 1, 2, 3. Any 3 out of 5 wins.
Yep.
It is finished, John. 1930. It is finished.
Wow. I like that.
I got a biblical. I'm gonna pull out some.
That's
scripture
biblical,
on y'all
brother.
right here,
That's
John,
biblical.
1930. It is finished, bro.
Well, you
I
can say
know my Judeo-Christian friends can probably get down with this one, but John 1930. It is finished. I got a verse right here. Look at it. Bam.
Oh my gosh, guys.
What does it say in the Talmud? You got one from
On
the
Fox
Talmud?
News right now. Hey, listen to this. Look at Fox News. Trump has 60,666,695 votes. 666.
Wow.
Oh, it changed. Never mind.
Well, there you go.
No, it's at 60 million at the moment.
It's
yeah. But it was 60,666,000. I should have got a screenshot.
Yeah, I think it's very important that Trump gets the popular vote as well, because then nobody can really question this one.
Right.
The
Too big to rig.
But I think it'll be
Too big to rig. And I think when you look at this map right now, friends, who are watching this as well, look at these states that are blue. These are all cities, or these are all states that lean predominantly left with big sanctuary cities. I live in one of them right now. But again, we're looking at these pockets that have been traditionally blue, that have been, again, liberal bastions, where they've supported a lot of these ideas that have been like maybe a little too controversial, where the general population is like, America as a whole is like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if this is the right direction. And I think when 70% of the people that are polled say America is heading in the wrong direction, that says something.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. The exit polls told us how this was likely going to go.
When you have to pay $10 for a box of Wheaties at Albertsons or Kroger or whatever your, HEB or whatever that is, that's real life. Moms in minivans can't afford $10 box of fucking Wheaties. Nobody can, okay? So That's the problem. You had 3 years to fix the shit, you didn't, and so you know what? People can't afford $10 box of Wheaties anymore.
It's $500,000. It's $500,000 to buy a house on average in my state. 4 years ago, it was like 300,000. You can't buy a house right now.
No. I mean, good Lord, it's tough enough. The people in my area are paying more for a 1-bedroom apartment than I'm paying for my 3-bedroom house I bought 20 years ago.
It's bananas.
In Allen, Texas, and I've been there. I know.
Hey, So there was a post a couple of days ago that I put up, and this guy had his Walmart app, and he went to the grocery store, and he paid $170, and he reordered the exact same order that he
I
had
saw
2
that.
years
Yeah.
ago, and it's $400. I mean,
Yeah, I saw
folks.
that too.
I mean, that's it. That's the election right there. That's what people are talking about.
Comes
All
down to
right,
the economy,
guys,
stupid.
I'm out of
right?
here. Please give Doug a chance to tell you all about Quantum Expeditions and our WeFunder page. And I'll see you all soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Monty, for coming out, man. Great conversation, great stuff tonight.
Anytime.
Thanks, Marty. One of the most underrated guys right there.
Yeah.
And Doug, yeah, whatever he was, since he asked, what
I appreciate
what is it
that.
that you're giving us?
So, and up here, I just noticed a comments under Ricky over here says, so even if they stop counting and dump the votes in the middle of the night, it's still Trump. Well, it depends on how many they've dumped.
Actually,
I mean, I do know that there's
it's not.
There's several people out there that have hidden cameras in these.
Well, they just called New Mexico, so it looks like it's getting a little tighter. 230 to 209. Sorry.
Well, we knew New Mexico go blue.
Yeah, New Mexico is blue, so
Yeah,
no surprise.
that was coming. So our little company, Quantum Expeditions, we're like, what do you call it? Adopted stepbrother to quantum economics. So Monty Greenspan and Oz Sultan decided to try some Bitcoin mining, and Oz and I have a mutual acquaintance in Fort Worth. Oz calls him up, says, "Hey, where can I find flared gas, stranded gas?" I said, "Call me." I've been in the oil and gas business for over 20 years, and so next thing you know, I'm the CEO of a Bitcoin mining company called Quantum Expeditions. And we started mining just before Christmas. Late last year, we started, there it is. We started a crowd fund and started raising money that way as well. So Madi raised the first $350,000 for the seed raise, and that's what we used to go get a power purchase agreement. So we've got a 5 megawatt power purchase agreement, and with a power company out West Texas. And in the meantime, we also plugged in. We're being hosted right now with a local, well, not a local to where I live, but we're hosted with a company. It was really fortunate because some of the people I knew in the oil and gas industry, they were mining. I had no idea. And when they called me for flared gas, I was like, "What are you doing? Mining Bitcoin?" He goes, "Yeah, how'd you know?" And before you know it, we're plugging in a bunch of miners in their container that they had outgrown. And so, I mean, all along the way, we've been very, very fortunate. Some people call it luck. I call it divine intervention. But we started mining in December of last year, and we've been profitable even this most recent quarter, which is pretty phenomenal because when you look at the likes of Marathon and Riot, they lost money last quarter. So for our little company to be making money in these difficult times is actually a big kudos to our team. And so what we put together. But in the meantime, we've still been out there looking for that natural gas. And the whole ethos of our company is we wanted to be friendly to the environment. And the way that we're doing this is we're going out to these companies that are flaring or venting natural gas in the atmosphere and taking that, putting it into a pipeline through a meter, through a generator, what they call genset, and to make electricity to mine Bitcoin. And so what we're doing is we're taking the Bitcoin mining out to the middle of nowhere, West Texas, where the oil wells are, that has gas that they've got nowhere to put it. And so we're able to lower the emissions by mining Bitcoin, turning it into energy, and then also support the whole ecosystem of the Bitcoin ecosystem with mining Bitcoin.
So down in Texas, they're drilling for oil. There's byproduct natural gas from that they can't do anything with, so they just burn it. And you're taking the energy offset from that and using that energy to power Bitcoin miners to mine Bitcoin, which is actually extra green technically because you're using waste product to mine Bitcoin.
There you go. Annie, you said it very well. I hope this is recorded. I want to use that.
It is. It's not only recorded, it's
better
live, and it's that's what I do. I find the nutshell and put it in there.
It's live to over 4,400 people right now around the world and across the web, Doug. So there you go.
4,400 people tuned into this live.
So Doug, tell the investors, the Series A, what the term sheet terms are.
Yeah, so right now we have a valuation that's only $33 million. And so with a power purchase agreement with 5 megawatts and mining Bitcoin, and we're right now we're putting together an off-grid site with the natural gas. And so we're showing a $33 million valuation. You can get in on the company now. It's called a safe, simple agreement for future equity, and it's a crowd fund. And if you go to our website there on the homepage, and where I think it says "Join us now" or something like that, and you can go look at our WeFunder crowd fund, where we filed everything with the SEC. So we're above board. We've disclosed everything, all of our financials, all that stuff, so y'all can see everything about our company. And then you can invest as little as $100. And so far, we've raised almost $500,000. There it is, 490. Ooh, we were 488.
Congratulations! This is great.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so we're at 491. When we hit $500,000, we're going to give everybody a board game.
All right, but wait, hold on. Let's get to the big. Sell the sizzle, Doug.
Right.
He's so modest. When we get to $1 million, this is where the real fun.
Yeah, dig on me.
Because we're close to 500,000. So here's the big
Yeah.
thing that the countdown clock is on for, Doug. Tell them about the rave.
The rave.
Yeah. So once we hit that $1 million mark, then we're going to have a rave in the desert. And so Matty Satz, I think, is going to be able to handle that as an MC because he did a real good job with our meetup.
We will have. It's going to be like a Coachella kind of vibe.
It's going to be like burning
EDM
gas.
Artists. We're going to have emerging artists. It's going to be a cross-cultural, binaural beats kind of thing. It'll be vegan friendly. You can bring your animals. It's going to be fantastic. But seriously though, it's going to be a big rave in the desert, and we've already kind of looked at a couple locations. And we're putting together a target list of performers. So if you have any suggestions as well, we'd like to open it up to anybody. Is there an artist you'd like to see? Yeah.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah. So
hey,
don't tell Rosar.
Listen, we know that it's really difficult for individuals to mine these days, right? You need $4,000, you need cheap gas or cheap electricity, and so people can't mine. So what we're doing is we did this crowd fund so we could bring this to the community, and you can get in for as little as $100.
Love it.
And for $500 or more, you get this snazzy, jazzy, ball cap with our logo on the top. I don't know if y'all can see that.
Okay, so you're at 30 mil valuation. What takes you to 100? That's probably what they have on their mind. So what's your plan?
100 million? We're actually got $1 billion on our mind.
Okay.
And so our roadmap.
Tell us.
Yeah, so our roadmap right now is we have a great relationship with an oil and gas company who's going to sell us their gas for cheap. And when I say cheap, I mean really, really cheap. Because go back to, well, we can talk about that later. So we're going to get their gas cheap. We're going to get up to an exahash of mining on gas. Okay. So that's going to be about 18 megawatts of exahash mining, making lots of money. In the meantime, we've also got on-grid power purchase agreement, 5 megawatts, and there's 3 other cookie cutter locations with the power company. That's 20 megawatts. And what if we maybe do AI or something like that there? You know, so we could grow this into a big deal.
The reason I ask,
and there's a
because
roadmap, right? So we're not the first ones to try to do this. There's several billion-dollar publicly traded Bitcoin mining companies that are doing.
The reason I ask is because, you know, I've been a headhunter for a while, so I have some people in my phone, right? And I'm thinking about the people in my network, if they're watching, that are overseas and have very large petrochemical portfolios, let's say. Imagine, and I'm going to clip this for the person that I have in mind, but imagine you were talking to an oil executive, let's say in India. Is this possible to do in other places in the world?
Oh, yeah, of course. Natural gas in Dallas or, you know, West Texas is the same kind of gas anywhere in the world. The only difference, and this is what I realized when I was in a conference in Nashville earlier this year, the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, and I'm talking to Madi and an investor right in the middle of the floor, and we're talking about, you know, off grid, and this guy goes walking by. He goes, "Are you talking about natural gas?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm having trouble." And so I started talking to him, come to find out he's an oil and gas guy, but he had no idea that you really need to treat the gas. And this is like,
you have to treat
right
the
now,
gas.
what we're doing right now.
Oh, Michael, don't get Michael. Hold on, Michael. This is like a whole time. We need to take this conversation. Come join us in the Twitter Spaces. I don't want to like sidetrack.
You know, these are just idle questions about how oil magnates can repurpose their natural gas.
I love that you have these questions, and I want to have this discussion. But we have I'm blessed that we have over 4,600 people here with us on the live stream. The numbers are growing as the numbers keep coming in, and Bitcoin keeps going up. But I mean, oh my gosh,
yeah,
he could go all night.
Join our
talking about
Spaces
this.
Monday night. And we'll be on the space. We're starting this week. Spaces on Thursday, right, Matt?
Because technically, you're the primary benefactor of a Trump win tonight. No?
Oh, you have no idea,
right?
Well, let's just be a little honest.
Nice.
Drill, baby, drill, and let's go.
Well, I think that you will see tomorrow morning. I think another prime indicator is, aside from the price of Bitcoin, just go ahead and just open up and look at the Bitcoin mining stocks. Whether it's Marathon, Hut 8, Riot, Clean Spark, TerraWolf. You're going to see all of them. I mean, MicroStrategy. Hello. I mean, I don't even know what the overnight trade. Are there any charts we could even pull up on MicroStrategy right now? But all the proxies that you know and love, they're all going to be pumping strong as well. And the meme coins, everything is going to be pumping. If Trump wins, it's going to be pump, baby, pump, more than drill, baby, drill. But yes, so.
We've got a lot of exciting things going on. I'm sorry.
Oh, Steve was, but yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying MicroStrategy doesn't trade after hours.
Yeah, I don't think any of those really do, but I don't know if we see it. Are there any futures on them, like especially in the markets in Asia or Australia, like Hamish? Do you know?
You can get on our crowdfund 24/7.
No, so Australians can buy US shares, but only when the US market's open. So there's
okay, so only when all right. Yeah. What I thought, but I didn't know if they had changed that or okay.
So where are we at with the election? We've been talking for a bit.
230 to 210. It's a little closer now.
It's about where it's about where
what
it's
election?
been.
230 to 210.
So George is at 93%. He's still up by a little over 2% with only 7% of the vote out. Looks like it's in that rural South area, so it's not looking good for her in Georgia.
Nevada's leaning a little blue. It says it's a key state. Results expected soon in Arizona with 50% in. And that one's really tight. Boy, I mean, it's wafer thin. The margins are about like that. That's how the margins are right now in Arizona, about like that.
So you got, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure
that,
if these are
that
more,
close.
I would suggest that these might be Democrat leaning, being on the border of New Mexico, Democrat state. I don't know. Hard to tell. This is kind of close to Tucson. Oops.
So Maricopa County is where Phoenix is, and whatever Maricopa does, the whole state does.
So it looks like they're going to go blue.
That's you. It's hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that Arizona's, but we have,
although they're in,
Arizona's way too close to call. Way, way too close.
It is. Arizona's really tight. I mean, it's wafer thin. That's why I said Arizona's like this.
Yeah,
man.
50%.
Like that.
It's thinner than that, brother.
How thin?
So
is it?
PA, we're
like a Lay's potato chip thin, like that thin.
It's a dead heat. That's a dead heat. It's 10,000 votes right now, with only half of the state in.
Yeah, only half in. You're right. You're right, Peace.
I think we're getting Georgia, though. I think Trump's going to have Georgia.
Georgia, Pennsylvania looks good.
Right now, he's pulling away. So as those Amish keep voting for Trump, I think they're going to keep going Trump.
Woo, man. Pennsylvania is the story of the night. And I think a lot of pundits, even, mainstream media, were even saying Pennsylvania really is the key to it all. So,
yeah.
He's way up in Michigan, but it's just it's only like not even 50% in.
Yeah, 52 to 46. You're right. Wisconsin, 77% in, and he's up 51 to 47 there in Wisconsin. Another key race to look at. My map has Nevada leaning light bluish. I don't know about you on your map and apps, but that's where I'm at right now.
I don't have.
What about more of these Senate races? Can we look maybe a little deeper into some of these Senate races and for the House, and what does that mean? And
it's landslide everywhere. Senate
has the
did queuing up the Fleetwood Mac.
So if he has the Senate, that means that if he wins, any of these executive actions or other measures are going to happen faster.
51 on the Senate.
What was that, Michael? You're a little quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So if, because we're thinking about the outcomes that are going to happen that might affect our businesses. So between executive orders and having a Senate on your side, any decisions that he wants are his for the first 2 years. Is that right?
So the House and the Senate still have to vote, right? So Trump is very polarizing. And there's a lot of people in the Republican Party that aren't exactly in his boat.
Right.
And
rhinos,
we call those...
Right? They call them?
Rhinos? Yeah. Republican in...
Yeah, in name only, yeah.
R-I-N-O, not R-H and whatever. So that's going to be his biggest challenge, is getting a consensus. But Marty Greenspan stated something earlier, and I think this is very, very important that we all remember this, is Donald Trump and investors pulled a bunch of money together and hired, 20 or 40 people to be the transition team. And typically, the way it works is once the candidate is, known to win the election through electoral college, right? Who gets the most electoral votes? Once they know that, which if it's tonight and we know that Trump wins, that would mean tomorrow he would be given a transition team. And that transition team is selected by the federal government with a bunch of lobbyists. Okay, so all these people in the transition team are lobbyists. And we all know what a lobbyist is, right? They're bought and paid for by a
They're
group.
salesmen. They're salespeople.
Dude, go get the book called The Hall of Gucci Gulch. Okay, if you want to know what.
Wait, hold on. What is it again? Hold on.
The Hall of Gucci, like the shoes, Gulch.
Yeah.
And that's a hallway between the White House and this other building. And in this hallway is where all the lobbyists hang out and attack and gobble up congressmen. And that's where they make their deals. And so this is a book written by
horror
Ronald
movie from on
Reagan.
Netflix.
Yeah, I know. This is a book written by Ronald Reagan about during his administration. He was a Republican. He had a Democrat House and Senate. And he was able to get his bills passed with a Democrat Congress. Okay. And so he talks about how he was able to do that. So we back up to today. And so I think the way it looks tonight, that there's going to be a Republican controlled House and Senate and president. And we all know that in the last, 2 or 3 elections, that the president came in, had a House and Senate, and got absolutely nothing done. But the difference this time between Trump's first time and Trump's this time is this time he did not use the lobbyist for his transition team. He hired his own team. Okay. And this is the first time ever in the history of the United States of America that the president did not use a transition team bought and paid for by federal agencies. And that's why you have RFKJ, you have Elon Musk, you have Tulsi Gabbard, and all these people that Joe Rogan, the night before, that have supported this candidacy of Donald Trump. And I think if Donald Trump had his way, he probably would have ran as an independent. And he would have gotten that. But the problem is that there is no candidate that will ever win as an independent. Ross Perot proved that, and others have supported that since then, right? It's really, really difficult to win a presidential election in the United States of America as a third-party candidate. And there's a lot of reasons why. But at the end of the day, I think Donald Trump, based on what he has done in this cycle, is he learned the lessons from the first time. And that's why he had a lot of people that came into his administration that he had to get rid of, because he had a bunch of lobbyists recommending people that ended up being part of the swamp. Make sense?
Yeah, he's
Fair
more
analysis,
prepared
yeah.
now. He's more prepared now to avoid the pitfalls that hamstrung him in his first term.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. And I tell you, I get goosebumps when I think about his transition team. He bought and paid for, not a bunch of influencers, right? We talk about KOLs within, our Web3. So you talk about influencers, right? And they can persuade people to do things. Well, imagine somebody with a purse that has millions and millions of dollars that can buy and purchase people and influence there in Washington, D.C. And so what Trump has done is he has eliminated that by raising money, him and his buddies bought and paid for his own transition team instead of lobbyists, real world people like the Elon, the JFK, RFKJ, Tulsi Gabbard, and others.
Looks like, hey, Sid, are you looking at this? What's happening in Michigan right now? We're looking at 52% in, and Trump seems to be extending that lead throughout Michigan. I don't know how deep you can get, and get a little micro on us on the counties reporting, but I'm looking at Michigan, and that's kind of got a little bit of my attention right now, and that's got 15 electoral votes, and that puts Trump closer to that magic number of 270 to win it.
He won. I'm pretty sure about Michigan because if you go in the deep map of the state, you see everything is red except like 7 cities.
Well, so the information for Flint isn't in yet, and that's probably more Democratic.
No, Flint is already red.
All right. So this is actually, yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So can you zoom in on that a little bit more? Zoom in on that, please.
Yeah. How close can you zoom on that?
Yeah, that's Ohio right there. There we go. There's the MIT. Give me the MIT.
It doesn't give me any more information on there.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Peace.
I can get closer, but it doesn't give me any more info.
All right. So but that's still right there though is pretty good. So you're seeing little pockets of blue, and as we sit here at 52% in, those small pockets of blue really I don't think that those are going to tip the scale in any significant fashion. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know.
The main thing was Flint, and Flint is already pink. So
what about Ann Arbor though? I mean, I think Ann Arbor is another one of those college towns where you might need to look at that. Detroit as well.
Yeah.
Detroit is blue already, so
right, yeah,
they are counting it as blue. But I was more worried about Flint because there are a lot of people living in Flint. Like they have a lot.
They had the water problems.
Yeah,
it was where they had the water problems. Way to go, Doug. Give him American history for 400.
Which still haven't been fixed.
Yeah, and ask the folks in East Palestine how they're doing.
Oh my God, for real.
Sorry, I don't even want
to. By the way, go in the
I got a note here that says don't go there, so I won't. So
no, but go in the Pennsylvania and see their counties. It's all red except 4 cities.
Is it really?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. Look at that.
7.
I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to zoom in on your map here if I can really quick. I need to take a look here. Like Bitcoin.
He's pretty far out ahead in Wisconsin too.
What are you seeing? Let me pull it up. I haven't seen the check there yet. Yeah. 81% in with 51 to 47. I think you're right, Peace. I think that one's looking pretty strong to go red all the way.
The only thing is we can't see the population. So I noticed that, for example, if you see Pittsburgh, that was blue, and they might have significantly more population saturation than the rest of the,
Right, but they're already reporting because that's why there's a color there.
Oh, yeah. They okay.
So if I look at Pittsburgh, Allentown, and Philadelphia, wouldn't you say that that's where most of the population lives?
Right, but that's already counted.
You're saying that was probably mail-in or early voting then?
Well, I'm saying that they've already assigned it assigned it a color.
Oh,
so
okay,
I believe that means that that's already the vote is in for that county.
Gotcha. It's To me, it feels like it's like the fourth quarter in an NFL game, and your team is down or up by like 4 points. It's like a one-score game, and it's like one penalty, one pass interference, one holding could like change a block punt. I mean, I feel like it's that. Feels like I was watching a fucking Seahawks game from last Sunday.
Oh shit, we're over 5,000. We're over 5,000 views.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, everybody, for being here with us on this journey around the world and across the web. The Bitcoin Live Network, DeOrganized Media, Quantum Expeditions, Quantum Economics. This is fantastic. We're watching history unfold. Bitcoin hit a new all-time high tonight on the live stream.
Right on.
Pretty cool.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah. Pretty
Seriously,
darn cool.
It's been a surreal experience this evening, gentlemen.
It has. This has been interesting.
Very interesting. Great hanging out with all of you.
Well, the Republicans are now
conversation has been very
projected to take
interesting.
control of the Senate. So that seems like that looks like to be confirmed now. So we'll at least see the GOP in control of the Senate. But it kind of seems to have always traditionally, when you look at back through the lens of history, the GOP seems to have controlled the Senate more or less from, I'm not an expert, but my mom's a history teacher and I learned a lot from her. So,
Oh, yeah?
yeah, no, she really is. Yeah, she really is. I'm not bullshitting you, Doug. We had barbecue and bourbon together, so I'm not going to bullshit you, bro.
By the way, I think Biden will be very happy today.
Who will?
Biden.
Why?
Because he didn't like getting replaced by Kamala. So that's why. That's why he wore the mega hat. Remember?
Well, yeah. You know what, Sid?
Right, he got-
okay. Sid, you go down those rabbit holes.
That's a good
that
point,
I know. Sid goes down rabbit holes that most people don't go down. Sid, tell us about some of that rabbit hole. Sid, tell us about that rabbit hole.
Because, okay, I'll go in there because he never wanted to be replaced and he wanted to run for the second election. Obama called in and Nancy Pelosi called in and said, resign or not resign, but like step out of the race or we will impeach you. That was the whole backstory.
Article 25, right?
Yes.
Right.
Article 25. So he was forced out of the race. Now, after a few weeks, you see him wearing MAGA hat, and he was doing disfavor for the Trump. Like, for example, calling American garbage. Remember? It was him. That hurt Kamala's campaign very much. So I think Biden wanted her to lose so he can make his point that you made a mistake by replacing me. Now I think he'll be very happy right now.
Sid, I think there's a lot to that. Go ahead, yeah.
Sid, tell me this. Who's happier? Joe? Hunter? Jill?
Hunter Biden?
Yeah, Hunter Biden or Jill? Or Joe?
I think Joe.
Yeah, no, Jill for sure. Jill for sure.
Paul
Jill
Frederick
was
in the
bitter
house.
too, I think, Sid. If you follow Sid's logic and that storyline, Jill's a very angry, bitter, upset person. So
Oh,
there's a lot
man.
of that.
Sorry, Dr. Jill. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you, Michael.
Dr. Jill. Dr. Jill.
Dr. Jill.
Yeah. Jill, Hunter, or Joe? Which one's the
They
most
all because that's one unit. Don't count them as a separate people. They're working together. So I will just say all of them will be very happy right now. Because they tried their best to stick in the race, but Obama didn't let them in. So I think it's a big win for him by Democrats. So I think that's
who is
that's a resumption for me.
GPSC? GPSC.Bitcoin.
Oh yeah.
This has been a blast.
GPSC
He's
was
good.
up
He's coming back.
chatting
He's
with
coming
us
back.
earlier.
Yeah, G's coming back.
This
G,
been a
you
blast.
back, baby.
This is actually Paul Frederick. I don't know if he can hear us.
Yeah,
Hey,
I can
Paul,
hear
yeah,
you.
I see Paul down there. What's going
What's
on,
up,
Paul?
Paul? How are you, man?
Get
Can
in
you
on
hear
this,
me?
Paul. Come on, Paul.
Yeah, man, I can hear you. I'm going to turn you up a little bit. You're a little quiet, but I can.
Yeah. I can turn him up too. Yeah. Oh, you got him.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yep.
Way to go.
Yeah, I'm on my
Case is on
phone.
it.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I'll get to my
Yeah, I
desk
can
in
hear
just
you good, man.
I've been traveling today. I've been watching this craziness. You know, the way the counties look in Pennsylvania, the Michigan, and in Wisconsin, it looks like those are going to, slide definitely, hopefully his way. And then Georgia, that's kind of screwball what they're doing with the around DeKalb County, around Atlanta. So it's going to be interesting.
So how are you guys feeling? How are you feeling about it?
How am I feeling about it? I'm, they got the Senate, they've got the House, so they need him in there, and we'll just see what kind of storm gets stirred up. So it's gonna be fun watching the play from here until inauguration.
Oh, Peace, can you tell Paul what Doug is doing in your nutshell way? I think Paul will love it. Paul and Doug are gonna get along.
Doug's contracting for natural gas burning to mine Bitcoin with.
Yeah, that's I know that they've done like these like garbage dumps where they reclaim the methane. Is that part of it, or are they doing just actual natural gas?
Yeah, we're not doing garbage dumps. It's not enough. But yeah, we're doing natural gas from the oil wells in West Texas in the Permian Basin.
That's good. Good gas, or you having to clean it?
I'm waiting for the test to come back.
gas.
The equipment's out there today or this week.
Yeah, that's good, clean stuff to be able to generate the energy you need.
Yeah,
The climate guys will say different, but it burns the cleanest of most anything that you use.
Right on. Yeah, we're taking gas that's been flared or vented, which is worse, but we're able to take that and then send it through the genset to generate electricity, which lowers the emissions. And I've got a connection in Austin that can actually do a study, if needed, to prove that we've lowered the emissions.
There you go.
Depends on who. Yeah. So
it depends on who looks at it and does the calculation.
The feasibility. Yeah.
Okay. Big breaking. Nancy Pelosi.
Go ahead, Sai.
Sorry. So Nancy Pelosi won her 20th term.
Yes. Yes. We can. No.
Yeah, they called it.
No Nancy Pelosi fans here. All right.
I had $20 on Pelosi to win, so
yes.
I feel good on that. I did put some money on that in the poly market. Yeah.
How is Cornel West doing, by the way?
He's not even in the list.
Who's Cornel West vice president nominee?
Paul will tell you about Cornel West. Paul, tell him about Cornel.
Why don't you tell me who his VP is? See, that's comedy. How I brought that back around. That's comedy gold. That's gold, comedy Jerry. It's gold. Man.
We lost Paul on West.
Who is his VP? Is there a VP? He doesn't even have one. Is that who is Cornel West's VP?
Let's find out. Cornel West VP.
Nobody knows.
It's Chomsky, right?
Definitely not.
I think it could
Melina,
be Chomsky.
Someone called Melina Abdullah.
That was a character from Game of Thrones. Don't bullshit me. I know that. I'm a big Game of Thrones fan.
Oh my!
He's one of the 13 Marines.
He was part of the House of Baratheon or whatever.
Who's Cornel West is a meme I read. We're getting a comment here. It says, "Who's Cornel West is a meme."
Who is Cornel West? Yeah.
Who's Cornel West?
Why Michael does comedy from Canada.
Cornel West works at
If only we knew meme NFT artist.
Yeah. I told GPC.
And I wish I had a soundboard so I could do the little drum roll.
After Donald Trump, he's going to do.
Oh man, I've been dreaming about one of those myself. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, he's after Donald Trump. He's doing the Taylor Swift collection.
Swoofed.
The Swoofed? The Taylor Swift?
The Swifties. Yeah.
Swifties. That's great.
The Swifties.
I wonder what
This has
Taylor's.
been the most fun I've had on a live stream, I think, ever. Really, this has been a historical night for me.
This is like every morning for me, man.
We are
Really?
on for like 6.5 hours.
We
Yeah,
are
I'm gonna
6.5
have to
hours, and we're
more
close
often.
to 6,000 people joining us on this epic adventure.
We're almost at 6,000.
This is fantastic.
The Swifties are
Organized
going
Media,
hard.
Bitcoin Live. This is wow. Like, I feel like I'm a part of history.
I do too, man. This is freaking awesome, dude.
I feel like I'm a part of history.
Otherwise, I'd be sitting here listening to TV and scrolling the computer by myself.
I don't want to watch Brett Baird, and I don't want to watch what's his name,
No,
Brian
no.
what's his nuts, or on the
Right.
Yeah.
Then you gotta sing your own song. When I drink alone, I prefer to be by myself.
By the way, we should thank Jill Stein for stealing 500,000 votes from Dems. That actually made a big impact.
Where was that? Where was that, Sid?
What
Can
happened?
we
Go
go
down.
back?
Jill Stein, go down.
Jill Stein.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
Jill
down
Stein.
Scroll down, not on the map, but yeah, here.
Yeah, Donald Trump. Yeah, Jill Stein.
500,000 votes.
No electoral votes, but 517,318 votes.
Yeah.
Bobby helped too.
Yeah, 500,000 there, Bobby. So you're looking at 1 million right there between the two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Trump has already got 4.5 million votes ahead of Kamala.
Yeah, he's already 51 to 47. This is just electoral. Do we have a popular vote yet? Can
Yeah,
we get a
that's the
number on
popular
That's the
vote.
popular vote.
That's
He's
what
got
I'm talking
63.
He's winning the
Okay,
popular vote.
I see. Yeah, okay.
Right, so he's up by
popular
4.5,
vote.
4.6 million.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
they're separated.
He's got 4.5 million votes over Kamala. So he's
Let me just change my
not
filter.
just the electoral, but the popular. And that
All right,
will
yeah,
shut
let
up
me- I
all the
just- yeah, I
nutcases
can-
that don't like the electoral college.
There we go. All right. I just
Yeah.
didn't have the right drop-down menu on my screen selected. Let me fix it. There we
That's
go.
all right. We're with
Okay.
you.
All right.
We love
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I need all the prayer and grace I can get because Lord knows I'm a dork. So.
Oh man,
No, you don't win that. I do.
I got more than that.
I'll mud wrestle you for that one, friend.
Okay, sounds like a winner.
We'll meet in Texas and do it in barbecue sauce.
Hey,
Giddy up! We'll slather you up in honey barbecue. Go for it.
Let's do it.
I'm in
And
Southern
Hamish, you better
Arkansas.
come and bring some.
I'm in
Go,
Southern
Hamish, you
Arkansas.
better
We ain't far away. So I got plenty of
Southern
money here.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Oh my God. If you're in Southern Arkansas, I'm going to tap out real quick. I don't want any part of that. You boys are different bread right there.
I
man.
can bring some mud with me. I got plenty around my pond. So
Okay.
Mud and rice down southern, and ducks. Ducks fly right over Southern Arkansas.
no, they don't. They go to Stuttgart and they get shot.
I think we were the first to officially or unofficially call this thing, but I mean, have we seen anything officially from the mainstream media? Any certifiable type of results that would put this thing to rest, or what?
Well, I'll go with Polymarket rating. So they called
Yeah.
it.
The New York Times said 91% chance. So, they're speaking positive about it.
They're not calling these states though. Why is it taking so long all of a sudden? Like the polls have been closed for a long time in Georgia, Pennsylvania.
AP seems to be slower updating than some of them. CNN's got it 246 to 182. So they're being more bullish on Trump winning than AP seems to be at the moment.
Oh, that's
good data right there. You're
Mich-
saying that Hamish where on CNN? You said?
Oh yeah, I just went to the CNN website.
Yeah, with the Michigan and the Detroit, whatever the county is there, they're not publishing any information. They're going to do it all at one time. That's the reason why you're
CNN
not-
projects Trump to win 2 key battleground states, and Harris looks for a victory in a blue wall.
And then just below that headline, it's got 246 to 182.
246. Good grief. That's 18 more than.
Yeah, I see that right there. Yep. 246 to 182. Man, it ain't looking good. If you're a Harris fan, you better start playing Eye of the fucking Tiger. Rising up. Come on, it's back on the street. If you want to win, Harris fans, you better fucking start playing Eye of the fucking Tiger. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, look at this. I mean, that's 63 to 58 with 246 to 182. That don't look good. I mean, hold on. Let me do the math. Let me do the math on that. Carry the one. Add. Oh, there it is. Oh, you're gonna go with that one. All right. It don't look good.
63. You know what's
It don't
really
look
weird?
good. Anyway,
So
you slice
CNN
it. You're gonna have to do some of that European metric math if you're a Harris fan to convince yourself you're gonna win this fucking thing. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the numbers here
So
in
here's
front of me.
the numbers between CNN and Fox. So CNN has 60.3 million votes to Trump with 246 electoral votes, but Fox has 63.9 million votes and only 232 electoral votes.
Google has Trump at 64 million to 59.4 for Harris, and it's 230 to 210. So they're just not calling it yet.
Yeah, there's some states they're not calling yet. So that goes back to each one of these news companies have their own little war room with their little calculators and trying to figure out which county is going to swing one way or the other. And oh crap, right there he is, Wallace. 182 to 246. Yeah. So wow. So close.
Mike,
20
That's
four
what-
votes.
Isn't that what we need Chainlink for? The Oracle for the election?
You got really quiet. I can barely hear you.
So isn't that what we should use Chainlink for? Like the Oracle for the election?
I'm waiting on the visualization on this, you know.
So apparently, Vice President Kamala Harris now will address the nation Wednesday from what is that? The university there, Howard University.
Oh, she's still in Michigan? She's been there for a week.
Yeah.
She had one event today. Everybody else had 3 events.
Hold on. They're declaring that she's not going to concede. Is that what they're saying? She's going to
She's going to give an official statement tomorrow, so we don't know what she's going to say. Apparently, but you know,
it's
I
not
will
going to
tell
be.
you this:
But
I do
she's
know
not
what she will
saying
say.
shit tonight, is what she's saying.
Right? She's not saying shit tonight. That's what she's
Trump's
saying.
going to
Guys, that's why we're not getting results right now.
Exactly.
It also sells more commercials if they don't release the results. Like he can really get those
Right.
commercials in.
We can sell more paper towels.
Yeah.
Hey, so CNN has the Senate at 50, but Fox has the Senate at 51 Republican.
Yeah, Google has it at 51 to 42. With
Where do you have the House? So
Google
CNN
has the
186,
House.
Fox 179.
Yeah.
183 to 152. And that's also, I mean, Pennsylvania went very red. Georgia's pretty red.
Yeah, they are. They're red on the head.
No, it's a lot. It's getting right there, man. It's getting so close. You kind of like can see that path narrowing. It's getting tighter and tighter, narrower and narrower. I mean, I feel like it reminds me of. No, hold on. Hear me out. Peace. Pull up the clip of Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, and everybody in Star Wars where the compactor walls are closing in. This is the Harris campaign right now. You're in the fucking trash compactor in Star Wars, okay? That's where you are. The walls are... You better start calling 3PO. Come in, 3PO. Come in, 3PO. You ain't gonna fucking win it, 3PO. The trash compactors are coming in right now.
Right.
That was some deep... Really? That was it?
That was very
All
deep. Right. Have another drink. Have a drink on me.
I'm sorry, Paul, your candidate isn't doing that well.
On me.
Did you see the Canadian broadcasters that were reviewing it?
No.
I posted that in the syndicate group chat. A video of them kind of melting.
I figured out Doctor today,
What is
so now
that?
Come in, 3PO!
Star Wars trash compactor. There you have it.
They're madmen. They're heading to the prison level. If you hurry, you might catch them.
One of the best movies ever in my top 5. Thank you, Peace. Thank you. Thank you. Over 7,000 people now on the live stream as we are making history.
7,000.
BitcoinliveDB Media. Over 7,103 people. Thank you for being a part of history tonight.
If we get to 7,777, I'll have another drink.
Well, that doesn't really do much for the people watching the show, though. Doug, what does that do for them? What's in it for them? You got to give them some incentive to bring more people to the stream.
I get a lot.
I want to see the funding map for on the WeFund. I want to see if it's at $500,000.
I think quantum economics should give away like a tank top.
Yeah.
I think if we get to 10,000 people on the live stream, you as the CEO should give away one of those awesome quantum economics, really cool. So if you're going for a walk, or maybe you're doing yoga, maybe you're meditating, maybe you're playing pickleball, or maybe you're just hanging out on a live stream, you could wear one of these awesome tank tops that Doug could send you. You should give one of those away, Doug.
If you
not to throw you under the bus, but we got over 7,000 people watching. Give one away to one of these people. I don't know, just saying.
What do we do to give one away?
That you could have a quantum expedition and not leave, right?
Exactly.
Because the destination is entangled with the.
You can have an expedition in your office, baby.
I'm
talking about
together alone.
if somebody comments right now, here's what we do. Here's what we'll do. If we get more than 3 people that comment on the live stream right now with the keyword Trump, 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 all you got to do is put Trump in the message. Peace will pull it up, and if we see that you said Trump right now and within the next 10 minutes or before we get to 10,000 views, we get the 10,000 viewers on the stream on DeOrganized Media on Bitcoin Live, we will give away one of those.
Hold on, I want to make that word Trump, Tremp.
Okay.
QEX. Put a QEX at the end.
Okay, wait, we can't get too. We're convoluting it now.
I want to know that they're listening. Anybody
keep
can put
it simple. Keep it simple, guys.
7 hieroglyphs.
Keep it simple. Yeah, emojis and exactly. Yeah. Hieroglyphs.
Man, blowing up. Oh, I like the dollar sign in front of Trump.
Let's just keep it simple.
Tremolo.
Peace. What do we? What's the keyword?
What's up, brother?
Peace has got the keyword. What is it, Peace? What is it?
It's Trump, and we already have 3. Be true.
Oh wow.
Be you. GPSC.
Oh, Neville says I'm a tramp.
Well, you know what? Then we got to make sure that Doug Hardwick gets in contact with. You know what, Doug? You can give all 3 of the. We haven't even got the 10,000 views yet.
Oh,
man. Wait till we get to 10,000.
I don't care.
You're going to give them away? Do it then.
When does the Quantum Expedition G-string come out?
I got a whole pot.
We really got 4 guys that got the Trump.
What about the Quantum Expedition banana hammock swimsuit?
Yeah,
Hey,
I got
now,
that
we're
on.
working on that. Don't go be
I have
stealing
to share
our-
mine. I've got one of a kind, and I'm wearing it.
My gosh, Michael.
That's
turning this
what they
into
call
an
the alpha.
OnlyFans channel, aren't you?
Yeah,
Is that
the
what
alpha.
you're doing?
Only
You're trying
quantum.
to turn this into an OnlyFans. We're covering the election.
Only quantum.
Donald Trump's going to speak shortly. Neville, thank you.
Ooh,
Oh,
really?
Victory speech coming in. I think we will play it
Yeah,
if we
can
can.
we pipe in the audio through this?
Yeah.
Hey, so
Did you guys get the audio? Were you guys getting the audio for the Star Wars clip?
Yeah.
When I was playing. Yeah, I did a little bit. Yeah. All right, cool. So yeah.
So how do I know where to send a shirt? Diggs,
That's a
by
good
the way.
question.
So
Particles
you
are
have to go.
entangled. You already
Hey,
know
so
in a way.
here's the deal. If
Send
you'll
them,
go
send them
to
Matt. Send them to Matt, and he'll. All right, go. No, you do it.
go
Your
to our
idea's better than
website,
mine.
you'll find my email address. Send me an email with your address.
Doug, just slide into your DMs on the X app or the Twitter. I mean, you're a highly active user on X. You're out there on Twitter. That's the platform a lot of us engage on. That's why it's crypto Twitter. We're all probably have accounts. So you know what? Here's what you do: you hit up Doug Hardwick, CEO, Quantum Expeditions.
Hold on a
Go to
second,
Quantum
Doug.
Expeditions. CEO Doug, hit him up. Go into his DMs. Be like, bro,
Doug,
I'm on
what's
the
your
live
Twitter?
stream.
What's your Twitter handle, Doug?
At Douglas Hardwick.
Pull him up on pieces on it.
Hardwick?
Pieces on this.
HARD.
Twitter act right now.
Like the opposite of soft. WICK, like Candlewick.
So wait a minute.
Hard-
Investing is in your name.
I'm trying to make it easy.
That's the comedy I want. That.
Yes, D Hardwick at quantumexpeditions.com.
You're like John Wick, but like mining.
Oh my gosh, Mike,
John
I didn't know
Wick.
you were that funny, dude. I didn't know you were
Hardwick,
that funny.
you know?
That was really good, dude.
You don't want a limp wick, right?
That was so good. You're
Douglas,
so
oh wow,
good,
look
dude.
at that. Oh, look at that. Douglas Hardwick right there.
Donald Trump is going to speak shortly. Thank you, Neville.
Yeah, right on.
Neville Hyatt down there in Australia.
Wait,
Keeping
who's
tabs on things.
I put a link in the private chat.
Yeah, you did.
Was there barbecue flavored recipes in that chat at all? Because I kind of feeling like some barbecue right about now.
Dude,
You might have to Uber Eats me some
I'm fixing to
barbecue.
load up
Some good pulled pork.
Do they
Good
have
pulled pork.
barbecue
Is that what you're
in,
talking about?
Do they have
Oh
barbecue?
God,
in
I have to.
Arkansas?
And they said, we know
I've been I'm smoking brisket and pulled pork this week.
Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed
I'm seeing 75,907
percentage of
on
white men who voted in
Crypto.com app right
2016.
now.
They set out 2020,
75,907.
and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help,
Oh, wow.
depending upon the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. I
love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump. over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good
Google has
observation
him at
where he said
246 now.
that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that
He
could
got
occur in
Georgia.
Iowa, where abortion was a hot
Yeah,
issue.
that's what I just got a
Might not
message.
occur
Georgia was
nationally in other
called.
states
Yeah.
where abortion
Nevada is
legal.
also
We have to
pink
let you
now.
go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask you. Good question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that?
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet, and there are still.
Tim Wall's in charge of that?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. We have to let you go because you
Somebody
got
else
some
has
more
got
data
jokes
crunching to
over
do.
there.
We
Somebody
appreciate
else
you
is
coming.
cracking jokes.
Thanks,
Good
Dad.
job. A lot.
Coming
Good job.
by.
Great job.
Nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters.
A lot going on. Peace, a lot going on.
Oh, Hamish is off screen. Sorry about that. I don't know how long you were out there, man.
All signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president.
I got a DM on my Twitter.
Shortly, the biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went on to the stage right behind me. And
I'm seeing a lot more green on my app here. 757659 on crypto.com right now, and it's still pumping. I mean, you look at the real-time data on this thing. I don't know if you can pull it up, but
74,752 on
CoinMarketCap. From Mar-a-Lago, I did get a video from someone at
over
the Mar-a-Lago
60%
party
Bitcoin
a
dominance
short while
now,
ago,
too.
and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching.
I wonder what the markets in China and Asia are going to be doing right about now.
We were calling states and more races for the former president.
Maybe we should pull up a Bloomberg
the
chart.
excitement here is
I think they're
climbing
estimating.
every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
I want to take a look at what markets in Asia are doing. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall.
All right, I'm just looking at some charts right now in real time. Asia markets, they are all looking great right now. The Shanghai index
really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our
the
Fox News
Nikkei
voter
is up
analysis,
close
which
to
again was
about 39.5, almost up 2.5%. The Shenzhen, that's looking green as well. So again, most of the markets in Asia on this early news coming out of the election affecting those markets, all pretty positive so far.
Is, in Pennsylvania. We'll check
By
in
the
on
way,
ground.
number has been updated on Google. 247 for Trump.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here.
Does that make sense?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm seeing that now as well. Yeah, 247, 210, and
They are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily.
Pennsylvania is almost done. 90% reporting Trump is leading by 2 points. 2 points.
So, he took North Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting on Pennsylvania
Or Michigan. Any of those. And we are done.
He needs two of that. He needs like two, at least two of any.
well,
of
he
them.
can get Nevada and still probably lose Arizona, but if he picks up Wisconsin and Michigan, it's over. But
Nevada is not good because it only has 6 votes,
Yeah,
electoral votes, so it doesn't matter.
But if you lose Arizona, I mean, and Arizona is really tight right now.
Yeah.
It's so tight. You look at Wisconsin, that looks favorable. So you figure you're going to pick up 10 there. Okay, that gets you 257. Minnesota, you might not get that one. Michigan, looking pretty good there. That's 15 along with that's 25. So 25 and 47, you're like knocking at the door. You pick up the 6 from Nevada. I think that's close to bringing you home. And let's look at Pennsylvania. You're done. Pretty much there. We're looking at 51 to 47 right now with 90% in. So I think Mr. Greenspan was right when he tapped out earlier from Tel Aviv. Tapping out from Tel Aviv. This thing's done. Stick a fork in it. You got DJT for 47, friends. Just saying. Don't be mad. Where do we send the tissue? We'll send you a box of tissue. I don't know. Like, what do we do? Here's the thing. I want to embrace people because there are going to be a lot of people that are upset. There are going to be a lot of people that are butthurt. Okay? And that's why
Yeah.
we saw them putting up, plywood. That's why we saw the National Guard called up to stand by. So there's going to be people that are going to be upset. How can we welcome them? How can we comfort them? How can we,
All right, Matt, this is your chance. Make the conciliation invitation speech to the Democrats that are angry right now. Talk to the Democrats in the audience.
We are the world. We are the ones
people.
who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. Because there's a chance we're taking, and we're saving our own lives. And it's up to you and me to make a brighter day. Because we are the world.
Amen, bro.
I think it was better than Cardi B, and I didn't have to look at my fucking phone.
You did
We
do
just
better
broke
than Cardi
8,000
B.
views.
8,000 views. That's because I just totally ripped that Cardi B speech off my head.
Now I want to
Could be
see you
why.
do the Cardi B version of
Well,
the
and the
speech.
We Are the World.
Hold on.
Can
Yeah,
I
give me
say
the Cardi
something
B
real
version.
quick? I'm very, very disappointed that only one person wanted her shirt.
No, that's not true.
I only got one.
LMNO. I'm sorry. ABC.
LMNOP?
No, absolute cost of everything. He's the one that I have. You can look right down here. He's quoted. He's trying to message you, but you don't follow him on X, so he can't DM you.
Well, you better start following there, Doug.
How do you do that?
He's a friend of mine.
At Douglas
There you
Hardwick.
go.
Yeah, look at the banner at the bottom. Tag me.
No, you gotta follow
Look
him.
at that. Follow at Douglas
He can't
Hardwick.
message you
That is
unless
so
you follow
good.
him. So let me
That's
actually
it.
get
We're
that.
canceling the
good.
T-shirt giveaway. That's it.
Well, it's not a T-shirt. It's a jersey.
It's a jersey.
Basketball jersey.
It's great for yoga
Yeah.
or meditation or walking your dog or whatever.
Nice.
Yeah, yoga.
There's like-
A yoga dog jersey.
Or eating hot wings, whatever.
Right on.
It sounds like utilities imbued in the tank top.
Yeah, so many activities. We could do aerobics.
Yeah, also there is someone called Absolute Guest Tool.
So if you're in
of
Texas
everything.
and you're Caucasian, you could call it a wife beater.
Wow, he went there. He said it out loud, guys.
I thought that was just an Australian thing to call it that.
Is that where it started?
Y'all have-
Is that where it started?
Y'all have those down there?
That's the same sort of Jersey style thing, yes. But I'm not sure of the
California,
history of the
they
name.
call it a
though.
husband beater.
Got another message. Oh, wait. Man, I don't know who GPSC is, but he's
part of the team.
He's a good dude. He's a part
He's
of
part of our
the organized group. He's a.
I know he's been up here messaging all night long, and so
Hold
he
on,
told me
on the
to
screen.
follow.
He was having some audio problems. We couldn't hear him chatting, so that's why he's been
Okay.
hanging in the chat.
All right, so
Oh.
I just followed those two people he recommended.
Yeah, G was looking at some charts earlier as well, and I wish he could get back in here with us.
Patty's in the house.
Hey, everyone.
Good
So who
morning.
can pull me in? Good morning. What's happening?
Looks like Trump's going to win.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
We're over 8,000 views live. We've been going live for 7 hours.
Hattie, you look like the hitman from the video game.
Oh my God. It's intentional.
Intentional.
I've been looking at Twitter, and there's been untold mayhem of rigging and people being registered to vote by mail, turning up with their IDs and being told that they have already voted by mail, and then magically they can delete it in the system. It sounds
super.
Yeah, we checked ours to make sure that we received a mail-in ballot to a person that doesn't live at our address. So we asked them who was registered, and they checked it, and that person wasn't part of it. So they are phantom people out there.
Hey, Paul, how you doing? Long time.
Doing well. Hope you're doing well.
Well, apparently I'm doing well. I look like a hitman, so.
And profiles of an economic hitman.
Confessions.
Just go ahead and tell the truth.
So do the elections work that you're moving from the east to the west? So as you go through the mid part, we'll start to be seeing more Trump, and then we'll start seeing more Democrats as we move to the West Coast. Is that what it looks like?
The way things work is that all the decisions for the U.S. are made where the blue states are, and everyone in the red states has to kind of take the orders from the port cities.
Let's talk counties. It's about 15 counties out of about 3,143 or something like that.
It's like an oligarchy of decision making.
Is that like a menage a trois of technology?
Yes, an orgy maybe. In that point.
I like that. Okay, all right.
Orgy of
menage a trois
an orgy of consensus. That's proof of stake.
Wow. That is proof of stake. That's proof. That's proof of a whole
That
lot
is
more.
very proof of stake.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on a live stream. This is the best part. That is very proof of stake. Yes, you're right. I've got more people texting me. What's going on? What's happening? I don't know. We're all experiencing it together. Seriously, my phone's like people like texting me. What's going on? I don't know.
Mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats.
75,805
on whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better?
I think I've got 3 jerseys signed up.
2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me
really campaigned
incredible
hard,
that a guy
like
led insurrection
#1
against the
campaigner.
United States government is going potentially now.
I think I've got 3 jerseys and sizes.
You know, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Very good. Just like that, we gave away some extra value to our community for engaging. Thank you, Doug.
A lot of people don't know this, but the T-shirts were made from Andalusian cotton, right?
It's true. Yeah. Handmade. With the tears of baby angels as well.
Yes.
It's like blessings that you can put on as fashion.
Yep. You're right, Michael. You've been to the factory and the warehouse and seen how they make them.
I started my career making T-shirts in the factory. I kind of want to see Doug put on the shirt.
He can put it on over the shirt.
How much do we need to get on the funding for you to turn
All
on
right,
the shirt?
if y'all hit $500,000, I'll put on that shirt.
10,000, he'll put it on.
Man, I'll take this all off and put on just a shirt.
Hey, Paul, not financial advice, but Doug and the team are raising, and if they're helping oil companies turn waste natural gas into Bitcoin photons, they're raising right now. Just not financial advice.
But a pretty good life suggestion.
QuantumExpeditions.com.
Oh, Bitcoin wants to run. Look at it. It's getting saucy on the coin market cap. And if you got the crypto.com app, oh my gosh, it's like closing on 76. Like, my goodness gracious, look at that thing run. Run like Carl Lewis at the 84 Olympics in Los Angeles. Run, Bitcoin, run. Like your Forrest Gump. Run.
Run, Forrest, run.
Whatever analogy you'd like to fit in there is fine. It's running.
So you're saying the only way we can fail is if Jenny gets in the way?
Jenny could be the Jenny from the block that gets in the way. Yes,
No,
Jenny
did
from
he?
the block could get in the way, but
She
I don't
seems
see
to be
anything.
more of an accomplice than getting in the way.
Hey, allegedly. Your
Like
Honor,
these
Nothing
Barrett.
stops this train. 66 to 61. I mean, that's what I'm looking at here on my map. So
It's almost like the price of Bitcoin is affected by the election.
that's a conspiracy
Wow.
theory, and I won't hear any of that
I
garbage.
don't know. Sorry, I should retract.
That's some nonsense. You
That's a
need to pack that up and go
conspiracy
home with
theory.
that, Michael. Conspiracy theory. That's fake news.
Canadian
That's
conspiracies.
outrageous. Didn't we get involved in this thing because we want to separate from government? And
Maple syrup is just white sugar and water. I'm sorry to tell you.
No. I've seen it
Don't
come
tell
out
me
of
so. You're ruining my dreams.
Man, I've been in Ohio and I've seen how it's made. For real. Matter of fact, I think I still got some left.
It's a Canadian lubricant, actually, maple syrup. I'm not sure if you guys know that.
Out there on the Great Plains of Winnipeg, they used it a lot, in Ontario to help with the tractors.
Yeah.
And then at the Calgary Stampede, back in 1879, Slick Willie was the first to bring maple syrup to the Great Calgary Stampede. I have it right here on my note cards. I was reading it. Sorry.
I think what he did is his technique was he covered himself with the maple syrup and acted as a human sled.
Ooh.
Yes,
The
you're right.
bobsled, right?
It says that. It says it right here on my note card.
He won silver.
That, my
without a
friends,
sled.
is
Oh, there you
real
go.
maple syrup from Ohio, north central Ohio.
Incredible.
Yeah.
We're closing in on 10,000 views. Thank you so much for everybody being here on this historic night as we are broadcasting live around the world and across the web on the Bitcoin Live Network, DeOrganized Media, Quantum Expeditions, Quantum Economics, and you, and our host of great contributors here on the panel tonight as we watch history being made, the Bitcoin setting a new all-time high, digital assets. We're not talking about any financial advice, but maybe some good life suggestions and just having some fun as we kick this thing around. If we get to 10,000 views, Doug Hardwick, the CEO from Quantum Expeditions, is going to give away a hat and a hoodie. You're going to give away a hoodie, aren't you, Doug? A hat
And
and
he's
a
going to
hoodie.
put on the shirt live.
I think he's already doing that now. You already
No, but like,
you're-
you know, on
we're at
camera.
9,000 views, 9,039. We need to get.
I didn't
that.
say a hoodie.
Annie's back too.
I did. I threw you under the bus.
I'll do a hoodie if we hit 500,000 tonight. How's that?
Yeah.
But remember
Oh,
this: if we hit 500,000 tonight, not only will I give away a hoodie, but everybody will get a free board game called West Texas Minor.
So
Yeah.
if you go to if you invest in Quantum Expeditions and we hit $500,000, Doug will not only give you somebody tonight a hoodie, but then everybody gets a board game. Is that right?
Yeah.
Let me write that down. So I'm sure I got that. What sizes do the hoodies come in? Somebody wants to know.
All of it.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, I've got everything from medium to 4X, I think, or 3X. I mean,
Yeah, don't be asking them for a small though. We don't come like
Okay,
that.
well, somebody just asked if they
Yeah,
had a
you
small.
know.
Somebody just asked. Somebody just texted.
Everybody
me if they
likes
had a small.
oversized. I think
Right.
everybody likes
So no
oversized.
smalls?
You don't want to
Hold on,
pre-order
I'm
a
gonna
bunch of smalls and then nobody
I'd have to
wants
go
it.
look at the spreadsheet. Hold on. Let me go see.
All right, so I'm going to text them no smalls. So I'm going to tell them no smalls.
What do you have the most of, Doug?
What's up, Smalls?
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing?
Killing me, Smalls.
Hey, what does a briefcase look like?
You're killing me, Smalls. You like that briefcase? So there's going to be. So Oz is in charge of the paraphernalia that goes inside the briefcase. I don't know.
Are they gonna?
Can you guys hear me okay?
What?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Hey,
Yes.
I can now. What's up, man?
Not too much. How's
What's up,
everybody
Landy?
doing?
Landy's back. How'd it go, Landy? What's going on? What's the update?
Not too much. Everything is getting tallied up and ready to go, and should be wrapping up pretty soon. So
it looks like Trump's winning.
76,000 now on crypto.com. I just had 76 on my screen.
yeah, I saw Bitcoin hit one of my key targets. I think spot just approached 75,000.
It's at 74.9 right now.
Oh yeah, on CoinMarketCap. We're fucking
Yep.
blasting.
Yeah, it's one of the zones that I think I just talked about before I jumped off here earlier, right?
Yep.
73 to 75 is kind of the first main zone, and then next one is 75, 78. And I believe there was another gentleman that was right there with me on that one, or thereabouts. Who's all here? I can't actually see. I'm on my phone, so this isn't running as great as I'd like it to be.
Now it's Hattie's here with us. Blockface, Attract Funding. So you wanna, you know him as Soy. You call him Soy, I think. Matty Case is still here. Paul Frederick. Who is it's Honey Badger chatting with us. I'm not sure which one it is. Hold on.
I see Shiflet down there.
Oh,
What's up,
Shiflet's
Honey
in the
Badger?
house. Hey. What's up, man?
That's our.
I'll drop off so you can have other people come up because there's no max
I don't
of 8,
think
right?
we're. Well, I don't think we're maxed.
Okay.
Is someone trying to get in? I mean, Michael, you definitely don't feel obligated to stay, but you're welcome to stay.
I don't want to prevent anyone from coming up.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna have to end this soon. It's getting
Well, then
old.
you know, you know what? Do we want to officially call the stream?
Yeah, I guess.
No.
We can do that.
I mean, do we feel like? I mean,
do we?
Those
think
of us on the
Trump's
panel,
actually gonna-
we're up to 9,000. Oh, now look at this. Now we're up to
Well,
9,300. As soon as I call the stream, now we just jumped like 300 more viewers.
Yeah, maybe we wait until 10,000.
Yeah. As soon as we hit 10,000, we're gonna end it.
All right.
Yeah.
And then 10,000.
No sleep
like,
till
wait a second, what
10,000.
did I miss out on? Then we rug on 10,000. That's when we dump. You become
Never
exit
stopping the
liquidity
show.
at 10,000.
Just one large live stream, perpetual.
Hey, so Honey Badger, you know
so-
that we got like the Quantum Badger ordinals. If you go to quantumbadgers.com, you'll see our white list. So anybody who invests $2,500 or more gets a free ordinal.
A honey
Honey
badger?
Badger ordinal.
Wow, no way, really?
A Quantum Badger.
That's cool.
Quantum ordinal. Yeah.
A quantum badger. So that's not the same as the honey badger.
It's actually really-
It's a different.
No, but it's very similar.
How many are there?
If you go to quantumbadgers.com, you'll see what they look like. But you'll get not only you get the PFP, which is real small, and you can mint it on the blockchain. But then we also include the matching full high quality picture that you can have for your desktop. We actually had
Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, we had a real artist draw those things up. Yeah, if you scroll on down, you'll see the
CoinMarketCap now showing 75.3.
75. There you go. You got the oop.
There's going to be a blow off top. At what point is it?
There it is. Adventurers, merchants, and scientists. Yeah.
Oh, 75.3.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying, Peace. There's going to be a blow off top. At what point are we going to see it, though? and it
Well-
gets pretty thin between here and 100K. Do we? I mean,
Hold on, Landy's going to answer you.
yeah, Landy, what do you got?
So there's some volatility areas of interest overhead. Bitcoin's currently at one between 73 and 75. If we start seeing a breakout above there, there's shorter term time frame, volatility levels of interest and Fibonacci levels at around 75 to 78, 78 to 80. And then we start getting into the mid to low 80s, which is a key level of volatility on the on the weekly into the monthly. And now above the mid $80,000 region, we start, especially on closes on the monthly time frame, we're looking at expansion above the upper second standard deviation of a set of Bollinger Bands on the monthly, which is going to lead to likely, that deep $80,000 to $90,000 region up to $100,000. What I will tell you is that every time that we see Bitcoin closing on the monthly time frame above the upper second standard deviation, we typically see it close above the upper third, and that's at around $100,000. If we were to see it close above the upper third standard deviation on the monthly time frame, that would actually be the real start of the bull run, even though Bitcoin would be well above its current all-time high that it's putting in right now.
But don't you think there's going to be some profit taking at 100K? I mean, there's got to be.
Hear me up. So every single cycle in any pretty much any
I just
asset.
want to jump in for a second there. Fox has got Trump on 267 now. They've called Pennsylvania.
It's about time they called it.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's very close. Now above, so every single cycle for just about every asset that you use volatility metrics like this with, whenever you get a breakout on a run for an actual bull run, you typically see on longer term timeframes like the monthly, you'll get price action closing above the upper second and upper third standard deviations of a set of Bollinger Bands in this case, which is what I like to use for volatility. So this is purely volatility level metrics. There is a key area at $100,000. If Bitcoin were to stall there, it actually wouldn't kick off that more aggressive expansion on the longer term time frame. And if it does, there's deeper targets between like 115 and 130. Above there, 150 to 173 to 75. And then we start getting into the $200,000 to $225,000 dollar territory. But what I will say is if Bitcoin were to, for instance, hit $100,000 and then reject, we actually wouldn't see the expansion kick off to the high degree that we have before. So that would be considered a shallow run. And I do expect there to be profit taking. Now, when you're
Hey,
talking
Landy,
about,
really quick, I'm seeing Fox News confirming Pennsylvania for Trump. Sorry to cut you off, friend, but that's just coming across my screen.
Oh, yeah. I think somebody else just said that too, right?
I think, yeah.
Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
It's not on Google yet, but I think somebody just said Fox called it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah. Hamish said that. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. I mean, that's good. It's about time that they called that. We've had Decision Desk and a few others already call that. I think Decision Desk did. By the way, if you look at whoever's got the web browser up, if you look at Decision Desk, you can look at county by county stuff, tallies and how much is in that kind of stuff. So if you are interested in kind of a county by county, a state and county kind of a breakdown, you can go to Decision Desk HQ, and they have pretty good metrics. But yeah, for Bitcoin specifically, when we are looking at even just what would be considered a pretty tame run last cycle, although I'd argue that the run really started right off of that low in 2020, off of the that low that I think this is streaming out to YouTube, so I'll just call it when there was that illness going around and we had the shutdown. Well, some people might call it a scam, and
The overwhelming majority of our views are on X.
Okay. So yeah, during that time period in 2020, that run off the low, which was technically a macro higher low on the longer term time frames, it ran straight up, right? But it trended above its upper second and third standard deviations of a set of Bollinger Bands. I used the triple set, and every time that we actually get the run, it occurs on breakouts on the longer term time frames and closes on the monthly time frame above the upper second and third and the prior all-time high, right? And you'll see Bitcoin will trend for a number of candles outside of that upper second and third, and that's when the run really begins. And that's only really going to begin right now on a monthly time frame above $100,000. So a shallow run would be $100,000. That'd be more on the conservative side and likely to see Bitcoin go into a long form reaccumulation if it were to reject around there. If it gets above there on like a monthly time frame, we're looking at deeper prices. We're looking at over $100,000 Bitcoin easy. I typically will update my calls on that as price price action occurs on closes for those time frames. So that's something that I get into in my videos quite a bit and have been talking about recently. Keep in mind that I think I said this earlier to everyone, that there is the FOMC meeting Wednesday, today for some internationally, and into Thursday when we will get a rate decision. So I'm sure that they've.
What are your thoughts, Landy? Do we see 25 basis points, or do we just stick? Do we hold?
My personal thoughts is that that jobless claim report did some serious damage to the current establishment and
to the narrative, if you will, to the narrative, maybe.
Well, the narrative kind of doesn't matter because they already know the real numbers anyway, right? And I believe that
Why
the
they
perception
cook them and revise them down.
The big thing here is that I believe that the market. I can tell you what the market expects. I'm personally, if you were going to ask me anecdotally, I think that they continue on the path of cuts. The market is expecting at minimum a 25 basis point cut. Some more aggressive calls are for a 50 basis point cut. I don't know if we'll see that happen. Liquidity
Why don't they hit
looks
the
pretty
middle
good
at
right
3/16? They
What's
should
that?
hit the middle at 3/16, 0.325.
I mean,
why not?
I just don't. I don't.
They don't have to
Powell's
jump
gonna
by
do
the
that.
quarters. In the oil and gas industry, we go by the eighths, not the quarters. That would make everybody happy, right? If they would just hit right in the middle, 3/16.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be considered a miss for those calling for 50 basis points and a hit call for those calling for 25. Realistically, there's not a liquidity problem right now in markets in general, but in the actual economy itself, there is still a bit of a liquidity problem. So, it's not just about rate cuts at this point,
Hey,
although
really
that
quick,
does help.
I want to give a shout out to Hamish. He's got to jump off the stream tonight. I think he might have just dropped already, but thank you, Hamish, for coming through. He has plans better than mine, not to empty a cat box, but to go have dinner with his wife. So thank you, Hamish, for coming through. I have plans after this is done to go empty a cat box. That's what my wife just passed me a note about. So thank you, Hamish, for being
talked
here.
about that like several hours ago, so she's probably like super pissed.
She's very pissed off. She's writing me hand notes. First she was texting me, now she's giving me handwritten notes. So yeah.
Hey, at least you're not in the basement yet.
Not yet. That's the operative word, yet.
Yeah. All right, Landy.
Now, I was going to say that you might recall that here earlier, Bitcoin, I believe, I had mentioned closed that daily higher low at 69 400, right? And I had mentioned that the low was in. This was well before Bitcoin started to run. I think it was still sticking around like the 70 to 72 area. I had mentioned around above 72, we have that 73 to 75. That's actually a pretty key area on the daily. That is, closes in and around here are going to kick off further upside expansion on the daily. I would be aware of lower term time frame volatility no matter what happens. For those that are trying to jump in and chase, maybe got in late. Just be a little cautious in these areas. And I think generally this is everything that I've expected in price action. I've been talking about for quite some time. The past since Bitcoin came off of, in particular since Bitcoin came off of the 52.5 higher low structure.
Do you think, Landy, this right now, this price point between 70 to I would say between 70 and maybe 75 would eventually become support for the new low? If we see a blow off top after this over 100, could this be a place where we see new support building and might be a new reaccumulation zone?
If we're looking, if we're going to speculate for support after a blow off top, which, I don't know, a blow off top may mean something different to me than it does to you in terms of technicals.
Okay. So if we're talking about what some of the models that you're looking at, if we're going over 100, let's say maybe 120 somewhere in there, we're going to see some kind of retracement. We're going to see people taking some gains. At what point do we see that retracement, and does that support build? Because to me, I feel like it builds here in this 70 to 75 range. And I don't know, that's just the fundamentals of me, but you have a lot of great TA. Maybe you could educate us and everybody here on the panel, and the over 10,000 people now joining us live around the world and across the web.
Well, so the big thing is we just put in a higher low on the monthly, and we need to get that confirmation of a structural breakout on a close, right? So we need to see closes above 73.35 in the monthly. We need to see that expansion up. Now, when calling for future potential retracement areas of interest, this entire zone that Bitcoin is just kind of exiting the high side of it, in the 73 to 75, and possibly down to 69,000, the prior cycle high area, 65 to 69, 70 to 75 is fair game for retesting in higher low fashion. Now, one of the big things that you have to understand, though, is we just put in a higher low at $49,000 on a swing or a wick, and $59,000 on a close. So whatever the structure begins, we're in an uptrending structure on the monthly, right? And I'm not really in the business of like that far forward looking because it's more speculative, right? But what I can tell you is, what I will offer this up is when we do see a structure change, for instance, we see a high put in and the last monthly higher low gets taken out. That's when you'll start to hear me talk about potential bear market lows for next cycle. And in terms of areas of interest for pullbacks, 65 to 69 is still fair game. Even from here, if we start to see things crack back below, 73 and back below 70 to 72 specifically, in shorter term. But if we were going to go on the run, we initiate that expansion up further, we're probably looking at structure changes at a much higher level. And I'm going to give you something key here. What you want to watch is the Bitcoin mining electrical cost. That's going to be key in conjunction with Bitcoin's total production cost. Now, I'd point you over to caprioli.com, which is by Charles Edwards there. And they have a really good chart that tracks pretty closely with internal mining metrics for electrical cost and total cost to produce Bitcoin. The lowest cost you can think
somewhere
of.
Doug Hardwick's got to get in on this because he knows all about that. Yeah. I'm pulling it up right now.
So somewhere the Bitcoin mining electrical cost, for instance, it tracks pretty closely. Now he's using outside metrics to try to estimate the miner electrical cost, which is basically the lowest cost to produce Bitcoin, essentially, right? It's just accounting for electricity. That is currently tracking at about $48,000. So that's kind of the lowest price to produce Bitcoin at the moment. And, this takes into account, the competition on the network, the
difficulty,
hash price
right?
and
All
stuff
that
like
stuff.
that.
Yeah. I like hash rate. I like hashrateindex.com myself, but yeah, that's another great site.
I would say that what they're tracking over at Caprioli is within the margin of error of what we see for.
Is better. Okay. All right.
I'd say it's within the margin of error that we see in internal metrics for those that are miners. It's going to vary, right? But around $48,000 for electrical cost is kind of the basement floor price. You rarely see Bitcoin ever trade below it. Even in March of 2020, it never did that. Last bear market in 2022. Sorry, I'm letting my dog out, just getting back here. So, we had it basically just barely tag electrical cost. Typically it gets front run, but essentially I use that as a nice fundamental metric where Bitcoin total production cost is, which Bitcoin is now trading above, and then Bitcoin mining electrical cost, which is really tracking the electrical cost as it relates to our hash competition on the network for those that are maybe not into the mining side of things. You can think about it like the difficulty and the competition on the network is going to rise and fall, and that will affect kind of your overall production cost along the way.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm looking.
So-
Is it Caprioli, CAPRIOLE.com? Correct.
Yes, I believe
Right.
you just said that correct. I'm
Yeah,
kind of walking
Caprioli
around.
Investments. So I just want to make sure I'm looking.
If you
at
go
the
to
right
charts,
data. Yeah, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right data here.
yeah, and there's a Bitcoin specific chart. You'll see Bitcoin production costs. He's got a lot of charts
Bitcoin
there.
energy value. Yeah, okay, I see that.
Yeah,
Cap
and keep
macro.
scrolling down. You'll see that with a red line and kind of looks like a black line there. That tracks pretty close or within the margin of error for what we see for those that are miners. I do encourage, if there's other miners here or in the audience, that you take a look at it.
Can you share that screen?
Me personally?
Yeah. Bitcoin production cost. I see it right here. Yeah. So we're looking at 48,000 on the red line, 48,097. This is really great data. This is some really great metrics. Thank you for sharing this. Fucking fantastic.
Yeah, no problem.
Actually.
I referenced
really
that.
great
He
alpha.
used-
Fucking great alpha, by the way, Doug. Take note of this one. Bookmark it.
So that's been a pretty close metric for a couple of years. He used to have a trading view indicator, but that's not updated very often. And it lags behind. So his website's the best place to go. And outside of internal, metrics, take it. Good boy. Outside of internal metrics for miners, it's probably the closest that you're going to get for estimating that. And I find it to be pretty helpful for those
Really
looking
good.
at the fundamental side of things. So realistically, what you're going to see is as Bitcoin begins to break out and run, now that Bitcoin's been in a bull market, we haven't seen the actual bull run begin. And like I said, from a volatility standpoint on longer term timeframes like a monthly, we saw a little bit of it earlier this year, last year, December into January, and then January into February, March. And into April, we kind of saw it starting to get expansion on the monthly time frame, and it pulled back into a little bit more of a long form, higher low and consolidation, pretty much right on time for the cycle. And now we're looking for that re-expansion back to the upside, but you do need to be aware of the mid to low $80,000 region as a potential pivot point, and $100,000 above there. We really start to see the run get rolling. And it's not just higher highs. We actually get a true run with expansive price action to the upside. This is what I'm waiting for. So I will tell you again, mid to low 80s is a conservative estimate, and you could even consider it, although it's very bullish, that would be like your bearish estimate. $100,000 is fair game above the mid to low $80,000 region, especially on monthly closes. And then above $100,000, that's when the fun really begins for expansion to the upside on longer term timeframes like the monthly, which would then likely lead into the 2 month, which just closed, by the way, coming into November. And then, of course, the quarterly being the end of the year. And we all know about the cycles, right? We know that election years, price likes to run. We also know that we like that end of year, that Q4 into Q1 of the next year. We saw
But
it,
there is tax harvesting that does happen, so we might see some people
Yeah.
taking and whatnot.
Absolutely. Nothing goes in a straight line. So expect as volatility increases on longer term timeframes like the monthly and weekly, that we will see those bigger moves, down on what would be considered a lower term time frame relative to the monthly and weekly, like
Right.
the daily. And as volatility increases, that's where we start to get those really big candles, those $5,000 and $10,000 candles, and maybe more over time. We'll see what the
Omega.
future holds.
Are you talking Omega candles? You
Yeah,
sound like
those.
Samson Mao right now.
Yeah, it's funny because for those that watch my videos pretty regularly or are familiar with my analysis, you'll find that I'm very, very like even keeled, and I give both sides of the equation, bullish and bearish, in terms of very specific conditions that need to be met. That's just kind of how I operate. Been doing this for a long time, we'll say. And so you'll have to forgive me, even though I'm talking about substantially. Oh, we've got fireworks going off in the neighborhood. I don't know if you can hear that in the background. Hold on. Do you want to go here?
Yeah, we hear it.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
want to show us
Yep.
as well?
Yeah. Woo. Yep. Nice. Hey. Thank you. Please, more. We need more. Got an American flag.
Before we get too far on this note, Hattie, I know you said you have to dip really quick. I just want to get some final comments. Hattie, before you leave, give us your sentiments, your thoughts, the market, the election, where you at from your perspective, man.
Thank you. I need to jump because the day started here in Europe.
Yeah.
So, sentiments, I think it's going the right way. It looks to be lighting up red. I'm quite keen to see what happens later when we start hitting the West Coast to see how it swings. Somebody said that they've called it in Australia 226 to 270 on Sky News. So, but the markets are roaring. I think it's only going to go up. I don't know how long it'll go up for. I think we may have like a top and then drop back down again. I think people might take some profits. Not financial advice. I just think personally we're going to go up because there's euphoria and we're going to dip back down, but then we may carry on again. I think the real bull starts next year, to be honest. I think there's a bit of tax harvesting going on as well. And the Forex markets are on fire as well. So I think that's
what do you have your eye on over there? What do you have your eye on Forex?
Nothing. I was just watching. It just popped my radar that the Forex markets, the US dollar is looking a bit stronger, which is interesting. So
yeah, so if the dollar is looking stronger, wouldn't that normally seem to indicate that might not be good for like Bitcoin or gold or things like that? You know what I mean?
I can give you some insight on the dollar if you'd like. But Hattie, go ahead.
No, you carry on, Lanny. I mean, I just saw that the market was going up, so that just is interesting coming into, especially the Fed possibly cutting rates. That's also very interesting.
So if the dollar's looking stronger, they might not cut.
I don't think they should cut.
They're not going to cut. They're not going to cut.
I will tell you anecdotally, the market is expecting them to cut. Me personally, this is just purely anecdotal. So this is just my opinion. I want to make that 100% clear. I'm personally not looking for a cut right now. I'm thinking that they might want to wait and see how this all plays out and what's going to happen with the incoming administration, if it is a Trump administration, as it is looking to be. For the dollar, really quick, I do want to call something out that is pretty important to understand. If it is a Trump administration, which it's looking like it's going to be, Trump was very clear about his intention with Bitcoin. He's also surrounded himself with people who are very familiar with Bitcoin and very favorable to it. We had obviously him and RFK Jr. in Nashville. Cynthia Lummis was in Nashville. There was a lot of big industry players there. There was also a lot of financial industry players there that were having meetings in the background. Now, one of the big things that he had mentioned was putting Bitcoin in the treasury, keeping it as a treasury
strategic reserve.
Yeah, and then obviously there was the legislation proposal by Cynthia Lummis that would be purchasing Bitcoin. I do think that would kick off an arms race, but more importantly, how could that relate to what's going on with Dixie or the dollar index? Right now, the dollar index has been in a very interesting consolidation period. I think that if they were, this is my personal thoughts, and I will refine them and adjust them over time. But initially, for what I'm seeing right now, the dollar just rejected off of 104.65. You'd have to update me. I haven't looked at it today just yet for Dixie. If anybody has that number where it's trading at, it just rejected off.
Let's see.
It just rejected off a key area that I was looking at about 104.65 or 64. And I was looking for it to pull back and continue its consolidation. And here's one thing that I think is we often get periods where even if
104.73.
104.73, so it did head back up. So it put in a higher low on the daily then. Very good. So this is the dollar and markets can run at the same time.
It's actually at 105.2 on.
Oh, it's up now. Yeah, let me refresh.
Okay, perfect.
Let me refresh, piece.
So it got an initial pullback into a higher low structure on the daily, which is what I was kind of looking for.
105. Yeah, you're right. 105.27.
And what I'll tell you is that if we did see the Treasury take Bitcoin in, right, the way that could be used with treasuries and backing treasuries and some of what RFK Jr. has talked about in the past, some of what the rumblings are out of the Trump camp regarding how to utilize Bitcoin as a strategic treasury reserve asset, and even possibly a DoD asset. I think that you could potentially see Bitcoin, instead of being inversely correlated on longer term timeframes, start to correlate and get a nice bump at the same time where they both rise at the same time. Now, this often can occur in the daily and sometimes even on the weekly where Dixie's rising and Bitcoin rises at the same time. But obviously, in a macro sense, usually they're inversely correlated, right? And in this case, I could see that dynamic changing with Bitcoin potentially being a treasury reserve asset. Now, again, we're in speculative territory. Typically, when the dollar is rising, we see an inverse correlation with markets, right? But that might not hold true in the future, especially if the markets are very excited about, let's say, a Trump presidency and the potential for, Bitcoin becoming a treasury reserve asset. So it's something definitely to keep an eye on. And, I'll be talking a lot about this going forward, especially as we see price really develop.
Do we have any official mainstream media?
Watcher Guru calls it for Trump like 28 minutes ago.
Okay, so Watcher Guru, pretty good there. I'm not trusting my Google Analytics right now. I don't trust the algo over there. So whatever Google wants to say.
How about Election Wizard?
What's that one?
Anybody follow Election Wizard? I'm curious. Decision Desk HQ, Election Wizard, those kinds of ones.
Decision Desk HQ. I'm looking at that one as well. I'm looking at the Poly Market. That looks pretty strong. So gosh, you don't want to like, if you're a Trump supporter, you don't want to bust out the hat and the, confetti yet. But boy, it's. Hey, Peace, do we have any live footage yet that we can bring up of any speeches yet? Anybody making any announcements yet?
Watching. I have the YouTube feed up. There's a live feed that Paul shared a while ago from Fox News. Just waiting for Trump to make an election night remarks. There's a crowd of people there. They've been there for, we've been watching this probably for like a good hour now.
Well, we are about 7 minutes away from the
feed?
top of the hour here on our live stream going on election night coverage here in the U.S. and around the world and across the web with Bitcoin Live on the Bitcoin Live Network. The Organized Media piece is here with us. Doug Hardwick is here with us.
10K views.
Landy, thank you for being with us. Sick, thank you for being with us. I mean, we've had a panel of superstars coming through all night long, and we're over 10,700 folks joining us live right now. Peace.
We're over 10,000. We're pushing 11,000 viewers.
Yep.
It's been a great. I mean, I would love to wait and see if he's going to come out and talk, but it's the later it gets, the more unlikely that becomes, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Why isn't he talking if it's been declared? Like they called it.
It's not
officially
declared.
called. Yeah,
It's not declared.
Yeah.
It's not declared. We have not reached 270 yet. We have not reached the magic number yet. Peace.
Right.
We gotta get
I'm just
270.
like, so why is Google still sitting at 248?
Because it's Google. It's a 3-letter alphabet agency that runs that.
Well, we've got Decision Desk has called it 270 for Trump. So far, if things were to play out this way, he'll be up over 270. But I'm trying to see what they most recently called to get him to 270. Does anybody know which state was recently called? Was it Pennsylvania that they finally called and that got him to 270?
I think Pennsylvania, from what I can see right now, and I'm trying to refresh my screen. So I've had a little bit of. It's really weird on my Wi-Fi. I think I have better.
Fox has him at 277. He's got Pennsylvania. He's got Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Okay, so they did give him Wisconsin now. So I think we're waiting on Michigan, Arizona, Nevada.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He's at 277.
I know, but I want him to trounce her.
Yeah, of course. But he's already got it.
I know, but that's not the point. I don't want
No,
there
it
to
is
be
the
any.
point. That's the
I want
fucking
him to.
point, man.
No, I want him to stretch the lead because if he's, for instance, if they, started calling all these other states for
10,000.
her and they go 270 to 268, then we've got issues. But it looks like he's going to be rolling away with this.
277. He's at 277.
Well, you're saying that Fox is calling it at 277?
Fox has it 277 with Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada still out, and Alaska still outstanding.
I don't trust mainstream media, so I'm going with what I'm seeing over here at 270 to 213 right now. But that's a great thing. I'm happy. Pump our bet. Hey, if you really want to get aggressive, what we're looking for in terms of markets is that Trump pump, that 2016 into 2017 pump. Of course, remember that what happened then, and going back and look at your charts and look at the timing of things as well. So that might be helpful for those who want to be students of history for these kinds of events. But that Trump pump was insane.
Let me ask you guys this: what does a second 47 Trump presidency look like as far as do we see Jamie Dimon in it Treasury? Do we see Hester Pierce in it SEC?
No.
What about Jerome Powell at the Fed? These are all questions that I think need to be asked.
I don't care, but I know Gary Gensler is gone for sure.
Fire Gary,
think-
free Ross, day one.
Free Ross. Free
Yeah.
Ross, day one.
Free Ross.
But
End
I
the
don't
fucking
think
wars. I don't care about any of the other
anybody
stuff.
who
End
is
the
in
wars.
charge-
Free Ross.
Anybody in charge of a 3-letter entity is gone after January the whatever
20th.
J6, 7, whatever.
No,
it is.
J6.
And
I
free
can't
rock.
believe we are now over 11,000 viewers on the live stream. This is fantastic. People just keep coming, like as the votes keep coming in, viewers keep
And I'm
coming
sending
on.
out shirts. I've got addresses for 3 people for 3 shirts.
I mean, peace. I don't know. Like this train doesn't stop. I feel like Lynn Alden over here.
Honestly, I got 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes to
Free
2
Ross.
here. And
Ross, are we gonna wrap this thing up and over 11,000 and put a fork in it and call it good?
I mean, I'm enjoying my time with you guys, and we'll have to find another event that's as fun as this. to do this again.
This is a monumental record, I think, in DeOrganized Media and Bitcoin Live.
Oh God, this is we're over.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is I don't know what Nick's overall best was, but for total viewers live, mine was like 100. So for some pretty good, which is pretty good. I've only been. Would you believe I've only been doing this for a couple of months?
Now is a good time to respect the will of the people.
We believe that.
Fantastic stuff, man. Fantastic stuff. It's been great to be here tonight with you guys.
I think it's good to. He said,
yes, all I can hear is someone's TV.
Because of my outfit. I think it's going on. Oh, maybe it wasn't mine. I thought it might have been YouTube, but no.
No, it's me. I apologize.
Oh, you're watching the same thing I have on. It's just I had my sound off. But yeah, it's the same thing. All right. I think I'm going to wrap it up, guys.
All right, we're going to call it a night.
We're going to call it a night.
Bye, guys.
Thank you guys so much. Special shout out to the guys in the audience, Hero Gamer. GPSC's been hustling for us tonight, man. Guy's been killing it for us. Hero Gamer, I love you, man. Ace, my bro. All you guys up here, Maddie, man, you've been absolutely clutch. Paul joining us, Landy coming in with the two.
Landy,
great stuff. Sid rocking it the whole show too. Doug coming in at the end, giving away stuff, keeping people engaged. This has been I'm so beyond way beyond my expectations for what was going to happen tonight. So thank you all.
Congratulations,
cautiously optimistic that we're
and everyone.
Thank you, Landy. Looking forward to seeing you on more
of your content, Landy. I look forward to connecting with you, man. Great
yeah,
stuff.
Landy's got some alpha. Now Landy's got some
seriously
alpha.
Great
alpha.
Stuff from Landy. Thank you, man.
The alpha.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul, for jumping in. Everyone else that came on. If I start naming names, I'm going to forget somebody. So
right, exactly. It's like one of those Academy Award acceptance speeches. You're going to go wrong somewhere. So
yeah, I do this too often. I hate saying goodbye, but I'm going to wrap it up, guys. This was too good to be true. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. And you all have a blessed night. And we can maybe breathe easy for the next 4 years, a little bit easier than we've been.
Matt Case knows how to take us out. Tell us, Matt.
Be smart, be safe, stack sats and hodl. Not financial advice, but a darn
good life advice. Right on, brother.
We are DeOrganized in partnership with Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting, and follow us.
I love to be deorganized. I live by that.
That's where we are, brother. That's where we are.
I love that. I love that. I really do.
Decentralized organizations is what we're building.
This has been a highlight. Right on, man.
Right on. We'll have to do it again. Do it again.
Absolutely.
I love you guys. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. This was a great experience.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out.